가위바위보. 안 내면 진 거 가위바위보. 이쪽으로 이쪽으로.
원래 미러는 오른쪽으로.
미러는
오른쪽으로 가야
오른쪽으로.
돼요.
오케이. 이쪽으로 가겠습니다. 옆으로 보면 헤더가 하나가 아닌 둘이 아닌 셋이 아닌 무한대 헤더.
여기
막혀 있는데?
돌아가.
아 돌아가.
백. 빵이야 빵.
오, 킹 이엔드인가? 이렇게 뭔가 절해야 될 것 같은데 막 와.
눈뽕.
우리
우와.
해서 네, 한번 치우면 우리 뭐 쳐볼까요?
뭘 하자고요?
무슨 춤 출까요?
강남스타일.
안돼, 너무 올드해. 안돼. 알아들으셨죠? 또 태영 선수가 영어에 되게 능하지 않습니까?
그럼요. 저희는 그냥 저런 거 경험하지 말고 그냥 일로 가래요. 네.
아 그냥 하지 말자. 여기 살짝 런웨이 같다. 문워크 할 수 있어요? 문워크 해봐. 와. 오 잘하는데. 오. 저희에게 저쪽으로 오라고 해주셨는데 레이저 드림스 이건 좀 재밌겠다. 장애물 피하기.
내가 또 이런.
뭐야? 자,
뭐야?
우리 지금
안돼. 에헤이.
죄송합니다.
오케이.
나가시죠.
오케이.
와,
와.
살짝 이게
뭐죠?
조금
이거?
미끄럽네요. 조심하세요.
오케이.
네.
쫄로 가야 되는 것 같은데요?
저기 의자가 있나? 여기 앉는 자리도 있고.
이게 앉을 수도 있네.
잠깐 앉아볼까요? 자, 하나, 둘, 셋, 자. 이렇게 T1 선수들과 하우스 오브 하이브를 한번 투어를 해봤는데 좀 어떠셨어요? 헤더 선수부터 들어볼까요?
이런 곳 처음 와보기도 하고 너무 신기하고 약간 새로운 경험하고 가는 것 같아요.
확실히 사진 찍을 때도 많고 오늘 가장 즐겁게 뭔가 즐기셨던 것 같은데 이엔드 선수는 어떠셨어요?
저 여기서 살라면 살 수 있을 것 같고 진짜 여기 너무 좋은 것 같습니다.
Well, that was T1's Ian and Heather with me here at House of Hype, and we had spectacular fun. I say bye.
Hello everyone, it's Bella and I'm here with Team Liquid, Alo, and Luke12.
Hello.
Hi guys, how are you doing today?
I'm good. How are you? Great.
Doing great, doing good. At least Luke is smiling, Aaron.
I'm trying my best.
All right, we are here in Riyadh, ready for EWC 2025. And congrats on securing your spot here in this very tournament. Well, how was the journey like for you guys? It's very competitive in the American series, right?
Actually, Team Liquid was kind enough to send us to Brazil when we boot camped for the tournament, for the qualifiers. We did a lot of work and we missed the first tournament this year, so we put in the work and we're very happy to qualify.
Were there any times, the hard times, that you thought you were like, oh, we might not make it?
Well, in the regional qualifiers, it goes by game until the last game, I think. We were a little worried about qualifying, but when we saw the teams we needed to die, then we knew we were good.
The teams that needed to die. All right, well, speaking of the boot camp in Brazil, can you tell us what that's been like? Was it fun? Any fun stories? How has that helped you prepare for EWC?
When we're all together as a team, everything's more fun. We all enjoy being with each other. You know how it is. Family. No.
Family, all right. Well, Luke, do you agree?
Yeah, same thing. Family, it's just we get to spend time together, have fun, just some good bonding and some grinding as well for the practice.
What are your goals for Team Liquid? Of course, I feel like I already know the answer, but do you guys have any personal goals that you would like to accomplish while playing here as well?
Well, last time we were here, we were close to getting the win and we fell short, so that is the main goal, is to get the win.
Just a little bit more.
Yep, just a little bit more.
Yeah.
I'm the same.
Agree,
Yeah,
100%.
I agree. Yep.
All right, well, thank you for joining me, Alo and Luke, and best of luck to Team Liquid. Just a little bit more at EWC 2025.
a little bit more luck.
Just a little bit more luck. All right, thank you guys.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
형 끝. 잡으러 갈게 이거. 경박 선수 있겠다. 나 차로 갈게. 바로. 나이스. 일라 잘 먹었다 얘들아.
这是我底吗？
后面右边外面，
右边我驾驶，右边我驾驶，
白了，
稳一点，
白了，
趴掉了，
直接过去干他，还是之后干他 ，nice。Guys, it's one. He's gonna be around the stairs on the door. They need to come out. Yeah. 1v1. Done. I'm full blind. Nice. Good job, Beamy. What a good game. Nice, boy. Парни, от нас надо. Правый, да. Подождите, мне дерево. Куб, хуёво. У меня тут дерево, я добил. Он слева чел. По тебе дал инфу. Слева чел за деревом. Справа со мной. Nice.
跟3秒无掩体跟他顶上，
没有，他架着你的。
3秒只架你，跟拉了3秒，3秒，
右边，
兄弟，老子你妈全助攻，操你妈！
왼쪽 연막아. 나오는 거 잡아. 규민아 우측 봐. 우측 볼게. 대왼쪽. 왼쪽 봐주면 죠. 주세요. 나이스.
몇 킬이냐?
나 3킬.
야 이거 C4 내 킬인 거 개꿀이고. 야 잘 걸린다 역시. 좋다.
Introducing the Grenade Protection Chute. For just $69.99, you can protect yourself from every grenade ever thrown at you. Grenade headed straight for your chest? Don't worry, it'll bounce right off. Explosions happening at your feet? The durable suit will reflect shrapnel away from your vital organs. It'll even double as a ghillie suit on some maps. Order now for guaranteed delivery before the grand final. May not actually protect you from grenades. The Grenade Protection Suit Company is not liable for any injury when wearing the suit. Not suitable for teams that actually want to win. Delivery charges may apply.
Hi guys, it's Bella. I am here with Genji's Bean and Orca for a little PUBG pop quiz. And you guys, I will tell you the rules. You hit this buzzer and answer within 5 seconds. And if you don't, then the point goes to the other person. So, choose your answer and choose to press the buzzer wisely. Question number 1. Name 3 weapons that use a 9mm ammo.
벡터, 웅프, 부스스.
Oh, okay. First point goes to Bean. Nice.
Easy. Easy.
Easy. All right. Well, how long does it take to use a first aid kit?
4초.
땡! Orca 돌아갑니다. 대답 안 해도 돼요. 대답 안 해도 돼요, 심지어. 그냥 자동으로 포인트 먹는 거예요.
저희 둘이 그거예요?
5초야? 4초가 아니야 말이야.
It's 6초. 6 seconds.
걸린단 말이야?
Name 3 melee weapons.
쇠지렛대, 후라이팬, 낫.
Yeah. Oh, nice. Okay, it's 2 Orca versus Bean 1. Okay, we have 2 more questions to go. Name 3 of the top 4 teams from EWC last year.
팔콘, 페이즈.
Good. Orca, you get the point.
거의 누구냐? 우리 위에 누구 있었냐? 나 5등이어가지고
The answers. Last question. Maybe this will make it 3-2. Okay. Name 3 weapons the bullet loops can attach to.
카구팔, 윈체스터.
Good thing.
나이스.
뭐에 갔어?
펌프 샷건 이 자식아.
They're so alike than you probably imagined it to be. Okay. 오늘 함께 해주셔서 감사합니다. 올카 선수 승리하셨습니다. 축하드립니다. Okay, thanks for joining me and good luck to Genji at EWC 2025. Let's say bye. Bye.
바이바이.
Hey everybody, I'm Porsource, and joining me is H-Win and Kickstart, and we are about to head into the Zila house, haunted house. I don't know what to think about this, H-Win. Have you ever been to a haunted house before? How are you on haunted houses?
Haunted houses are really popular in Texas, but I haven't done one since I was in middle school, so.
How, on a scale of 1 to 10, what do you think?
I don't know what to think. I haven't seen any previews, so I've never been to one where it's real life people, and I haven't been to a haunted house at all since I was super young. So honestly, I don't know what to expect. I might be screaming.
I hope you guys are, because that'll mean that they'll focus on you and they won't focus so much on me. I feel like I'm a big target walking in there.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna be standing behind you.
This is not what I wanted to hear. This is not what I wanted to hear. Are you gonna set me up too?
I mean, biggest body mass goes first.
I don't know how I feel about this, guys. Well, I guess we're gonna find out. We're about to take on Zila House 2. Please don't do this to me. Oh no, narrow hallway.
Fuck me.
Ah, okay. Kickstart, why are you all the way back there? Please get back up here. All right, you gotta keep up. Come on, we got places to be. You're really bringing up the rear here, buddy.
Texas is worse. They got people with real chainsaws.
Yeah, I know, but right now I'm not concerned with them. How are you so far behind?
We're getting flanked.
Oh, okay. Ah, no. Ah, I don't like that. All right, I'll leave. I'm out. I need my team here. Okay. All right, there's a lot of stuff going on back there. Watch our backs. Watch our backs. Watch our backs. We're good. There's a lot of slamming going on around. Ah! Oh, dude. All right, we're going through. We're going through. Oh, this is incredibly dark. This is really dark. Did we do it? Oh my God.
Wait, they're scared of piercing more than
So we just did Zila House 2. What are your thoughts?
I think it was pretty scary, but I was watching the flank the whole time. I was baiting. I was doing the Tickleton roll perfectly. I was making comms. I don't think it was that bad.
Yeah, I was honestly just following you. You were taking the blunt of it.
That's true.
Yeah,
true.
so I didn't have to do much. Easy peasy.
I think we may have lost one or two of our production people, so we may have to go back in and save them. But it looks like Zila House 2 is very, very scary, and definitely something that you should check out if you come down to EWC. So yeah, I guess that'll do it. Yeah.
PUBG fans, my name is Barney Banks and I have got Twisted Minds on the couch next to me. It's of course Batulins and Tap, and we're going to do a quick fire question round. Boys, are you ready?
Yeah. Yep. Let's go.
Okay, they seem ready. Most likely in the team to get a team kill with a nade?
Lou.
Lou, okay. Most likely to sleep in and miss scrims?
No one. Never.
Like that, never.
We are too professional.
Most likely to say, we've got this, guys, and then just proceed to get killed straight away. That look said it all, Tab. But I like the confidence, Batulins. Most likely to push by themselves and get too aggressive.
Perfect.
Most likely to rage quit.
Lou.
Lou, you got a temper problem, man? What's going on? Most likely to give the best food recommendations.
It's me.
Yes,
sure.
Batulins. Most likely to smack talk another team.
Both of us, no? I think both of us. Both of us.
Are we going to see it? Are you going to stand up over the PCs if you get an absolute beast of a game and just give it someone?
Yeah, for sure.
I love it. Lastly, most likely to clutch up in spectacular fashion. Like a 1v3 to win the round.
I think so, yeah. Feels like Example should be more capable of it, but Lou somehow managed to do it like more.
You can give it to two of them, Lou and Example.
Yeah.
But thanks so much, Twisted Minds, for joining me here for the quickfire round. Let's head back to you guys.
Yeah.
If with zombies, I think it would be MG3 because he have a lot of bullets, have more damage. Probably maybe VSS because VSS are very stealthy weapon with the suppressor, and zombies wouldn't hear me.
เอาเป็นสไนแล้วกันสไนปืนลิงแล้วกันครับเพราะว่ามันแรงถ้ามีพกติดตัวน่าจะดีที่สุด 무기 중에 고르면 일단 저는 샷건 들고 왔고요. 샷건이 제일 강력한 무기이기 때문에 가장 필요한 무기지 않을까 싶습니다.
MK12 probably because I can whatever shoot close range and long dimmer shots.
ผมเลือกเอา Panzer Fall แล้วกันครับ เอา Panzer Fall แล้วกันครับมันแรงดีครับมันก็คือยิงปุ๊บเป็นเหมือน RPG ยิงปุ๊บซอมบี้หายเลย
我会选 M249 因为它的子弹比较多然后感觉可以很快的清除一些尸潮子弹比较多
I would definitely choose the MG3. It's a 7.62 machine gun and it has 75 bullets in it and it shoots very fast, and if you're prone and you have a bipod, I just think it'd be really good for killing zombies.
Hello guys, Toby here. I'm joined by Batulins and the Tap from Twisted Minds, and what better place to be than on the boulevard outside the Twisted Minds headquarters. You guys gonna be giving me a tour. You've been here before, I have never, so please, let's hop on inside.
Let's go. Let's go.
As we get in here to the Twisted Minds HQ, and this is an insane facility. The vibes, I mean, everything is so cool here. Is there anything in particular, like your favorite card?
It is, because it's legacy.
I mean, look at it.
Minds. Yeah, you see,
all
there's
the
trophies. For gamers there.
Wait, I
check this is cool one, but these ones. Yes,
I think I've seen them before.
Yeah.
You look at this, we have him right there. Batulins representing Tab in the frame as well. The 3-peat PGS champions.
Back to back,
exactly.
back.
Last year, everyone was saying, Twisted Minds, Twisted Minds, Twisted Minds. This year, we know there's been many changes to the game. Do you think that has played a factor in making it harder for you to be consistent?
Both new features, which kind of make the game more random. It's kind of difficult to play. And also other teams just got better. They prepare for us. So, of course, this is very important.
Any rituals you do before the game starts as the plane takes to the sky?
Just focusing, like every game is important. Don't think of anything, just the game by itself.
Great to hear the insights of you guys. Full focus, every single game could be the most important one. We have the Twisted Cafe. Well, when you thought this building couldn't get any bigger. Fikri, the mascot?
Yes.
Of course. There are all the fans sitting over here cheering you guys on. How does it feel as a coach as well, seeing your players being received like this?
Our positive emotions goes increasing like every time. So big thanks for our crowd. So
of course.
It's amazing to feel, yeah.
So as we sit down here in the Twisted Cafe, great decor by the way, I gotta ask you guys, last year EWC didn't quite go the way that I'm sure you had hoped for. This time around though, you are through to the grand finals. What are the hopes, expectations, performance here in the grand finals?
Our only hope is play our best game. That's all that can help us to win.
Of course, and from a coach perspective, Tap, is there anything in particular that you've seen in the group stages here maybe that you're hoping to see them do more of in the grand finals, or maybe hoping to see them avoid?
Avoid the C4, so that's it.
Avoid the C4.
And BRDM.
And BRDMs. You heard it here first, guys. Avoid all the crazy things, and things should go the way of Twisted Minds. Well, you know what? That's it. That's me tapping out alongside the Tap and Batulins. See you in the grand finals.
Hey everybody, welcome to PUBG at the Esports World Cup. I am joined by the Twisted Minds boys. It's Batulins and Tap. How's it going, guys?
Amazing. Finally.
Amazing with a bit of like...
Yeah. I mean, I just slept like 2 hours, 3 hours, but happily arrived to Riyadh. And hopefully we're gonna do better than previous year.
Tap, how you feeling, man?
Yeah, amazing now, because like I take my flight like yesterday, and so I sleep well. I have 8 hours of my sleep, so yeah.
Oh,
way more better than
All right, we'll get straight into it. Most recent lands, you've had top 10 finishes, but obviously that's not the kind of expectations you guys have your own shoulders. What seems to be missing from getting that top spot, do you feel? Let's start with you, Batulins.
Well, I could call it like a rough start of the year. We also had like hot drops in China with like Pero, so we took a lot of our time of preparation, of thoughts, yeah, and also we didn't play well as a team. So hopefully we made, as I said, good preparation for EWC, and we'll see what we're gonna show this year.
I feel like when a team like you guys don't secure the top spot, even like regionals, alarm bells start ringing for people, right? Do you feel like your region has kind of like stepped up a bit, or is there like just simple adjustments that you guys need to make?
Well, it's kind of complicated question.
Yeah.
Since we won so many tournaments through like all of these years, like 5 years of domination, like pure domination. And at the same time, I want to say that region really looks better than before. Many people kind of prepare for us, like they know how we play for ages already. But at the same time, as a, like as a competitor, I always have to say that we have to do better. There's something in the middle, the truth is in the middle.
EWC 2024, obviously not the finish that you wanted. However, you've had a year. What adjustments have been made? Do you feel like that will improve your spot for this year? How excited are you guys, to just be here, like at this major LAN, and, to prove everyone that you can, get a higher spot here at EWC 25?
I don't want to say like I can live in the past. Anyway, it's a new story, new chapter, new part. A lot of things was changed, like patch meta inside the game, some teams, even rosters for this tournament. So it's absolutely new story. We'll see how it's going because like we are super prepared, we are super confident in our powers, strengths anyway. Like we will play from our strong sides. So we'll see.
A confident Twisted Minds here at EWC. PUBG is going to pop off. We'll see you in a bit.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am Hollywood, Rob TV, and as you can see, I am joined here with my dog, the big dog, Barney Banks himself. What's up with your Banks?
I'm good, man. That energy was great to come in. I'm awake, I'm alive, I'm feeling good. Are you ready to do this?
I'm definitely ready to do this. And so that you guys know exactly what's going on, we're about to be checking out the Club Championship Endgame predictor so that we can see exactly who is going to walk away with that $7 million. Come on, Barney.
That is right. Just head over to esportsworldcup.com and then you can find this page that we are on right now. So all you got to do here is click on the Endgame predictor, like I'm going to do, and it's going to bring up all of these teams in the running. We've got Liquid, Falcons, Vitality, Virtus.pro, and Twisted Minds. So we're currently in the top 5, Rob.
All right, they've been cooking up so far. Of course, right now, Team Liquid, 4,200 points. Let's go ahead and start with them, Barney. Let's see what's going on.
So if we click on the drop-down arrow, all it brings up is the remaining games. So you can see Crossfire, Counter-Strike 2, and Street Fighter who are left. So right now, Crossfire. Talk to me, Rob.
You know what, Crossfire, I would consider myself somewhat of an expert, depending on your interpretation of that word. So because of my expertise, I'm going to go ahead and say they're going to get... I'm gonna give them 4th place.
4th place, you know what? I agree with you because you are somewhat of an expert.
Thanks, brother.
Counter-Strike 2. Team Liquid, not necessarily the strongest. We have some absolutely dynamite teams who are currently still, well, who are about to go into that tournament, of course. So I'm actually gonna give them no points. What do you think about that?
Oh my goodness. Settle 0 points is crazy, brother, but I actually agree with you. No points.
Sorry,
that's
Team
GG's.
Liquid. What about
No. 0 is crazy. You wild. Look at you getting me drawn into your. Give them 4th place at least.
Okay, all right, Liquid. You get 4th.
On.
You get 4th. You get 300 simulated points. Okay, what about Street Fighter? Who have they got in Street Fighter? Should we check?
Yes. Well, in Street Fighter, we can check this out. And as you guys can see, they do have my dog, Dark Nephew. The man himself. So, with that being the case, as good as he is, I actually do not have him finishing in the top 4, man.
Really?
I love you, Dark Nephew, if you see this, but no, they have 0 points.
Nil point.
For Street Fighter 6, in my opinion.
If this is your pitch right now, by the way, to start watching some FGC stuff like Street Fighter or Tekken, this is literally the reason why you should be watching it right here, right now. Okay. We're saying goodbye to Team Liquid. They finished on 4,800 points, my friend.
You know what? Hey, that's respectable.
Falcons. Let's see the 800 games that they're going to be finishing off in. Okay, no, it's all right. We got 5. Kicking things off with PUBG Battlegrounds, which is the game that I'm currently hosting on the main stage. Team Falcons currently sitting in 6th position right now, going into the final day. But they have this roster of players has won this event the last 2 years running.
Oh,
so
my
this roster
the same
now,
roster.
Same roster. They're now part of Team Falcon, so I'm gonna give them at least a 2nd place.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's no way you just fall off the cliff like that. I'm not believing that Team Falcon's about to choke it up like that. They definitely gonna get at least 2nd.
Rocket League, they already have 200 guaranteed points. They are now in. I guess that means they're in the semi-final.
Yeah.
All right. So what are we thinking? They are pretty dominant in Rocket League.
I'm gonna give them 1st place for that one, Bernie. I'm not gonna lie.
They just jumped over Team Liquid. Damn.
Oh, wow, 5,000. We're not even done with them yet? Yeah, bro.
3 more games.
I think they're about to win a championship, bro. This is looking crazy.
Crossfire, 0.
Yeah, 0 points for Crossfire. Trust me. Trust the expert.
I don't know enough about Crossfire, so don't come for me in the comments. But you know what? It's Counter-Strike 2. Let's jump to that. I don't think that they're like a particularly dominant team in Counter-Strike.
Yeah, I mean, I have not heard about a lot of them in Counter-Strike myself, so I would agree with you. 0 points.
0 again. Street Fighter. Who have we got in Falcons?
Okay, let's go ahead over to the Street Fighter tab.
Check Street Fighter tab.
Now, as you can see, that man right there, NL, never lose, never lacking, the big dog from Korea. My man's NL. As you guys can see, he's been dominating, I feel like, for multiple years now. So I actually would give them a 4th place finish with NL. I don't think Kusanagi finishes in the top 4. Strong Ryu player. But NL, I actually think has a great chance to get 4th place. He's been hot.
4th. We're going to go with 4th. Okay.
Yep.
Team Falcons ending on 5750. We're going to go speedily into Vitality. Okay. Team Vitality, an incredible start, by the way, to the club championship for them. And, well, as you can see, securing 1st place over there on MLBB, I believe that is. Right. Tekken 8.
Okay.
Vitality. Should we check the players?
Oh, got to.
Who
so
we got?
We have
Kokoma.
No.
That's Na'Vi. What am I talking about?
We have John Ding. Okay, so for Tekken 8 for Vitality, we have John Ding. I gotta make sure I mention this, and this is why I think they're gonna finish good. John Ding actually lost a match yesterday. He loses a match yesterday. Vitality is there. Even after he loses the match, Team Vitality, John Ding. I said, oh, these some upstanding citizens. So I think with that much support, I 100% think that he has a great chance to finish in 3rd place.
Third.
I'm giving him a third. I'm giving him a third place here, brother. Third place for Tekken 8.
Rocket League. Team Vitality have been known as this like undisputed team for a really long time. Everyone's kind of caught up to them in the last year. So it's kind of a level playing field. We've said that Falcons are going to dominate it. It's very likely, but I could see Vitality getting into the final. I could maybe give them a 2nd or 3rd. What do you reckon? 2nd or 3rd?
So do we give Falcons 1st place for Rocket League? Or no?
We can check. Because we're on the Endgame predictor right now. We can check these. Yeah, we did. 1,000 simulated points.
But you're telling me Vitality normally, historically dominated Rocket League.
But this year, they've kind of, it's not that they've fallen off, everyone's caught up in terms of talent. So I think that we're kind of in a sticky situation for Vitality, possibly.
I think we have to have an audible, brother. I'm gonna knock down Falcons to 2nd place or something, because I think championship pedigree matters.
Okay, we're going with 1st, which means that Falcons on our Endgame predictor is going to be given 2nd place, 750 points. Okay, we're leveling the playing field here. Counter-Strike 2, Team Vitality are animals on the MNK. Counter-Strike 2, they should win. They've won so many majors in the past year and a half. I don't have enough fingers. So I will give them 1st place. And you don't get a say in that.
Whoa.
Oh, 5,650?
We called it here first, ladies and gentlemen. Officially, Team Vitality is gonna walk away with the club championship. At least we think so.
That is wild. I mean, Tekken having 3rd place, Rocket League 1st, Counter-Strike 1st. That's a wild way to end. So starting and finishing so strong as well. I gotta give an honorable mention as well to Twisted Minds and Virtus Pro, both really soldiering on with these points. They both have a solid chance in PUBG Battlegrounds as well, my friend.
Yeah, and as far as Team Twisted Minds, I think they have a great chance of getting 1st place in Tekken 8 as well, because they do have the Evo GOAT Arslan Ash.
They do indeed. Well, that's it for us over here at the Endgame Predictor. Make sure you go over to esportsworldcup.com to go and check it out.
Ah, this was so lovely. What? I won?
Yes! Cower in despair, mortals. Doom has come to this land. The Kylaris era has begun. The champion of PUBG, I can't believe it! All I have to do is just place it in the totem and... What? It won't fit. But I won! I won the tournament! What is this? I can't believe it. Is somebody trying to take this away from me? This is ridiculous! I won PUBG Battlegrounds! It is my victory, nobody else's!
My victory. Mine.
James, are you dreaming about winning tournaments again? This show is about to go live. Get in there! Come on, they're waiting for you on the desk. Get in there!
I haven't seen him in a while. I mean,
Where is he? Is that dummy dreaming about?
Wait, there he is.
I had to get changed and everything. Guys, welcome. Hey, welcome to the grand finals, buddy. All right, let's do this. Let's get serious. We've got the grand finals. Day number 1 here for PUBG at the Esports World Cup, ladies and gentlemen. It's day 2. Look, right, I was asleep about 10 minutes ago. You guys are ridiculous. We have got ourselves day number 2 here. We are down to the wire. We have our 16 teams ready to fight it out to be crowned the champion here at the Esports World Cup. I wasn't dreaming about anything. Nothing was going on. Just, did everyone see? Anyway, we have Avenger, we have Godspeed, we have Toffees here joining me here for our final day. Toffees, we have had such a close tournament so far. I can't wait for more.
it's crazy how close it is. When they asked us to do power rankings when we woke up this morning, the discussion was like, how do you even do a power ranking, right? Like there's like 8 teams or more who are potentially taking home this trophy, and a bunch of them are still in the club standings race as well. So it's a really exciting day.
I think that's the most exciting thing, is that the door is still very much wide open, Martin. Any of those top teams in the
Even some of the teams below the top 8, if they have 1 or 2 good games, we talked about it, can easily rocket up towards the top 3. And then if those teams at the top have a bad day, again, doors wide open.
Yeah, the fact is it's the lowest point score of a day one ever, right? So if anyone goes out and have a pop-off day today, they could take it home. Like, it's going to be insane.
Yeah, none of the teams need to be sleepy like myself. When it comes to getting in here today, obviously it's an extremely important day. So much money on the line as well, Toffees, considering the gravitas of what is coming at these players. We've seen some teams really rise to the occasion as a whole.
We have, but I will say the thing that surprised me the most is that we actually, Martin and I stopped by the lunch area with the players, and they were all not feeling, like, didn't feel like they felt the pressure. Everybody was having a good time. In fact, I think VP was trying to convince all the players to line up for lunch in order of rank and placement.
Yeah, that was a suggestion for you coming out. The smart thing is, though, like, there's 2 queues. You could go straight for the sushi and some of the fried stuff, and VP, they went straight for the fried chicken, right? So, yeah, if they win, it's because the fried chicken was fire.
Well, like, but Martin and I were taking notes on how they mentally process rotations and the communication between teams. But no, they honestly, everybody seemed like they're getting along really well, that they're excited about today. And I think despite the intense pressure, because most of these guys have been doing it for so long, they're ready.
And of course, all of the players will be heading to the venue right now. They're leaving the hotel. Jamil Motorsports arrival on the way here. All of these teams eyeing up one of the most coveted prizes here in all of PUBG. The question is, who's going to take it away? We have huge favorites from across the PUBG landscape. However, teams like Rock are looking to upset the balance at the very top, but can they claw it away from the likes of EMEA, who's coming for that prize? Let's check in with the Club Championship.
Hello everybody, my name is Quickshot and welcome to the PUBG Grand Finals. It's the final day of our finals and the final 6 games are about to kick off, and I'm going to get you caught up to date on the Club Championship. As you already know, VP secured 750 points because Weibo Gaming took them out in team fight tactics. Now today, VP as well as Falcons are competing across a number of titles. When we turn our attention to Rocket League, Falcons and Vitality are in the quarterfinals. They got 200 points. VP were eliminated. Twisted Minds are fighting for their lives. In Tekken 8, Team Liquid are not competing. However, Twisted Minds, Vitality, Falcons and VP all have one competitor still alive. Crucially, Jin Dong for Vitality is taking on Ni, a superstar in the space. Artif is playing against Manja. That's Falcons versus VP. And finally, Arson Ash is taking on Ulsan, the defending champion. What this means is, Falcons' maximum number of points is 9,700. If VP take them out in PUBG, if VP take them out in Tekken 8, Falcons' keys are going to be put into this graveyard. Keep an eye on those results to see who's going to come out on top in the Club Championship.
Hey everybody, we had an absolutely crazy day one of the grand finals for PUBG Battlegrounds. I mean, it was nuts in those last couple of games, but we ended the day with Virtus Pro being in first place.
No doubt about it, having a tremendous day, finding a big win on Tago. They're in the hunt for the club championship along with the Falcons and Twisted Minds, who both had stellar days in their own rights.
But I mean, that's great, but let's not forget about the hometown heroes right now in Rock. These guys absolutely popped off in the group stage, and they're not done. We even saw Santastico getting the MVP yesterday.
Yeah, they are playing at such a high level right now. It's so exciting to see. Also want to give a quick shout out to GSW, having a really solid day overall, surprising a lot of people, as well as the DN Freaks coming through with that big chicken dinner in the last game, showing up with the big C4 play.
I mean, explosive way to finish the day for the Freaks, but we still have a full day of grand finals to go before we know who's going to be walking away with PGC points, the grand prize, as well as all those points for the club championship. Let's go ahead and run over and see what's happening in the studio.
That's right, thank you boys, but it's all about that trophy right there. At the end of today, one of our 16 teams will raise it high and become our champion here at the Esports World Cup. Every single player in the PUBG Battlegrounds ecosystem wants to raise that trophy, but only 4 may do so at the end of the day. Of course, thinking about how that's all going to go down, we had an excellent day number 1. I mean, we've got the Gadia top players which are coming up as well to look back at how everything went down here, Martin. And it was just wall-to-wall, excellent PUBG.
Yeah, it was insane. And I had a little bit of talk, with Adrian at the lunch, and he said, yeah, we made it exciting. We had 2 0-point games to start things off with, and then we got fired up. I love the kind of interactions that we have. The players were talking after day one, or like, do you think we could have done this better with that? Or like, there's some funny things. Falcons apparently had a C4 in the game that VP won on Rondo. That would have been exciting.
But I think you bring up, I love the interactions of the players, because like you could hear them. H1 was like, yeah, we did this, and this is how we handled Rondo. And I think Nixie chimed in and was like, oh, that's interesting. Well, what about going north in that situation? It was sort of like the players, even after the fact, are open to just talking and working with each other. And I think that just shows how much, even after 8 years, everybody loves the game, thinks the game, breathes the game, and it's fun to watch them together.
Yeah, I mean, especially an event like this with how much kind of chaos we saw in the first day. I mean, we talked about Falcons having the 2 0-point games, and they had 2 18-point games, and we talked about VP just finding nothing but consistency. Rock, once again, surprising absolutely everyone coming to the grand finals after an amazing performance in the group stage and still hitting the nail on the head. So it's been so much fun as we look at this leaderboard here. VP's still on top, though.
Here's the overalls. Yeah, you're right. I mean, EMEA is doing fantastically, but Rock is still in number 2 after what we thought was just going to be a fall-off after the group stage. Is absolutely not the case, Toffees. They're looking amazing.
They found the right recipe. They're nailing those rotations. They're going to high percentage spots. They did struggle a little bit. We didn't see them as much as we did in the group stages. They didn't surprise people with wipeouts, but they're still showing up every single time.
The big thing is there's 12 points from 1st to 6th place. Like any teams that has a pop-off, even T1 in 9th place, if you have a big game, you're straight into the top 3. You're still in the fight here. It's not been as close as is ever.
I mean, last place it has 19 points, which again isn't even that far off from the top 9, right? This is crazy close. I don't remember the last time we've had an event, again, with the 12-game finals as well, being this close as it has been.
I think the last time I remember, I remember having like a 4-horse race when we got here for finals, being like, oh my gosh, 4 teams could win.
That's exciting.
A 12-horse race is absolutely crazy because everyone's going to be stressed out of their mind. No one can come in and try to play defensive, which is something I'm very excited about.
And we have a winner of one of the 6 games yesterday that is in 10th. Like, how sick is that? Like, sure, they had a good game. The other games were not as good, but like, you won a game, you're still in 10th, and you're still in the race.
So what we've been saying about best of 12, anything can happen today here as we take a look at the Bravia top reactions coming in from yesterday as well.
The top head on Tycon.
Absolutely. is he building the stage?
It's a top head, I don't know.
He's here to put in work, baby.
Apparently, and hopefully some work is required there from All Gamers Global because they didn't have the best of day ones.
Yeah, I mean, Destroy essentially saved Tycon, right? Yeah. Like, Tycon did not turn on, but Destroy was like, all right, I got this handled today. And they did make some moves, but it wasn't enough. I think today, though, possibly.
I mean, we kind of saw what happens when they flubbed as well. They tend to come back stronger, but again, everyone else is also looking to come back stronger today, especially the teams towards the bottom of that leader list. I think one thing we have to talk about, though, is GameStar Win, man, still finding consistency, still making it into the center of almost every single endgame circle. They're not necessarily getting the kills, but they're still in 3rd place.
We'll call a spade a spade. Some of those early games that they were able to do well in, sure, we thought that they should have come their way and they should have been able to convert off the back of it. However, to continue holding that throughout the day here, Avenger, still impressive as we take a look at the Jamil Motorsports arrivals now. All of our teams arriving from the hotel, getting to the venue, getting to the stadium to try and cement another opportunity at a trophy. There's the boys that are defending it, the roster that has won it 2 times in a row in Riyadh. Can they take a 3rd, Avenger? Ooh.
Are they going to come here and, like, are we going to see 4 new names, or are we going to see just a repeat? Because, like, it's this exact roster that did it last year, right? It's exciting. Only 12 points from 1st place. And yeah, we've been talking about Rock, we've been talking about GameStar Win, but the pressure on a final day like this here, it's going to be immense. And that's really what I'm looking for. The confidence in the teams and their eyes. And they're like, we're here to win it. We're not worried about it.
And to bounce off that, a very quick point, Steve. If you think about it, in EWCs, there's only been one team that's ever won PUBG here.
It's true.
And it's only been them. So no one else has even been able to kind of taste that glory.
Every PUBG team that walks through that hallway to get into the stadium sees a gigantic poster of Tiggleton sprinkling keys with a quote that says, we are the best, right? So, I mean, there's pressure on them, but also everybody else sees that and it's got to motivate them.
Well, will one of the teams to be able to take it, to be the team in number 1, Virtus Pro right now. Not only are they looking for the win here, but they're looking for the win in the club championship as well. This is a huge potential move for Virtus Pro if they can continue to hold on to number 1. It's a star-studded roster, Avenger, that has the opportunity to still hold on to number 1.
Yeah, this roster is built for victory, and I wouldn't be surprised if they're able to take it home. Like, we had the lunch with them, and they're looking confident. They're looking chilled. Like, they're like, yeah, we knew where we can improve. We knew where we were going to do, and the mechanical skill in this roster is just through the roof.
I'll tell you what, if that wasn't a hashtag for VP before, it should be now. Built for victory in terms of this roster, right? Adding Curexion has been incredible. The communication is lights out. The double coaching staff seems to be working really well. I love watching them play.
For me, it's 2 things with VP that make them so dangerous and quite literally the favorites at this point in 1st place. It's their comms. Their communication is just bar none the cleanest we've heard so far at this event. There's no contesting that. And more importantly, it's very hard to counter the way that they're playing. So what they're doing is they're coming in very late from the blue. They're picking their spots and their timing is impeccable. And it's very hard to kind of counter that, someone coming in so late and being ready for that. And they've just executed it flawlessly.
As soon as we saw them outwit DN Freaks coming in from the blue, I think everybody's mind was suddenly changed about how they were going to play things out. But of course, another team that is vying for that #1 position at the moment and has done so in the group stage and continues to do it here in the finals. Rock, let's hear from them.
Hi guys, I'm standing with Rock Esports. You guys had a spectacular day one. Oh, hello. And Fish, I wanted to ask you, with Syntastico coming as MVP yesterday, the team chemistry must be off the charts. Can you tell us a little bit about the guys and what their chemistry is like?
Vixe, com os jogos de ontem, o Santash ficando como MVP e matando muito. O que você tem a dizer sobre a química do time em geral e da galera jogando junto? O que você tem a dizer sobre isso?
Olha, nós temos um excelente time, uma excelente equipe. É muito bom ter um cara como ele no nosso time. Sabemos que a qualquer momento pode conseguir algumas kills e liberar espaço para a gente jogar. Então, a química dos meninos é insana, incrível e estamos preparados para hoje e vamos lutar por tudo para ser campeão.
Yeah, we are very prepared for today. We have a very skillful team and we are very proud and lucky to have him in a team, and he's killing a lot and he's making a lot of points. So yeah, we are very happy and excited for today.
I mean, like, I feel like Sin is so quiet and he's so sweet outside, but I feel like the guys are very relaxed and energetic. Are they always like that outside the game as well?
O Santash que ele é mais quietinho assim, mas ele é muito doce com todo mundo. E o resto do time ele é muito enérgico e a galera vibra muito. Você tem a dizer sobre essa alegria da galera e a galera muito animada?
Nós somos brasileiros, né? Então aí já mostra tudo. O Santástico é um menino especial pra gente, assim como todos nós, todos os outros da nossa equipe. A gente joga feliz, a gente joga o nosso jogo, tenta dar o nosso melhor e é isso.
We're Brazilians, so we play with a lot of joy and a lot of like happiness. So like Santástico, he's very special and everybody has a very good heart. And yeah, we play with a lot of energy and a lot of happiness.
Special boy, Santastico. All right, well, Solds, I wanted to ask you, you had a spectacular day yesterday as well, and now all eyes are on Rock Esports. What do you have to say to the other teams in the lobby? Give me something spicy.
Vocês tiveram um dia muito bom ontem. E o que você tem a dizer para os outros times, para a galera que tá jogando?
Muito feliz com o resultado de ontem. Com certeza é um grande passo. Mas independente dos erros e acertos de ontem, o que vai ser o resultado final vai ser decidido hoje. A gente vai buscar a VP com certeza e espero que o Nick se arrependa da fala de campeonatos anteriores dele, falando que a região nossa é a mais fraca.
So yeah, we are very excited. We are giving like a lot of big steps, but today we are focused on getting VP, and we're gonna make everybody that talk bad stuff about our region, that we are the worst region, that they're wrong.
They're wrong. All right. Well, good luck to you guys, and have fun today. Say bye.
Big answers to potentially coincide with the big dream. Can they continue on this road? It's been an absolute miracle what we've seen from them. It has been fantastic gameplay after fantastic gameplay, Toffees.
But a seismic shift in attitude over the last few months. And when you talk to them at the first PGS, they say things like, we're so excited to be here. Now they're saying we're going after VP. We're going to win this. My one worry is we saw a little bit of a chip in their armor in the Miramar yesterday. 17 pre-rotated their normal west rotation and stopped and locked them out. Once that happened, they lost complete ideas of where they were going. They lost 3 players trying to find a new rotation, and Syntastico sort of extended the game, but it showed that when their plan is shook, I don't know how they recover.
And a great point.
Yeah, and that's something that they've actually struggled with from the very beginning, including, you know, when we look at like RBN and Solds being on teams together, that's been an issue, right? If they don't have those set rotations, if their set play gets interrupted, that's where their issues kind of really start to arise.
Any thoughts, Martin? Martin?
Yeah, whatever they do, just keep giving a Fantastico the 8x. Then the team is chilling. He's a machine with that. No, I mean, the way that they play, the way they kind of make sure they have an edge-free, play their way in. Even when they have like the engagements that we've seen, you know, you're not giving 1v1s versus Fantastico anymore. Like the confidence on them is just too high at the moment.
Well, from one of the big underdogs of the tournament that's really so impressed us wall to wall to one of the biggest titans in all of PUBG. We have got ourselves Twisted Minds, who, I'm going to say it again, they're back, baby.
I mean, they are definitely back, and you know if you saw Batulin's face out there in the pregame area that they believe that they are back. There was no sense of stress. His hair looks perfectly coiffed. He hasn't been rubbing his hands through it all day. I'm excited to see what they bring.
Yeah, I was in the queue for the food with Example and Batulins, you know, and the guys are like, yeah, we're chilling. I asked the Example about, like, you know, they were yelling a little bit after the game. They won Perfectors, like screaming. I'm not going to repeat what he said because it was kind of offensive, but they were fired up, and like, they are extremely aware of, you know, this is the time, this is the year for them that they want to make sure to log out these big tournaments, because we've not seen one of them from them yet. It's just been PGSs, it's been the PCSs the last couple of years. We've not seen a PTC, we've not seen an Esports World Cup victory from them yet.
How many times did you queue for food, and how many players were you next to?
That's what I'm saying.
What's going on?
How do you think we get our interviews?
The queue was 12 minutes wait time, so we were just walking around talking to guys before they opened it, you know, so yeah.
I can't get away from an interview if I'm standing next to him in the line.
Apparently.
Holding a mic while they're eating.
Hey, what are you going to eat?
Well, of course, let's see if, I guess Marty was in the queue next to this team.
I mean, you were sleeping.
Shut up, you. It's Falcons. Let's talk about Falcons. I wasn't sleeping.
Welcome to PUBG at the Esports World Cup. My name's Barney Banks, and I've got Team Falcons joining me right now. It's Tiggleton and Shrimsy. How you doing, boys?
Fantastic, thank you.
How's jet lag?
Oh,
It's
jet
there.
lag's jet
It's
lag.
a thing.
Yep, it exists. It's real.
It is indeed. Let's wind the clock back a little bit. Let's talk about these PGS results that we've had so far this year. Back-to-back thirds. Obviously, the expectation for you guys, on yourselves, I can imagine, is to basically win everything you jump into. But from your perspective, how did those tournaments go? And was it just the nature of BR that you guys managed to secure third place?
Well, I'm not going to say we played our best, because I think if we played our best, we would have won. It's hard to win everything, but to be consistent feels really good. And to save the win for this event is really what's important, so.
Oh, that's what we like to hear. You want to go up against like the top dogs when you go into an event like this, or especially like a major event, right? So then that win is just that much sweeter. We haven't had Himas in those last few lands, right? These last few majors, obviously apart from PNC, and he kind of popped off at PMC.
He's all right.
He's all right, isn't he?
Right.
So how does it feel now? He's here, the top dogs are here, all the best teams are here. Does it kind of feel like this is a big one for us? Like this is a must-win tick?
I mean, every EWC is a must-win for us. Like every time we're in Saudi, the event is awesome. I mean, Himas, you know, he's kind of the boogeyman, but I'm also his kryptonite. I feel like I'm always going positive against him, so not too scared of him. You just have to be ready for him.
That's a fair point. You know, we talk a lot about legends. Obviously, we're building like icons throughout these tournaments every year as well. But like, do you have a PUBG Mount Rushmore? You can disagree as well, but let's go with you first, Shrim.
So I think two are like locked in on my Mount Rushmore 100%. It's Loki and Uba. I think if you talk to anybody, they will also guarantee to have those two on there. Insane accomplishments over their career. Never ever played bad. They were always just at the top. And then I think the last two are very debatable. I would probably put Pio on there. I think that he's absolutely insane and probably deserves to be up there, but there are a lot of players that deserve it. And then I don't know what I would do with my fourth. I don't know. You can choose.
I mean,
for me, it's Shrimsy.
Yes.
I mean,
you agree with all the other picks then?
They're undebatable. Those guys are legendary.
And Shrim, we're just going to superimpose your head onto that Mount Rushmore picture.
I would never.
Take it. Come on.
You can't put yourself or your teammates on a Mount Rushmore.
His beard would look amazing. Sculpted.
That is a win for sure.
The only thing I'll agree with is that Mount Rushmore is in the United States and I'm American, so.
See, there you go. That's why your face goes on there.
Yeah.
Notice how he didn't pick Tig. I'm fuming about that.
I haven't picked a fourth, to be fair.
You know what? I've been Bonnie Banks. That's Team Falcons. And you're watching PUBG at the Esports World Cup.
Well, there they are, the team, the roster that is going to defend their honor here. And so far, as Falcons for this grand finals, it's not gone too bad, Avenger. What are you thinking for this team?
Yeah, I mean, this is the team that's built for big tournaments, right?
Oh, yeah.
It's Twisted Minds have been dominating our regionals. They've been dominating the PGSs, but this team winning PGIS, the biggest event there, winning back-to-back here in Riyadh, they're just built for the big victories.
You know, as I had lunch with H-Man.
all about food.
Well, we brought up that Rondo game in particular, where they were sort of playing the high ground, and a couple of difficult challenges they've had. And it sounds like, despite even starting really rough with the 2 goose eggs to go out, they kept a positive attitude. The idea that they were joking in the back, saying we just want to give everybody a head start, and even watching that interview on the couch, like those guys support each other, love each other, and they kind of are always good as a team. I think that alone is what sets them apart.
Yeah, Godspeed. Who did you share a bread roll with? Come on, which one?
With you, actually. I didn't go.
Oh, yeah,
I was not invited. I was not told about the sushi rolls. Thanks a lot, Steve, by the way.
There wasn't enough for all of us.
Just unhappy for lunch today with
We had
James.
a really great lunch, actually.
I'm sure you did.
All right, well, let's move on then. We have got ourselves the big picture of what's going on. The Aramco Power Rankings, all important here in the race. Also in the race. What? Hello? This isn't the real Power Rankings. Get this out of here. Yes, we get it. There's a lot of teams that can win. Come on, move on. There's no way this is the real Power Rankings.
I mean, it's accurate, though. If you think about, 12 points between the last on the rankings and the top.
Hooray, the real Power Rankings. Okay.
Hey.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh.
Look at that.
Okay, so yes, I did ask you guys what's going to be your top 4. There is a deviation here from Mr. Avangar.
It's Navi. I gotta put them in there. You know, I was in the queue for lunch with them.
Okay, dude, stop. I'm walking out.
True.
You guys do this with two.
Don't make me walk up the
It's
steps.
actually true, and I told them the inside. I said, if you go for the sushi first, you're gonna be first in line. And they were like, they're queuing up at the other side of the line, and Hakator is laughing. And if Hakator is laughing, you rarely see that, but that means he's fired up. And yesterday we saw, there's a few good moments where it's like, okay, they have the potential, but they still crumbled under the pressure of Twisted Minds. So that's really where it's for Navi. Just avoid Twisted Minds. They're gonna be fine.
Team America, you guys picked Rock. Do you dispute the Navi claim?
No, I mean, I think I literally edited it twice because it was Navi or Rock that was going into that spot for me. But I think Rock has just been so consistent. And again, when you talk to the boys or you see them around, like they're not rushed. Their energy is just positive. They're not stressing out at all, which, to be honest, if I was feeling this for the first time, I would be losing my mind.
Well, we have our last day Saudi National Bank head-to-head. It's number 1 versus number 2. The one thing for Virtus Pro that I would say about this here, Godspeed, is that technically speaking, Rock has been up there for the entire tournament. VP's just joining now. What do you make of that?
Well, I did not have lunch with Rock or VP.
Fair.
However, that being said, I mean, this is a very interesting, 1 and 2, again, because of the expectations we had, coming out on VP, not so much on Rock, right? But they've been able to smash those expectations. Again, VP for me, it's so hard to counter the way that they're playing. And that's the thing. I don't know if another team's going to figure it out.
I think when you talk about the bear and the bird's going to need to catch circles today. Rock has to catch some good circles off those early rotations. The thing about VP that makes the bears so amazing is they don't. It doesn't matter what they catch. They're coming in ready to fight.
Well, let's figure it out then. Thank you very much, gentlemen. It is time to get the last day of PUBG here at the Esports World Cup underway. One team will shake the foundations here and claim one of the grandest prizes.
The leaderboard has never been so tight going into the final day. One good map could change it all. 16 teams step onto the battleground and 15 will not make it out alive. My name is Barney Banks and I am your host, and welcome to the grand finals of PUBG at the Esports World Cup. We've had fierce battles and unforgettable moments, but now the stakes are even higher as just 6 maps remain. So join me in welcoming your finalists to the main stage one last time, starting with the Expendables. They are Clories, Delwyn, Tanvu, and Duck Juice. Change the game! They are Tian Tian, Wenhua, Hang Tuai, and Ares. Genji! They are Tosi, Bean, Orca, and Flame. All Gamers Global! They are Himas, Haisaki, Taikon, and Destroy. Theraton 5! They are Rossiter Jr., Patompong, Fluky, and Ranger X. Toyo! They are Capitan, Emi, Benha, and Rivo. Petrichor Road! They are 8 left, Ming Ming, Chewy, and Nan. 17 Gaming! They are Lil Ghost, Xiaobei, Xiaowu, and 7-7. T1! They are Type, Raining, E-End, and Heather. Navi! They are Fearist, Sosid, Hakatori, and Extends. DN Freaks! They are Gumin, Heaven, Salute, and Deal. Team Falcons! They are Shrimsy, Kickstart, H-Win, and Tiggleton. And now, in the race for the trophy and the $2 million prize pool, can they keep that momentum going, or will the pressure get the better of them? Remember, the harder fought the battle, the sweeter the victory. It is time to introduce your top 4 teams stepping into the final day. In 4th place, Twisted Minds! They are Batulins, Lu, Perfectix, and Example. In 3rd place, Game, Start, Win! They are CC, Ming, AZ, and Xiao Tong. In 2nd place, ROC Esports. They are RBN, Souls, Santastico, and BL. And top of the leaderboard, going into our final day, is Virtus Pro. They are Lucarux, Nixie, Beamy, and Corexi. They have fought through sweat, setbacks, and sacrifice. The trophy is in sight, glistening in the horizon. The only thing standing in your way, 15 of the best teams in the world. It is time for one last showdown. It is time for our grand finals.
Yesterday's finals were kind of out of control. AGAL was a big shocker, not even able to basically make it from the bottom of the leaderboard. Falcons dropped 2 0-point games at the beginning as well.
Team Rock Esports, they came in as an underdog. Rock is up towards the top of the leaderboard again in the grand finals. DN Freaks is a team that everybody wants to see do well. We know they're capable of big things, but they just have had a very hard time to really get anything going.
And VP just dominated all day.
PUBG is in a state right now where some of the teams we're used to seeing that are very consistent, they are struggling. In the meantime, some of the teams that tend to have really good games, really bad games, they're enjoying that no one is able to really figure out what is the correct way to play.
I think the fans need to keep their eyes on players like Corexi from VP. Definitely keep your eyes on Quinn and the Falcons, Santastico, BL. I mean, pretty much everyone on Rock needs to be paid attention to.
Virtus Pro, Falcons, Twisted Mind, Navi up there in the race as well.
I think everything's at stake today. Money, pride, club championship.
So many teams with a lot on the line, and all of them with a chance to win it. Everything's at stake today. It's the final day of the grand finals.
We're going to find out if we have the same champion, new champion, and who's really going to start to take over on the boards when it comes to the club championships.
Barney says the trophy's glistening in the distance, but for some teams, that may end up being a mirage, because here in the desert, every resource must be managed with care. Every vehicle, every clip, every grenade. These are the instruments of a team's glorious ascension or absolute destruction. The teams at the very top, one of them will be crowned our Esports World Cup champion here, and now we have an opportunity to see who it's gonna be. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to day number 2 of the Esports World Cup here for PUBG Avenger. Toffees, Godspeed joining me to talk about this. Getting into game number 1, Godspeed. It's all or nothing.
It is all or nothing. You know what? I'm still going to maintain. I believe the Falcons are going to do it. I'm still going to have faith in the boys. It was a rough start, but the way they were able to kind of bounce back and get those 2 massive kill games, yeah, I'm going to say Falcons all the way for me.
The attitude is right. The energy is right. The question is, will the circles be right? We've seen them miss a couple of rotations in this event so far. They haven't been as crisp in the early game as I like to see them. So I'm hoping if they can start strong with a good circle and get their energy up, I think it is a good run for them. But for me, I just keep going back to Rock. I mean, for them to be standing on those 4 platforms, looking at that trophy, around them standing some of the greatest players with some of the biggest pedigrees in PUBG history that they've looked up to, that they have learned from, to be standing there with them, I mean, that kind of gas you can't buy.
That's great gas, but it's also great amount of pressure, great amount of nerve that's going to be coming through for a team that's never done it before, for an underdog that we all kind of cheer for. Everyone loves a good underdog.
But you have nothing to lose. It's like me and James in a foot race. If he beats me, great, that's expected, right? If Rock doesn't win, we expect it.
I still need to see that.
I know, but that's my point. The pressure for them is not the same as it is for Twisted Minds, where the expectation of the world is upon their shoulders. Rock is here with very little expectation and so much to gain.
But it's kind of like you said it, like when your heroes become your rivals type situation, right? Like people that they've been looking up to, maybe even like watching to see how they can improve, and now they're not only on this stage, but they're dominating the stage. They did it in groups, and I think that's really impressive. But again, to talk about teams like Twisted Minds, who are just ever so consistent, again, not the best start, but still doing quite fine. And then VP for me, again, that team is just so damn strong. It's, again, I just don't know if anyone's going to be able to figure out their play.
I mean, the fact that Virtus Pro was able to do so well at a PGC whilst not having Corexi being that potential last puzzle piece that they need to unlock a stage like this, Martin, it might be the killer key.
It might be the last key in their frame to lock everything in. But yeah, 52 points, that lead. I mean, there was not a lot of pressure in their eyes when we saw them earlier. I will say this, though. Right now, looking at Rock, they don't look as happy as they used to, you know? There's much more focus. There's much more nerves coming in, it feels like, for them.
I think particularly some of the players like RBN is going to have a little bit of a higher pressure ratio on him, as he's been through a lot of rosters and has had a lot of expectations on him his career. So I do expect them to be a little bit chilled out. But again, VP is blowing my mind. They're playing so well. And whether or not people want to admit it, there is a honeymoon phase in PUBG. And right now they've got this sort of new roster mix up, and everything often feels really good for those couple of weeks when you're sort of feeling each other out. And I think that boost, that spark, is going to propel them into first place.
And we've been talking about Corexi a lot, obviously being that roster. But for me, and I think, Martin, you would agree, Nixie is just, he's a demon, man. He's an absolute monster, and he has been so far all event for VP.
Yeah, and that's going to continue. He's a damage farmer. He's in general just a player that mechanically is regarded as one of the top in the world. Like, if
I don't dispute that.
You ask any player here, there's like, if you look at mechanically, Nixie's going to be in their top 5 every single time.
There was a scary moment yesterday, though, where I thought to myself, I'd counted DN Freaks out, right? And they are one of the rosters that everybody is looking at that is absolutely potentially terrified of on a stage like this. Last game of yesterday gave DN Freaks a lifeline to be able to strike out of those top spots.
The problem that I have with DN Freaks is that like lifelines keep getting tossed out, but they feel like they're drowning and are just saying, no, I'm not going to grab onto this one. And so I do hope they turn up today, but I mean, I know that we talked earlier about Freaks and sort of the region Godspeed. What do you think about these guys?
I think they're a very strong team in this lobby. They just have not been performing. I mean, James said he almost counted them out. I'm still kind of counting them out. Maybe that's a mistake, but I just don't see them doing it.
I'll say this, though. We've been glazing Rock all day, right? But DN Freaks are 11 points behind them. It's one decent game with Rock going out of 1 or 2, like, then you're in there.
Yeah, but then so is like the bottom teams are only 12 points behind that. So like it is because it's been a while.
That's why it's also in the race.
Right. Well, but it's also worth noting, like, that's the quality of the lobby, right? When we're like, well, this team's out of it, they're still one of the top 16 teams in the world.
I mean, you also look at another team that I was kind of looking a little more for. 17 came into in that one of those end games with 0 kills, right? And that's not what we're used to. 17 normally coming to an end game, they have at least 5, 6, 7, maybe 10 kills, just dominating the lobby in their edge. 17 is struggling.
You're talking about the Mirror game where it's like, if we go here, we can win the game. And I'd rather be like, okay, we can win the game if we go here as 4 and stay together.
Yeah.
With the way where Rock was kind of holding the high ground, there's no way they get the CTG points. There's no way when you're in the dip that you get the other points. But if you can guarantee yourself a 15-point game going there early as 4, I'm fine with that. But I agree. We need to see them in the other types of games where it's like they're coming in, fragging out, farming the edge. Like, we know they're capable of doing that.
I think my biggest fear with 17, especially as we go into the final day, is traditionally for me, when they win events, it's because they get an early lead and then they're able to sort of lock down defensive positions, hold. I mean, I think we saw PGS won. They won by literally lying in a hole in Miramar, but it was because they were so far ahead they could manage those tough games.
Sure.
They're chasing at this point, and to me, 17 is not a chase team. They're an early lead team.
And that's exactly my point. Like, yes, Martin is 100% correct, but even before that endgame, they had opportunities to get more kills, and they still weren't chasing. Again, that is what we expect from 17. That is exactly what we expect from this roster, and they just weren't doing it.
Their teamfight closeouts haven't looked as confident as you would expect from like a PGS 7 victory or something like that, Mark.
This has just struck me as well, right? We've not seen these given games that they usually get from the circles, right? We've been seeing curveball circles where it's like they have to have insane rotations, get really far. We're not seeing them, in their usual kind of turf where it's like they have, top 3, top 4 prio into one of the best compounds into this next circle here. So their loot spot has not been paying off just yet.
I think GSW stole whatever circle karma late game stuff 17 had been living on, because that's what GSW has sort of been benefiting from, is that old 17 system. And maybe that's part of the problem. Maybe GSW is copying some 17 and they're running into each other or something like that. But GSW has been sort of coming away as the team out of the region that's, I don't say more interesting to watch, but more successful for sure.
Yeah, and for GSW, like, good on them, right? They've been able to find early success and just, I don't know how they do it. At phase 2, they definitely get mid-circle, right? But they're still getting kills here or there. And when I look at this roster, it's obviously a very solid roster. I'd say this is ex-Petrichor Road players, right? Like, most of them are ex-Petrichor Road, and so they have a lot of experience, and it's obviously showing. I mean, they're sitting in 3rd place right now.
Must feel very good to be as far above Petrichor Road as they currently are. Of course, Petrichor Road, 26 points right now, so they're a whole almost 20 points ahead of them in one of the biggest tournaments of the year.
That's Petrichor off-ramp at this point, because I just don't understand what's going on, right? That is a team, when you talk about the All-Stars, oh my gosh, like, this should be hitting. Ice Left should be hitting. Naming should be hitting, and instead they're just hit in. And I don't understand it. I don't understand what's going on with China as a region right now, and I think most of the fans over there would also agree the fact that GSW is their flagship will shock them as well as us.
Yeah, I mean, there's multiple cases to where it's like they're replicating what they're used to from their home regions, to say, okay, we now have this loot spot. We know what the other teams have been doing. We can just replicate that. And if you're getting anywhere close to like a decent circle to begin with, these guys are extremely capable, right? Sure, we don't have them in our top 4s. We don't it's not because we're counting them out, but still, they can easily come in here and rustle things up.
I'm always a big fan of keeping people up to date as to what's going on at the moment. We did have a lobby restart, so that's why we're just talking before we actually get this game going here.
I love talking.
But your Petrichor Road, obviously, I think a lot of people always came in with high hopes for them, but internationally, where are those wins? We said it yesterday. They don't materialize.
Yeah, I'm with you. They're just too inconsistent for me. Like, yes, they have Ixlef. Yes, they have Ming Ming. They have some of the best players in the world, but they just don't convert that into wins. They just don't. And for whatever reason that is, we're seeing GSW kind of pick up the pieces. And again, like you guys said, they're being the most consistent when it comes to this lobby as far as China's concerned.
Let's talk South Korea and where they're at right now. Of course, we've talked DN Freaks, but just behind them, T1 and Genji. Genji started things off with a win, and then from there, I was like, okay, well, what else are we going to see? It was the quietest win of the tournament, it felt like. And then T1, podium finishes here and there, but they were relying on Type to really kind of find them those last points, right?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we're still waiting for this region, the region in general, to sort of lock in on their rosters for international that are going to sort of be able to compete. I think it's fun to watch regional right now. It's very chaotic. That said, when they get here, I don't know if maybe the scrim system they have or whatever they're doing is not preparing them for the transition to international.
You know what it reminds me of is the Americas, when we had so many good players shuffle around different teams. Like there's just too much talent spread across Korea, and then when they do kind of make it to these internationals, they tend to not show up. Not all the time, but I mean, I'm thinking back to like the Genjis with Pio, with Inonix, right? These rosters that were just dominating internationals.
Well, it feels like ever since Danoa was able to win Worlds, basically, there was just a ripple effect that really caused problems.
The best thing that ever happened to the Americas was combining the regions, bringing South America up to North America and having us work together. I hope Korea finds a way to do something in that ballpark.
All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. Let's get to it here. Day number 2 of our grand finals. There's only 6 games remaining. One of these teams has to make it happen. The grassy pastures are up for now as we get ourselves game going.
They have been wanting to take this trophy away from the boys in green, the Falcons team, the only team to ever bring it home here at Esports World Cup. And never have we ever had a final day with so many teams with a good chance of taking that trophy home, Paro.
Everything on the line for some of these teams, even more so for some than others, as you mentioned, with the Club Cup at up for grabs, really. But none of these guys are thinking about that right now. The only thing they're thinking about is this first game, starting off strong and building off anything that they were able to do yesterday.
And looking at just the top 8, I mean, we could extend that, but let's just look at the top 8 for now. Calling it now, who's going to win it? They said it on the desk. Freaks with a good win. They're up there at the very top to join the conversation of winning this tournament as well. One thing is for certain, you desperately need to come off strong from the beginning, because if any one of these teams run away with it early, it's going to be a tough climb to the top.
Nobody wants to be in a position where they're playing catch up with 3 games to go, but it is we'll see what happens. We're starting on Miramar, which is the favorite map of most of these teams. You have to figure they love the way this thing plays out, but are they going to love this playing path, Toby? It is starting off pretty brutal.
As south as you can really get it. Luckily, Miramar is a great map for vertical line pathing, meaning that if you're just hopping in a car driving northbound, you should be all right. As you can see here, all 64 players on the server ready to go, ready to do their best to try and claim the EWC trophy at the end of the day.
Having to sweat just a little bit longer there at the beginning as well. And you know, everybody comes in as an athlete or an esports professional. You want to come in there, you want to get started as soon as possible. Everyone has a routine. We saw it earlier this tournament with Sharper. Unfortunately, Sharper Esports' routine didn't necessarily work out too well for him, but you always want to get in that seat and get going as soon as possible to not let those nerves take over.
Now, a lot of the circles to kick things off here in Miramar have been out towards the east. Let's see if that's going to repeat itself once again here coming into the final day of the grand finals, or if we're given a bit of variety. We haven't been west for too much of this tournament, so let's see where is this potentially very decisive first circle going to go, and we are going to go back up towards El Pozo.
Back to Pozo once again, so Rock Esports already in a good position. And we should see a lot of teams off to the southeast. Now, we didn't happen to see a lot of esports pickups, or e-pickups rather, in our game that went up here earlier, but it was more of a byproduct of the playing, right? But
for sure.
In circles like this, a lot of the times you will see those esports pickups get used so they can camp out on the top of that unplayable, gain a lot of information of everything that's around you, and just basically play king of the mountain for a little while.
Yeah, it's going to be get here early and get into a good scouting position. It's limited how much you can really spread out, especially towards the center and the northeast part of this circle, because you have literally, I mean, due to the terrain being the way it is, the mountains as steep as they are, it's very hard for you to stay connected with your teammates, very hard to kind of scout for one another, make sure that a teammate doesn't get pulled up on. And with how many teams, as we look at the map here, with how many teams are having to transition into this circle, look down towards the southern side of Picado, look up over San Martin, because you're really only given a few set routes to path in from. You might see a lot of teams actually, Poro, looking down towards obviously Genji, but also change the game and potentially third on 5 as well, have to wide swing that southwestern side through Val del Mar.
A lot of interesting decisions, a lot of important decisions for the IGLs to have to make early on here. Just a reminder, as yesterday when we closed out on Miramar, it was 17 Gaming and the DN Freaks that had our 2 victories, but you also saw Falcons have a huge game, Na'Vi have a big game. So this is a map where a lot of the teams that were really kind of hoping to find something after a slow start really started to find their groove. So if they can keep that groove going into today, that would be absolutely huge for them.
Weirdly enough, as much as we like to kind of dedicate the chaos to Rondo, Tego, A, their newer maps, B, I mean, they're harder to predict. Erangel has kind of joined, at least in this tournament, the chaos pattern for some extent. So this really is the only map where, for the most part, again, teams have played it pretty much according to plan, according to what other teams have predicted. So I think if you're wanting to get the so-called safe points, this would be the map to try and farm them on.
Yeah, I mean, given what we've been seeing on Erangel as far as early fighting, early violence, and just wild circles, hard shifting circles. Especially yesterday, we saw the military island circle and then a circle that finished on the ferry pier. I mean, that you don't want to have to leave everything up to those last 2 games.
For sure.
Despite the fact that Erangel is a map that all of these teams know like the back of their hand.
Exactly. Well, let's see here, 17 setting up a rotation. Rock is already in a 2-2 split. Of course, trying to lock down real estate early on. They've opted to leave out of Montenuevo and are now pathing all these rotations coming through. And 17 Gaming, while they get away from Rock, they're going to be running into Toyo. Issue for Toyo is they're in a 2-1-1 split, so not at all in a position to defend here. Good thing for them is where 17 is going is not fully up in the open arms of Toyo, but it does give them a bit of a scare, though, that now there's a full 4-man right next to him.
Yeah, this is either a good call by Toyo or just really good luck, as this compound is definitely a prio compound in circles such as these. But Toyo opting not to send a duo there, rather take the duo, put them off to the compound to the west. That way they can continue to keep their 2-2 split between here and the south side of the main city itself.
Yeah.
So they are going to go ahead and take those shots, let kind of flex their muscles.
Exactly.
Flap their wings, let
Papa Fish as hard as you can.
Let them know they're there.
Exactly. Don't get 17 a reason to think, should we go take that compound as well? Because they will pull up on you.
Well, Freaks.
As we see that now, Freaks flying on Inhuman down to half health. Could be dangerous if they go anywhere near opponents. Are they going to go all the way west coast? You know what? They might go all the way Kantara. They set up in Graveyard New. Again, we're limited in our rotation opportunities. We can't go over Power Grid. We can't go through San Martin, through Picado as well. There's simply too many dangers. So let's wrap hard west on this one. See if we can get cars all the way up towards Kantara or here on the western side of El Pozo and make a play from there.
And unfortunately for their helicopter pathing for their E-pickup did not. I mean, there's a couple of those. You could see them right here. There's a couple of high ground spots. I think Gil might be attempting to go. No, he's going to pass on right by it. So not even opting to go for those high ground positions here. Instead, the Freaks just going to go and take up that real estate on this western side of Pozo, which is fine. It gives them a good idea of what's going on inside the city. But if they would have had somebody on that high ground, they could have scouted the city out a little bit more just in case the hardship does come back their way.
Goes to show that their game plan, at least for now, is not El Pozo related. They're wanting to sit on the northern side. They're wanting to potentially set up alongside this northwestern road in case teams come towards them. I mean, not Third on 5, Expendables right now actually lobbing up up on that northern side, going towards La Cobraria. And speaking of there on 5, they're maneuvering in this direction as well.
May have been a loot issue as well for Freaks.
For sure. They flew early and they were in graveyard. I mean,
yeah, not always the best, but they're going to use the cover of the Sandstorm to pull into that western side of El Pozo, so they're going to play the city itself. Meanwhile, Petrichor Road, they can take all the time they want. They're on the east side of Los Leones. You can see them on the map just on that very bottom right corner. Meanwhile, I say meanwhile for the 15th time, it seems like they're the only team that's really doing this long southern wrap. I mean, change the game. They did it, and they're arriving now.
Yeah.
But not a lot of teams opting for that southern rotation. Instead, you got 3 teams all going up to the north.
One thing that worries me a bit, and I hope worries this lobby as well, whenever we get the team walkouts, which were amazing, by the way, whenever we get the walkouts, you always see a little bit of a smile, a little bit of an emote from Ixlef. This time around, he was as ice as can be. There was not even a smile, not a hint, not a wink, nothing. This guy knows we're not a 13th place team. We're better than this. We brought in Ming Ming, one of the best mechanical players in all of China. We're supposed to deliver better numbers. And I think for this game here, this is the smartest thing that they can do. Avoid the early shenanigans. Don't go into any crazy fights before you're forced to take them, because, you know, I mean, there are only so many compounds left in the game. Play it slow, do the southern wrap, get into the circle late, and get some time on the server before you're potentially taken out by an APAC team across the road.
Yeah, before that. The inevitable, right?
Exactly. Happens to the best.
Some things are just inevitable. Well, Genji, they have a pretty wide split here, but it looks like they're going to pull it back together as Flame and Bean now kind of on their way back over in this direction after Orca took a few shots. He looks to be a little
feisty.
Yeah, I think he took long range shots from James McCain, but yeah, Tiantian right there, a little bit closer. So Orca trying to make him himself seem a little bit scary. You see him keep swapping those guns and make it sound like multiple people are in here, but I don't think Change the Game is buying it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Orca is yelling into a megaphone, but they're stood there seeing the little guy yelling into the megaphone. It's just one guy. Ain't that scary? We can actually do this. Ares up close, Chan there as well. Wenbo is going to be at least for now, the bait, but also giving a lot of info across so that if Orca opts to leave, if he tries to reposition, get down towards Tosi, they might catch him in that transition.
Keep eyes on this, as this is kind of the closest thing we've got to a fight brewing here, really.
Yeah.
Tosi going to get spotted out, and Ares, that's going to be Chantan that gets the last bullet into him. And now Tosi's down, and Orca, they know exactly. They know Orca's by himself, but he does have that bolt. He's got to be careful. And now Xiaobei, he's got an angle onto this. So Change the Game, drawing a little bit too much attention to themselves with this one.
I don't like this. Flame is coming up to 45, but Bean is still far away. They have to value the positions they're in. I mean, if CTG plays this one right, they get a very amazing 3 times 4v1 fights.
Orca just wants to survive. Flame's going for the res onto Tosi here, and Bean is coming up to provide support, as you said, as the circle is closing down. If Orca can survive a little bit longer here, then Genji might be able to turn this, as the circle has favored it, and they don't have to move. They can stay where they are, and whoever wins this is going to get that compound, and Orca putting up a good fight, but will go down in the end.
Now is when Genji has to make up their minds. Do we leave? You can see Bean already driving back towards Monte. Now they have to get out of here. There's too much to lose for them sticking around. Hang is gonna spun.
Oh,
no! They get right into the fence, but he runs back.
Hang!
Oh, he didn't realize.
You've got the M249. You've got the bullet hose.
That was a double kill in the making, but he hesitated. He thought they were off the cliffside.
My goodness, Genji has had the biggest rabbit's foot luck in their pocket when it came to circle placement yesterday, and this time they get away with absolute murder here.
That's insane. To be able to have 3 up now, circle center as well. You know what, if there's a day to get things going your way, that would be on the final day of Grand Finals, and Genji, they got away with one there.
Well, they weren't able to make a lot out of the luck that they were given yesterday, as currently only 31 points in 10th place, but they at least get to keep 3 alive in this one, and they get to play in Monte Nuevo, which is just south of the center of this new zone. So you can see a number of teams on the move, few still fighting their way or making their way through Pozo here. GSW and DN Freaks right here, but AG All Gamers right on the other side.
And it's an awkward position for them to be in. Destroyer actually getting called out by Falcons as well on transition. Dangerous pathing, in my opinion, for them to try and squeeze through there up towards El Pozo. But opted to do so. They caught the back guy, and Falcons net themselves a first point of the game.
Take that. Well, 12 minutes in almost, and we've only lost 2 players. So it's been a little bit of a slow start this time, which is fortunate for a lot of these teams because it has not always been that way so far this week. We've seen some very early fights popping off, but this time allowing things to kind of settle down a little bit as Hymas is going to spot out Hyzaki and just kind of give him a little bit of, let him know he doesn't have anything to worry about right now. Yeah,
looking over his shoulder. But one thing that's interesting right now is that, and it goes to show we're in the final day of a tournament, everyone is grouping up outside of select few teams, which means there's actually some of the prime real estate available in the circle center. Issue is the teams that are coming in just now, they haven't had a chance to scout forward whatsoever, so they have no clue. The double barns on the northern side of Rock, completely free. The double warehouses northwest of Monte, completely free. But the teams around them are sat 4 guys locked in position, so the teams, as I said, that are coming in on the edge now, they have no reason to believe that there's a center compound available to them because the teams on the outskirts, they're shooting back towards them.
Tell you what, if you're a fan of EU, which I know you might be.
Not biased.
May have a little bit of bias. It's fine. One thing I think you can take a little bit of, you feel pretty good about is out of the teams that were doing kind of wide splits, earlier on we saw it in C1 with VP taking a very wide split on the southeastern side. Na'Vi now still with a very wide split, so it's showing that they're still playing with that same confidence. They're like, we know the game that we want to play. We're going to continue doing that now. That being said, VP, Twisted Minds, they've all collapsed on each other. They're already on the move once again. VP going to run right next to T1 as they wait for this circle to pop.
Circle pops, it goes towards north, and again, look towards that open compound. Once a team realizes, wait, there's no movement, there's no cars, is this actually free? They are going to be blessed for daring to try and commit to that position. But look at this now, VP pushing on forward. Genji there as well. Vehicles galore on the southern side of this circle.
Oh my goodness, it is all happening in this field as Genji will stop down long enough to try to take shots at something. VP will make their way up the mountain as they get shot at passingly by Rock. 17 in the compound, no angles to be found. VP will hide out in the dips right here and wait for the inevitable push that will come. It looks like Na'Vi will avoid them for now, but that's just going to force them right into the waiting arms of GSW.
And again, all these teams are being forced into one another because there's open compounds no one is taking. Finally now, GameStart wins scouting from way up north of El Pozo, looks down, spots no vehicles. They get blessed with this circle alongside the compounds. Buddha Na'Vi trying to go aggressive early on. They had extents far down on the southern side, expecting maybe a southwestern wrap. They tried to get the center. We leave now, and honestly, if they can make it back to the edge of the circle with all 4 players up, kudos to them for sending it in, daring to go, but also knowing when to call it quits.
Yeah, I feel like they got a little bit lucky not to have lost Sosid there.
No doubt.
But okay, they'll play from the edge, but they keep 4 alive. Twisted going to stay in there. Compound Falcons kind of getting gate kept a little bit here by Twisted, but that's the problem, right? Like, where do you go? You've got this giant mountain on your north side, and now all Gamers starting to go and make their wrap. They may run right into Falcons over here on the blue. We'll see what happens. But remember, I think
is Icon going for Destroyer's blue chip? I think he actually might be.
He might be.
Yep, that's exactly where he fell. And good thing for him is he's outside of audible range for Falcons, so they shouldn't be looking for him. Yeah, he's definitely going for it. They have the control in El Pozo, as we see Chloris here getting inside the city. Theradon 5 finally, I was going to say make their way inside the circle. They aren't quite there just yet, but they're running straight into the open arms of DN Freaks.
This is all on Heaven right now.
It is.
The only one for Freaks kind of looking in that direction. Salute is keeping eyes on the rest of all Gamers. Guman and Deal keeping eyes to the south, so Heaven will have to spot this out, and it looks like he does.
I think they saw something earlier.
He may have heard the vehicles. Fluky, yeah.
But the fact that they're playing this on
foot, he's calling for support.
Yep, no doubt. Guman is up there to try and help on the western side of the circle now as well. Issue is for Salute. He's hearing vehicles towards All Gamers Global now too, as the circle is centering up. Nan is solo pushing towards Toyo. Not sure what that was all about, but he died for his troubles. Maybe I'm not sure what happened there. It looked wonky, but he sent it and paid the price.
Okay.
Sometimes you gotta send it, and sometimes it doesn't pay off. Now, this circle, though, it is phase 4, so there is some predictability to it. Let's see who's going to get the blessing of it. Genji, Rock, Dead Center. They have had the final they've needed in order to be on the top of this leaderboard.
To say the least, Rock. I mean, they take bricks, which, I mean, to be honest, in that C1, that's a pretty quick and easy call.
I mean, they landed there, right?
They did land there, but I mean, but it's not often that you see teams take bricks. A lot of times you'll see them take that spot that 17 is in. But as a result, I mean, Rock is safe to say the least. But the one problem for that position, I think that we see a lot of the times, is that they end up not being able to get a lot of kills. But what a spray! The mini from H-Win to take out High
too. That is from way up the hillside.
Oh, yeah,
that is
He's at the high ground.
A great cover to have standing behind. You guys pull up. If he peeks, I got him. Don't you worry about that whatsoever. As more fights now take place, we see CTG trying to pull up on 17 Gaming. That's with the C4 in hand. One player falls down. Chan down. Ming and Ike left down now as well. Multiple fights taking place on the western side of this circle.
Yeah, meanwhile, Freaks trying to finally hold the line here against Third on 5. They get the initial knock onto Rossiter Jr., but they cannot spot out the rest of them. And this is just going to take way too long for Freaks to finish this off. So I think they get that knock. They use that as an opportunity to start making their way a little bit further into the city. Keep watching their backs, but I mean, where do they go? They've got a long way to go, and here you go. That's that fight. CTG and 17. Looks like 7700, the last one up.
The good thing is you want to be inside the buildings. Once you are, the teams around you ain't
what did you do?
Shrimsy just knocked himself and Tiggleton. Again, not sure what happened there, but Cloris is there to take them both out. Panzerfaust are great when they work in your favor. When they don't, well, that's a BRDM that gets to survive.
Oh, no. Okay, well, Kickstart and H-Win still alive for the Falcons as the Expendables pulling up onto VP in their dip. The utility's starting to come out, but no one's going to hit that first one. Tanvu hits the next one, corrects. He at least trades one out as the rest of the boys, you can see Tanvu down to about half HP. Try to slow things down and maybe go for their res, but they're getting shot at from range here by Na'Vi as well, so it's forcing them to play down, and another knock comes through.
An absolute cluster of a fight taking place here. Multiple steam chiming in from the side. Twisted Minds, GameStart Win, and Na'Vi all shooting from afar to the best of their ability. As I think Expendables now realize we overstepped our boundaries here. We need to fall back a bit. We need to try and share this space, but with Na'Vi still being on the high ground to the southeast, you can't really hide anywhere.
Yeah, that was, I mean, I think that was the main problem for the Expendables is not so much VP. It was the fact that Na'Vi was taking the shots at them from range and getting them low and kind of forcing their hand before they were ready. And now the utility's gone. They still have that BRDM though. So Duckshoes and Clory's not out of it just yet.
Not at all. Up towards the north, multiple fights taking place as well. Ranger X trying to make something happen in a game where they've practically lost already. Outside the circle, Freaks as well trying to run on forward. Kickstart is here. H-Win behind him, but he's going to fall down to Guman. So it's just Kick left alive, fending off against the two remaining players, DN Freaks.
Kickstart at least making sure you can flush that point.
Yeah.
Every single point.
Oh,
so important in this lobby. 5 kills for Falcons already, and Deal now going to go down to Benya. So Toyo finding angles from that high ground, and that will be it for the DN Freaks.
Yep.
But somehow Kickstart still alive. The new circle has popped though, and he is going to have to travel a long way.
Freaks out and Expendables out as well. And for VP, that is clutch. They now get to spread out again. They get to retake control, and look at this. As soon as they've taken out Expendables, they jump over to the dips next door. They get perfect angles. Now looking towards the north, knowing now we have cleared our perimeter. Now we look to the edge of the circle to prevent them from pushing towards us.
It has just not been a great finals here for our APAC teams. See Theraton 5, all gamers.
Yeah.
Very, very highly respected squads, just not finding their footing. The Expendables at least having a little bit of something in 9th place as the push coming through from GSW will find Nixie to open things up. Luca Rux just has to get on the move, try to go in a different angle, but he gets spotted as well.
Yep, great on AC to commit to the spray despite going through the prone, but able to find at least the first one. Second one goes down as well. Luca Rux actually found from afar. That's Hakatori able to steal that point away. Ming too able to get something off of this. So it's VP and GSW fighting, but the points are going over to all the other teams.
Just everything getting yoinked out of their pockets. Kickstart still alive as well as Beamy just not going down easy. Tosi's going to be the one that gets him after getting dropped down to 21 HP. But he will survive. Bean still off in the distance. Can they collect anything off of this? Toyo versus CTG versus 17. There are so many people inside of this blue zone. inside the compound. Aries down to just a shotgun. And he's going to use it. Capitan takes a load of buckshot right to the jaw.
Yep, like the attempt, but unfortunately, a whole lot to do in Aries. You'd have to imagine he won't be making his way too far outside of this one now either. I say that, but he able to find one. Does he get the flush before he falls down? No, he doesn't. Can 7-7 get to him in time? No, because the circle is closing in as well. So that point is going to go over to change the game despite them falling in 10th.
Yeah, and then 7-7 Owo now might be in a lot of trouble because you see Tosi and Bean already looking over in that direction.
Yeah.
Tosi going to get taken down by Owo, though. So he's not going down with a lot of fire. Well, meanwhile, all of this is happening. Rock is laughing in the bricks. Navi and Twisted Minds are laughing over on the eastern side. They have just been looking at all of this.
Yeah.
Navi's managed to collect 3 points off of this. Twisted hasn't gotten active just yet. And T1, they've still got a couple of live on this southern side, but it looks like Navi's starting to look over in that direction now.
The only issue for Rock in this case is that they have had literally 0 angles on anything. They have 1 kill, and Chewy is a lone player with a mortar in hand. You know what? Gotta respect it.
He's spot by
Rock has not been in a position to engage in anything, and should this next circle shift east, which it doesn't quite, if they fall here, yes, they got a lot of circles in the early game, but that would be a 2-point game. I mean, we talk about making something of the games where you get circles going your way, but from that compound, the brick compound as you call it, you're very limited in what you can engage against if there's people on both sides of the road.
Yeah, that's what we said at the very beginning, right?
Yeah.
Whenever Rock took it, it's like that's a great compound, safe compound to play for late game, but you're not going to get points. You're not going to get a lot of kills because everybody knows how to avoid it, right?
Exactly.
So Navi now making the move. They're going to run past our lone mortar in Chewy and take him down, find a spot inside to play, and see what they're working with. If Ferris can join them and he can get there easily, that would be great. But look at T1. They've got their mortar set up as well.
GameStart Win's approach to this game has been incredible. They played it slow. They were the team to read the double bound was free. They come in, they take that, and then they push over the top to not only deal with Virtus Pro, but Genji and Expendables as well has been absolutely incredible. But now they have to make a play and down towards the south as well. Twisted Minds are creeping up towards Navi, and the timing couldn't be better because Navi has just engaged against T1, and they get themselves a double. Extends with the first, Hakatori with a double to follow. Now it's just the end left alive.
That was fantastic stuff from Navi. Not sitting in their dip and waiting, instead being the aggressors, taking it to T1. Ian, the last player left alive. He's not even he's going to spot out Extends, but goes down almost immediately, and that opens up some more room for Navi. And the good news for them, Twisted Minds now have to keep eyes on GSW to the north.
And Navi smelled the push coming in from behind as well. They knew we got a full 3-man collapse on this play because Twisted is coming. We give them the space we got before, but as long as we take out T1 fast enough, we can reset, look back towards the northeast, and we should be all right. So now, it's like a full compass game. We have teams in the north, south, east, and west, and wherever this next circle goes, well, that could very well coin our winner of this match.
That Navi play was exactly what everybody has just been screaming for from this squad. They know what they're capable of, and now we are getting to see it. 8 kills for them, and they are 2 points shy of the overall lead in this lobby.
And to make matters stakes even higher, look at the implications on the leaderboard. It is second through 5th that is alive as the last 4 teams. We talked about coming off to a good start. We talked about being able to separate yourself on the start of the last day where everyone is still sat in a bunch. Whoever comes out victorious here, if you get a lot of kills to boot, they're looking real good.
Well, that's the problem is there's not, I mean, the only kills for mostly, aside from Navi, who's been fragging, Rock obviously only 1 kill playing from bricks. Twisted, they've been playing from the north side where there's just been nobody this entire time. So they've got nothing. GSW, they've at least managed to collect a couple. But you can see the situation that they're in here. It's not exactly great, but the circle is going to go to Twisted, and now Rock has to leave their compound.
Yep, and I think that's what everyone's going to be looking towards. Of course, GameStart Win has to make something happen as well, but
you got the knock on a Hakatori, and they're immediately running.
And I mean, Navi has to be aware of this. They have to know that is the one play to make. Nates lopped on over. Of course, they haven't had to fight anyone close range yet, so they should be very good and useful. You can see it on the top of your screen here as well. Twisted Minds with 9 nades still as well. But Rock, I mean, you can't just stop here, guys. At this point, you commit.
No, I love this from Rock. I love that they've read the situation absolutely correctly, but now
they're stopping.
They're stopping. They're pulling back, and oh man.
I mean, you can still prone on your side of the road. There is a ridge line. Issue is, you're going to have to fight game start win for it.
I think their issue was GSW. I think they got the initial knock, started throwing utility, but they ran out of utility, and so they started getting a few shots sent their way from GSW and maybe pulling back.
The west side of the road is going to be in still, but there is only space for one team to claim, and look at it.
And GSW has hard. They've got the deployable shield. They've got the rock.
Yep. They're not inside circle yet either, though.
Yeah, they've got to move.
They're not inside circle yet either. You have vehicles on the side of Rock, obviously, but how in the world do you play this? Beal on his stomach, trying to crawl towards the circle, but he ain't inside either.
No, he's not.
Everyone's wanting to third-party this.
It's all a game of chicken here. Who's going to go first?
Yep.
And, CC.
Started.
That's a nice shot there from Santastico.
That's got to be a go sign, right?
Yeah, it's got to be, and yeah, that's their go sign to take the ridge line. At least they do have the cars to work with, and Hakatori tries to go for the peak. Oh, Perfectix will spot him. Lou will get take Ferris down, gets the flush as well. So Na'Vi now just down to 2, extends and Soset.
And this is exactly what you want to see happen if you're on the side of Rock. You bait the attention, you bait them. Come try and see if you can get us. As soon as they peak, they get punished by a third team, and now the fourth team that's going to try and make a play as well. This is such a, there's so much going on at a cerebral level of trying to organize how do we react on what's happening around us.
I tell you what, that's exactly what the rest of the lobby wanted to see as well. They don't want to see Na'Vi get a win here with a whole boatload of kills and jump up into unreachable stratospheres. Instead, we'll see how they hold off this push from Rock. They had to slow down. It's only going to be Santastico and Beal that are going, but Santastico will spot out extend. Sosa, the last one left alive. Santastico has to retreat to the smoke, but he's not going to get there before Shatong gets the knock.
Every time you try and engage, other teams catch you in the crossfire. AC now will fall. Santastico should be resible. Sosa, you can see no util at all on the side of Na'Vi.
Lining up perfectly for Twisted Minds here. They are in complete control of this entire lobby, everything that's left. But somehow, someway, Rock has been able to stay alive. Xiaotong will get spotted out, and there you go. Game start win goes down, and immediately Biel will go down as well. Sosid will get traded, though, and Na'Vi is out in third, and it's down to Twisted Minds versus Rock.
And just 2 teams left alive here for Rock. They have done everything they could with this game. We talked about being able to survive to the late game, being able to get points with it. They have done exactly that again, continuing to impress time and time and time again. But how, oh how, do they get away from here? Twisted Minds, they're looking hungry. They're looking like they want to bring this one home.
And Twisted Minds not going to take Rock lightly this time. They have had straight up 4v4s with these guys before. They know that they are serious, and they know how dangerous this team can be. You can see they are staying back, and Perfectix will have to drop down as he almost gets taken away, as RBN going for the wide flank.
He's baiting.
An Example is going to get away with it. He baits it, and Santastico will find the knock on the Batulans.
He's baiting the attention to the best of his ability, but Santastico down to just 13 HP. It's limited what he can do on his own. He gets the prone down, he gets the heal on up, but look at the HP on the other side. Souls now called. RBN, you need to not only bait, but pop heads as fast as you can, but it's too little. It's too late, and now he's alone versus 3.
That's
a molly. You know what? I respect it.
Yeah, at this point, don't give away that point. You know how close it is at the top of that leaderboard, but Twisted Minds will get our first victory of the day here on the final day of Grand Finals.
I had a chat with them coming into today. I said, what do you do to avoid the chaos? Stay away from the C4s, stay away from the BRDMs. Well, they did both. They got themselves a win. Of course, it takes more than that, but what a clinical win from Twisted Minds. Going up, yes, they get that circle in their way. They could have gone either of the 4 directions, but they knew exactly how to play it when given.
This is a different Twisted Minds than we saw earlier this year at BGS 7 and 8. This is looking more like the Twisted Minds of 2024, who claimed 3 titles for themselves in a row before falling at PGC. They are looking very strong here.
And to add to it, this is a Twisted Minds that didn't even make Grand Finals at EWC last year, and they want to make up for it. They want to prove to everyone in the world that they are capable of bringing it home.
Ползи. Дальний раскрутил меня на желтую. Ну мне остается пикать, парни, я не могу.
Пикай, брат. Он Т3. Их двое тут упор.
У вас упор двое?
Да.
Даванок.
Один. Не спеши, Дип.
Передо мной.
Нок. Класс ноги.
Сухое дерево. Я отхожу.
Он сжигает.
Алекс дал.
Найс. Нормально, мужики, блядь. Хорош. Можно со спиной ты будешь стоять у нас, заебал. Это комфортнее.
Big brain players from the team that's coming for it all. It has been too quiet around this team internationally recently, and they are not going down without being loud. Look at that. The 5th win in 4 days of gameplay here for Twisted Minds. Joining me, Avenger, Godspeed, and Toffees to talk about this one. Avenger, yep, they're doing it.
They're back. Is that what you're gonna say?
Don't curse them. Don't curse them. Just let them do their
Is that
thing.
how it works? They're back and they're gonna win.
No, just let them cook. Let them cook.
Totally winning.
I mean that's great. You can see how they're holding back, making sure that they don't go into any engagement early on, right? You don't want to lose any player in a situation where they know there's a full Rock team, there's a full Na'Vi team. Like you want to keep all your guys towards the end to make sure that your last engagement is you're going to be outmanning everyone.
I mean, you could see there was a chess match at the end as all of those sort of 4 teams decided who's going to make the mistake first. And honestly, I was impressed with how each team kept finding a way not to be the one to make the first move. Like Rock's ability to sort of draw out their aggression for a while was really impressive. GSW stood back as long as they could. It was a really fun endgame.
Yeah, and to Martin's point, I mean, we were even kind of bouncing back and forth like, oh, they could sweep, they could try to take the fight to Na'Vi and T1. The problem is Na'Vi took care of that fight so quickly against T1, there was no chance. But again, this is the methodical, this is the methodical pace that we're used to from Twisted Minds. Also, I want to point out that even though they won, Rock was fighting both Na'Vi and GSW at the same time and finding success.
Well, it will be 17 points for Twisted Minds coming in at number 1. Na'Vi with 13. We'll get to them in a little bit. Rock, though, great compound for them to try and launch this game from here. Toffees, they do get 9 points for their troubles.
I mean, again, this is what we talked about Rock does. They go to a high percentage compound that no one else is going to crash. They wait for the late game. And I thought, to be honest, when that shift went away from them, that they were just done and dusted, as Sims would say. Their ability for them to go, they went back to the compound and had so much stuff in their trunks that they were able to come back out, set up portable shields, change up the rotation. It was really smart.
Yeah, and again, the ability to fight both Na'Vi and crossing this road, by the way, was insanity. The fact that they were able to make that cross and get knocks on a Twisted afterwards is just crazy.
I like the attempt at the wraparound here, Avenger, for the one player from Rock, because everybody stuck in that spot feels like absolute doom, right? So at least they tried something.
There's 2 things to do. Like you're making the focus from the 2 players that are holding the angles, making them move over, potentially making it 2 guys looking at him, right? Then you maybe have a 3 versus 2 on the other guys. So Syntastico even got a knock on him. I really like what happened, but then also denied towards the end. Like that 1 point might be crucial.
But more importantly, the second that he took a shot from the anchor, he went, yep, they've secured, like they played this correctly. But I love that there was not the assumption that Twisted Minds was going to play it correctly. They tested it. They said, okay, we're going to just go ahead and deny.
Well, of course, at the same time, Na'Vi was on the warpath in this game. Let's compare them with what has been going on so far between them and Twisted Minds, Martin, because still, these young guns, I think we had some questions about how they were going to fare considering what we saw in the group stage, but here in the final, they're out to play.
54 points with no wins is quite the feat here. Just 6 more points with 2 wins on Twisted Minds.
Yeah, they've been cleaning up the edge. Hakatori has just been stellar. I mean, we knew he's going to be stellar, but he's actually been performing, Steve.
Well, Hakatori is one of those players that, like, if you're playing a fantasy or really anything, you always pick up, even if Na'Vi is struggling, because he is always going to have these bright, big moments.
He'll fall.
And in that game, he was doing exactly that. It didn't matter if it was by grenade, by car, by gun. He was mowing people down, and that's just what Hakatori does.
Twisted Minds is number 1. Everybody else get scared, because if they show 2024 form, they ain't gonna budge. Rock still, though, in second place here with no wins on the board. They are still quite easily in reach to be able to wrestle this away, Toffees.
Rock super close to doing it, and then Virtus Pro, who admittedly kind of got caught up in a really big mess in that game.
Good point.
Still pulled some points, but that was a game where they weren't expected to win, and they're still right there in the mix.
Virtus Pro in #1 coming into today. They're going to be a little bit concerned considering for club championship points. They are going to be looking at this every single game as time goes on, saying, how many are we going to get from this? Because they know that they're still in the running.
Yeah, and now there's still a little bit of a gap towards the top, right? Twisted Minds now 14 points down to Team Falcons. It's quite insane to see. We might only have 3 teams from EMEA in the top, but to have all 3 of them in the top 4, that's kind of insane.
Oh, it's super impressive, and you have to be loving that, especially that's your region. Again, those teams, those players are amazing. But I mean, even VP, like looking at that game, seeing them, you know, they usually stay and opt to play the edge, but they knew that there was no chance playing that edge in that circle because it's just a deathbed. So they sent it to the center. They actually got that spot, but then it didn't work out for them. Either way, the decision-making for them is still there, and that's what's important. Even though they went out early, they're still making the right decisions.
I mean, the spot they went to had GTG, 17, GSW, Genji, Navi. All of those teams tried to take the same spot. So it was a good choice. It's just, you know, you go out there, and they can't be mad about that. Falcons can be mad about the Panzerfaust from hell.
What happened?
I don't know.
That's a good question.
Shrimsy knocked his own man, and that was the end of the
We're in a vehicle, like we didn't see it.
I'm going to have to check lunch tomorrow. Oh, damn.
No lunch tomorrow.
Damn.
Well, I had lunch. I was in line with Shrimsy.
It must have been in the heat of battle. Obviously, we didn't see it on the camera, right? However, as soon as those 2 were knocked, instantaneously flushed. So definitely they were up against the wall. Their opponents were up against the wall. They tried to make something happen.
The one thing, though, is Kickstart kind of salvaged that game for them, though. You know, he was able to get, I think, at least 6 points for them going out early. So not the end of the world. Again, if you're going to have a bad game like this.
So here's the moment where you got Panzerfausted, guys. If you could just...
Ouch. You see that? Yeah, don't do that again.
Don't
but yeah,
do
at the
that.
very least, Kick saved them from having another 0-point game.
You know,
Exactly.
Shrimsy's not
That's what
there.
you need to do. Like, you need to avoid these 0 and 1 point games. They've already had 2. They can do that. And we know they're capable of salvaging even as a 2-man.
Are you saying Shrimps is in the doghouse?
Yeah, I was saying he's being punished. They make him go stand outside.
Take
He
him
has to
off
stand
that Mount
outside in
Rushmore.
110-degree weather. that was adorable, by the way.
Carving
Take
off
photo
his
on there.
face as times. No more of that.
Chiseling it out.
But that's it. I mean, there are teams, you know, they're going to let that one fly and come right back. What I also love seeing about that leaderboard, and you kind of mentioned it, is even Falcons below, like everyone in the club race is now still in race to take this trophy.
So cool.
It is super exciting.
Well, the Falcons fans, of course, have turned out in force to try and cheer on their boys. They would have been absolutely devastated by seeing that Panzerfaust go off, I'm sure. But there are still 5 games to go. We know that these kinds of mistakes are quite uncommon for the Falcons boys, Godspeed.
It is uncommon, but again, like with that circle, knowing how difficult to play, if you're not center, that's why we see them driving for that. It was risky, but we saw VP do the same thing, right? If you don't have a position in that circle, especially with that hill just above face compound, you're pretty much screwed. And so I don't blame them. And again, thank goodness that Kickstart was able to kind of save them.
No, definitely. A tough circle overall, though, as well, with something like this, right? You've got what eventually could potentially be that kind of warehouse compound north of where we ended up ending, with those fields in play as well, Avenger. So all of these teams, it's understandable why there were so many on that hillside trying to scramble in. It's one of the most powerful spots and entry points to eventually the circle that does materialize.
I mean, there's a reason why FaZe went there for 2 years straight, looting out of Montenegro, right?
Yeah.
It's such a strong compound. It's difficult to breach. Sure, you have the northern side, but there's some walls, but like they're gonna get shot at no matter what, right? So it's a really strong compound, and it's good to get out of there to get points to as well.
Boys, AGAL.
Oh no.
Let's not talk about them.
Place. What is going on?
Let's not talk about them.
All gamers, all losses. I don't know what's going on with these guys right now.
3 placement points so far. That's kind of insane.
That's what I'm saying, though. It doesn't. There's no Tycon turn on. There's no him-ass heat up. There's destroy, and that had been it in the finals, which is kind of crazy to me so far.
I mean, their biggest issue is obviously rotations, and they can't even make. It seems like they can't even get past phase 2, which is wild to even make as a statement. But they're not only kind of losing these team fights in those rotations, but they're not even getting to the circle in order to play. So I don't know. I mean, sure, they can still have 1 or 2 big games, Martin, but is it enough? I don't know.
Sure, they're like, I mean, keeping hopes and dreams alive, right? They're only 38 points behind first right now. 2 big games. Then they're in there, but do we see it happening in the next 5? No,
I know it's my job here to like try to pretend that this is gonna like they can't. I don't know. I think this is AGL done.
It felt like the progression.
I think I agree.
Group stage day to group stage day, where Hitman's second day, everybody was really turning it on, but. There's nothing materializing.
What's next for them? Like, how do they fix this?
I don't know, but let's get to it now. Our second Miramar here, as I get my map order correctly, done. So let's get to it. Let's have ourselves Dusty Dunes for the last time here for the EWC Grand Finals.
Twisted Minds sat now in first, but still within striking distance of the teams on the hunt. You see here, not a whole lot of smiles on these faces right now. They know it is do or die here coming into the final Miramar of EWC.
Look at that. They are just locked in, man. It'd be fun to see a return of the 2024 Twisted Minds that was so damn dominant just across everything. And I don't think there's a lot of other teams in the lobby that feel the same way. But that some of the best PUBG you'll ever see was played by those boys last year in 2024. But it was a slow start to the year, and now they seem to be finding their groove once again. But we are headed back over to those Dusty Dunes, my favorite map in all of PUBG, the country over in Miramar.
Exactly. Taking a look here at Campo Militar. Going there, unlikely. Have you been there before? Yes, once or twice, but it's highly doubtful that that's where we will end this game. In the meantime, though, Mina's high risk, I would say, in comparison. As we take to the sky here, last plane was a southern one. You know what? We'll give them yet another.
Tell you what, man, all these teams in the running for that top spot, it's time to see what these men are built of. If they've got it in them, if they got that dog in them for the final leg of the hunt.
Yep.
Because it is going to be absolute barn burners all the way until the end. And this is starting pretty rough, I gotta say.
Plane.
That's another hard southern plane.
When even Power Grid is a stretch, you know you're in for a hard time coming looting. So a look down towards the south and see teams all dropping. Falcons already down towards Prison Island. They have changed the game, of course, in their usual resort split further towards the east. But with a southern plane, usually a somewhat southern circle comes to follow. So maybe, despite them having to alternate their drop spots, they will be blessed with a circle going in their direction.
Tell you what, at least we're not going Pozo again.
Valid. Yeah,
at least we got
you're right. We could be going Impala. We could be going Impala, which we've been in quite a few times, or in and around that area at least, through this tournament thus far. Let's see where this circle is going. You know what? Let's count it down. Here we have it, as southeast as can be. That's water.
That is well, it is. It is in fact a lot of water.
I'm just throwing it out there. A subtle Grand Finals last day Los Leones ending.
I mean, look, we have seen crazier things. And,
that is true.
And having it hard shift all the way back up to the west constantly over and over again. We have seen back to back hard shifts. So it's not outside of the realm of possibility.
Not at all.
You got to look at Virtus Pro starting things off in Los Leones. They've got Nixie down to the south as well. We'll see where they decide to play this one. This could set up nicely for them to make a little climb here. And not as many of those compounds like bricks that we saw in El Pozo in this part of the map where if you take it, you can sit in it, and you're not going to get a lot of kills, but you're safe to make it to the end. Not as much of that around this side of the map.
Exactly. It's you commit pretty early. Hope circles go your way, and if they don't, it's going to be a hard time. Twisted Minds already setting up an E-pickup. You see it here, Lou, having put the balloon in the air, calling his teammate, going, guys,
got a vest.
You have a minute. You have a minute. He got himself a vest as well. Interesting to see where they're going to end up setting up shop, because as you're saying, they are very limited on supplies. So you'd have to imagine they're going to go for a maybe 2 compound split down towards the coastline and set up there, because again, I mean, a shotgun for Lou, 4 bullets to work with. Guys, what are you hoping to get to as you make landfall? We'll of course keep track of this rotation coming in, but as we do so, Poro, I want to highlight one thing that I think is pretty important. Of course, we'll all look at All Gamers Global specifically down in 16th and how that's an underperformance, but we're talking about it during the break as well. APAC as a whole, their best team right now is in 11th. We're talking PGC champions. We're talking Vietnam winning PNC. We have been talking about APAC as arguably right now the strongest, if not maybe in the top 2 strongest region in the world with recent results. They have not shown up at all in the Grand Finals.
I mean, it's been tough. It's definitely been tough, and I don't think that this is a trend back in the wrong direction for them. Everybody is going to have rough events. It's just
no doubt
that they all three teams from that region had a rough event this time. But once we get to PGSs, I don't think anybody's writing them off just yet. What I'm trying to say. But it's definitely been nothing to write home about for them. But keep an eye on Twisted as we watch Falcons. Falcons getting a little close to Genji, but keep eyes on Twisted. Where are they going to go? Now remember, Third on 5 got pushed away and pushed all the way over to Puerto Pareso by Virtus Pro, where they have already looted up. And it looks like Twisted Minds
all the way Portal?
Yeah, it looks like they will. And they actually get a little bit lucky, too, because there were 2 members of Theraton 5 that were just in Puerto moments ago, but they have now left. And they're starting to make their way towards the center of the circle.
Yeah, 2 people going towards the city proper. Lou and Example going down towards the coastline, hopefully trying to find a vehicle, but I'm not sure they're going to get a whole lot, because as you were saying before, Third on 5 has been down in and around this area, so there might not be a whole lot to claim.
Got a boat?
For the boys with the big pink brain.
See, they
got a boat?
It's fun, yeah.
Sure.
Easy rotation.
That's a win con. I agree. I agree. They have it good now. And you know what? Batulans gets to pick up an M16. Oh, wait. That's next patch. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, the Expendables, meanwhile, they'll take that high ground position just to the south of Los Leones, and they have spotted out Ranger X, who is all by himself and 1 bullet shy. Only 8 HP left on Fluky.
And this is where it gets dangerous. You only hear 1 gun shooting. I mean, the rest of Expendables are pulling up right now. They should, for the sake of comfort, have been here earlier, because now that might actually allow for Ranger X to get away. I like that they're just going for the tires. Exactly. 2 of them popped already. More shots coming through as Ranger X gets to run away with under half HP. But nice disengage here. But there in a 5 I might have spoken. Oh no, Floki able to get over as well.
Just right on the edge of the sandstorm as well.
Yeah.
And that actually might help him out, because you can see Change of the Game was starting to sneak over in this direction as well. They're looking, and they're not going to spot anything. So Third on 5 will be able to escape. Pull that one off as the Expendables will take a few more passing shots into Fluky on his retreat.
But you know what? And it's so basic for people that are accustomed to watching competitive PUBG, but we see it so often in the lower levels of competitive PUBG that they don't have their cars parked the right place. They don't have an exit plan if forced to leave. You don't have that fire escape ready to pull out immediately. Theraton 5 did. Many other teams would have lost 2 players in that exact situation, but they had their cars parked smart.
Yep.
They were wise about it, and therefore they get to live with 4 players up. So a good note for you guys at home. It takes 2 more seconds to park your car smart. Do like Theraton 5 did. That way you get to live longer.
And also knowing when to leave.
Exactly.
And not trying to stick around and say, oh, well, maybe I can fight this. Well, you don't have the information to know if you can fight this, right? So the better thing is run away and fight another day.
Yes, sir. It has won teams tournaments before.
It has indeed. It has indeed. Well, we can see the Falcons on the coastline. GSW, they're taking their sweet, sweet time coming in from the north, just passing through the mountains to the south of San Martin.
Should we tell them the circle is the other direction? They'll figure it out eventually. They'll get there.
He's got the blue pack on. He's good.
They'll be fine. I think, you know what, honestly, I like
first stage. He's vibing.
Hold that thought for a second. We talked about great escapes. Falcons in a 2-2 split. Issue is there's a 3-1 on the side of Genji. They have the numbers advantage. Kick is nowhere near, and H-Win is all the way down the shoreline as well. But you know what? Once again, in the cars, get away as fast as you can. Once again, a team doing a great showing of holy double headshot kickstart. What was that?
My man is cracked.
He's warm.
Don't ever peek a wall around him again. But you know what? That was his job. His job is to make sure that nobody gets any free shots down on his teammates, and he put him on his behind.
That was a sit-down type of moment. You know what I mean? He is to be respected. He's on this team for a reason. He knows what he needs to do in order to get this team through, and preferably up on that first spot by the end of the day.
Well, all I'm saying is, if you ever need somebody to watch your back in a haunted house,
he did a good job.
Kickstarts that boy.
I will say he did get scared a couple of times, so but that was never from the flank.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't from the flank. It was from straight.
He had the flank covered.
Well, there you go. GSW, you wanted to know how they were going to get down here. They just were repositioning for the E pickup to make sure that they had the perfect angle of that helicopter. Another thing that you can take into your own games.
Perfect angle, but also perfect timing. They're going to hit the circle right as the blue goes all the way in and reveals the new circle. And in doing so, should we get a Los Leones circle, they're going to be one of the first teams in the city proper. And if not, then flying in towards a compound wherever this next circle goes, they might catch teams that haven't opted to group up yet. So look for game start win and see where they're going. In the meantime, Rock as well. A little unaccustomed to wide rotations, but they too are rotating through Chuma right now. Of course, not in a hurry at all to get to the circle. What do you mean?
Rock, unaccustomed? Are you saying that they find themselves in the circle a lot?
No.
No. We would never.
No. You know what? In their defense, they actually have been shifted away from in a couple of first circles, then found themselves a good spot to lock down after that. But they're taking their time here, of course. It's a second place position for them, so no reason whatsoever to be overly risky. And you know what? To make things even smarter for them, they're popping a E pickup here as well.
Do it. And again, going for that good angle.
A Los Leones circle here would be so chaotic. There's one player in Los Leones.
Look at the split from all gamers on the north side. They're so close to Toyo. If anything cuts off to the north, where are we going?
Wow.
Okay, a lot of water still in, man. It's not Los Leones, but it is still a lot of unplayable. But the good thing about this part of the map for a lot of these teams is that elevation change and a lot of different dips that you can kind of find. So you can kind of avoid putting yourself right in the line of sight of a full squad.
Exactly. The most important thing right now is literally all teams that are rotating into this circle are coming from the north. Look at the southwest. Resort is free. Everything is free. This entire server now is going to be fighting for half. Make that a quarter circle because half of it is water. We're going to see a lot of teams eliminated, or at least a lot of players eliminated in this circle, because the teams that are currently center aren't going to dip further towards the west. They're not going to back off. So this east side is going to get ugly real fast.
Right now, the coastline getting a little bit ugly as GSW, they did take their E pickup. They drop on that southern coast, and they are getting ripped to shreds right now. Kickstart gets one. Kickstart gets Tickleton gets one. Tiantan got one. And now all of a sudden, GSW is in absolute shambles.
Yep. Tried to make landfall, caught the split, and doing so nicely because they have Falcons in the split, but Tick and Kick were ready for the push come through. Having said that, one has made it down. You still have CC in this building, but you can see they're trying to fortify. CC, it's on you, bro. How do you manage to get any points off of this? Answer is you don't.
You do not. Falcons cleaning up and holding their territory very, very well, very, very easily, taking no knocks. Meanwhile, Na'Vi having a little bit of trouble dispatching with Genji. And now the rest of the boys have arrived. Akatori will go down, but Extends will try to keep things going for his squad. It's not going to work, though. Genji will take down Na'Vi, and only by 9 HP does Genji stay alive.
What a close endeavor then for a very, very central compound that could be a winning compound. If any surrounding team has caught on to what just happened here and the circles keep going this direction, they should know it's a two-man team sat in the circle center.
Well, it is right in the middle of a 2-2 split from Change the Game, and now Hanvu and the rest of the Expendables, they're making their way down south trying to find a place to play. VP, meanwhile, holding on to that north side. They're crashing. They're going for it. TE is going to crash onto that Genji compound. Oh, they are already going to lose one as Flame will take down one. Orca finds another. Genji playing tower defense here to perfection.
Not in favor right now, as we see here. Orca trying to swing around the corner, able to get one. Can he get close as well? With the drop down, sort of. Orca, you absolute beast!
Orca is him! 434 damage, 8 kills for Genji, and they maintain control of their compound in the dead center of the circle.
If there is a time for the reawakening of Genji here in the finals, Orca and Flame just made that happen.
My man just escaped his enclosure. He's swimming out in the ocean with impunity.
Who dares to go
freedom. Now? You saw the Freaks started kind of driving up in that direction and then immediately went down. They're like, you know what? I don't think I want that smoke. And VP, oh no, that is a flipped coupe, and they are not going anywhere.
They're out in the open too. This is
get in there.
This is costly. Let's see next circle. Will it go towards Genji once more? It can still go coastal. We're only in phase 2. We can cram even more water into this one, and you know what? We'll take 60% land, 40% water. That's as best as we're gonna get it. But right now, for the Freaks, they had a good a good reawakening themselves in the final game of yesterday
Indeed.
on Miramar as well. So for the final Miramar of the tournament, let's see if they can make something happen.
Tell you what, Genji just opened up. Orca pretty much by himself just opened up a lot of free space now in this zone, down to just 46 alive as Virtus Pro continue to make their way down, but they've got third on 5 on their backs on foot. So Virtus Pro, they're going to have to get on the move, try to find a place to call home because they are in a little bit of trouble. It looks like Petrichor Road is also going to be taken down. So down to just 44 alive as we still have a number of teams off to the northeast that are trying to make their way in, but they're fighting the whole way down.
And that's the issue, right? As we were saying in the first circle, or the second circle, Pop, I should say, all these teams that are coming in northeast, you can't really do a whole lot to wrap around. The only team successful in doing so right now is actually 17 Gaming. Rock has backfilled, nicely so, taking control over Resort, but 17 are coming over towards their side of the circle, knowing full well that if you go east, it's dead man's land. If you go west, there might actually be space to play.
You see Toyo trying to get rid of all gamers. They've got them pinned down. And they got to be, they're being careful about how they do it because Twisted Minds is also looking off in that direction. But then Falcons is now inside the circle looking at Twisted Minds. So a lot of stuff going on that eastern side. As we see Virtus Pro, looks like they are now aware that third on 5 is up there. They also see Change the Game trying to make moves. Change the Game having to make they're trying to avoid not only Virtus Pro but also Genji, as T1 has now found an angle on Virtus Pro.
Nixie, those get flushed, caught out somewhat in the open. Not a whole lot he can do. There's the upside down vehicle of VP from earlier. As third on 5. They're still on foot, trying to run further towards the east. But again, their issue too is even though they're not inside circle yet, they can't just look inward. They know there's stuff happening behind them. They have to be ready for some of these solos, for some of these full teams, as a matter of fact, coming their way. And here is Toyo heading straight towards third on 5.
You know what's weird here is that Toyo is leaving. They're going up there. They're going into third on 5, right? But All Gamers Global was in Puerto Pareso. Destroy is still alive down there. And there's an emergency res beacon. A res beacon there. So I'm curious to see if he was able to collect the chips of his teammates. And if he does, and if he's able to get them off, there's still some compounds on the south that they could play with. But Falcons are doing a little gatekeeping of their own. Let's listen in to what they have to say.
Yeah, there's so much
Guys,
lethal
they're going to come fight me. We're coming.
They're going to play a gut line.
Slow it down, Matt. I have to grab lethal on the bodies.
Careful of a guy being a Giga.
This guy's just driving straight up to me.
Yeah.
You guys should drive straight up to Matt right now. I'm gonna anchor the compound from the roof along, and then you guys should just play on Kickers 3, okay?
Okay, can you mark a body for me?
Loot later.
Guys, we need to fight them.
I'm coming to you.
Faster the better.
How do we fight
just go up to them? We
Just
don't need
come
an
to my
anchor.
ridge. Okay, roger, coming. One of them can wrap in behind us, so we just...
Well, we give up our edge, fuck.
Where they at?
Are we just formatting this?
We're going to try to wipe them. Where they at? I don't know. They're just over this ridge. One's on the left by the shack. Watch out for nades.
I have double BZ.
He's speaking me from the green.
Is that twisted? Or
Yeah.
100%?
Yes.
It is, yeah.
T5's on the other side of them.
Okay, come to me.
Yeah, I'm coming. I'm going to double BZ this guy's shack.
The right here is... You need to hold it as well. Hold that H1. Okay, I will.
Come out to my ridge.
Yeah, from this ridge.
They're killing T5.
Yeah, this is not 100% twisted.
This is 100% twisted.
He just killed
us.
guys.
Okay,
I'm
using shack now.
He's not in it for sure, right?
Yeah. Just go run up, peek it.
Is our yellow double white
I don't
clear?
see them at all.
Is there any chance yellow's clear, boys?
While they don't manage to catch Twisted, I love their aggressive playstyle here. They know we have to take the fights on the edge before the circle closes in. We can't be running shoulder to shoulder fighting for circles. We need to clear out. We need to make space for ourselves first. And the teams they're hunting, Twisted Minds, taking fights right in front of them right now. Look for Falcons to engage in this real soon. As third on 5 is having a hard time dealing with Twisted Minds. But Tulins, though, falls down to Rossington.
And they've got Toyo now arriving as well. Whoa! And what happened there? Goodness. In a span of a couple of grenades, 3 teams get wiped off the map. 34 left alive. Capitan is still alive. Emmy is off to the south. He's trying to make his way in. Falcons, they didn't even get a chance to come over here third party. It was over so fast.
He fell over as the nade went out of his hand. He took down 2 from Twisted with him. And Falcons, thinking they had come up and do all the dirty work themselves, can now push back down the hill for a little bit and make some space for themselves.
While all that was happening, while we had to listen in, All Gamers got all of their men back. And they landed into Resort right on the backs of Rock, and they did not see them. They took out Solds, and now now they are making their way into the circle as Falcons try to clean up what's left here on the east side.
Emmy has snuck in, destroyers around this area as well. Falcons not aware of this, at least not yet. Shots being fired from Emmy. Crucial, though, for Falcons that Heaven is aware on the other side of the circle. Able to help out Falcons there, keep H1 alive, but there's still one more snake in their midst.
There is Destroy just on the other side of that mountain, but he is trying to play it quiet, play it clean. Correxy will spot out Kickstart. Won't be able to get the flush, it doesn't look like. It's okay, Tycon. He doesn't have much loot, but with the loot that he has found Santastico, and that is a big knock.
What a great move. We get to the Reaper here for the nade. I just want to see an example down to low HP. Atulan stays on foot. Perfect scope for the flush. Gets him as well, down to low HP as well. And then comes the nade. Boom. Oh, wow. Right as he falls. Capitan falls the second after. Huge moment for Toyo.
I am so glad they got a replay of that because everything happened so fast.
Yes, thank you, observers.
All gamers now, after getting that knock on the Santastico, RBN, the last player alive for Rock, and now 17 is starting to hover around in this area. But how long does 17 want to spend cleaning this up when the circle has popped and it's moved off to the east? 17 will spot out Tycon, and that will take him down. Destroy still off in the east, so not a part of this fight, and he will go down to the blue.
Not a whole lot he can do here, unfortunately for him, but as you said before, he was able, I mean, he did what he had to. He got 3 teammates back in the game. Haisagi, Himas still alive. Himas in a potential 1v1 with Xiao Wu, two of the best mechanical players in the game. Xiao Wu out victorious. Not sure if Himas had anything to work with, to be honest, but nonetheless, Xiao Wu stays alive, Destroy falls as well, so now it's up to Haisagi to see how long he can keep the All Gamers Global teams alive.
Well, Virtus Pro causing all types of problems for Falcons here. They will at least be able to get out of there, but H-Win gonna lose track of his Bronco, and Salute gonna get the knock onto Tiggleton, and Haisaki does get spotted out by Xiao Wu, so now, finally, All Gamers is completely eliminated as Falcons try to take the fight to. Just don't. Just don't. I'm just going to tell you right now, boys, this is not the compound you want.
They get a buff when they're 2v4. I see Strimsy with the Panzer in hand. Over last game, I get a little nervous instantly. But we'll see if they've learned the lesson. Whatever was shown on the phone in the break between the games, hopefully it was how to do this one right, as Virtus Pro now well aware that Falcons are pinned down here on the eastern side. They want to take them out and push forward themselves. H-Win down once again. It's Genji, despite being outnumbered, applying so much pressure to Falcons.
And Orca is eaten right now. He does get that one stolen away from him. Unfortunately, Rock Esports does go down, so that's another team at the top of our leaderboard that's taken away. As Tiggleton is going to get spotted out by Heaven. Flame will try to protect this house once again as Lucarux has now come to join the party.
Genji staying alive for all of this. Freaks now coming down here as well. Both VP and Freaks want this eastern side of the circle completely cleared. Issue for Freaks is there are only 2 guys here. Deal and Human are still over on the western side of the road, so they can't fully commit to it. Falcons not in a good position to fully commit to the building. Allows for Genji to stay alive for longer.
I tell you what, man, I went to the haunted house with those Falcons, boy. That was nothing compared to this house right here. This is the house of horrors right here on Miramar. Don't go in it. Orca and Flame have got this locked down.
Can we get a killer whale, like, in flames on the outside as a graffiti on this building?
We should.
Because I feel like they deserve it. They've been withstanding pressure here for a long time. Now they're going to leave. We'll see if their buff goes with them as they're forced out into the open. Of course, for Virtus Pro, for the teams in the south as well, they need to figure, where do we play this from? Because CTG, while they haven't had a good time, they know how to frag. They proved it to us in the group stages, and they have themselves control of the Northern Circle.
And unfortunately for Virtus Pro, CTG was looking over in their direction as they try to make moves. It's down to just Beamy and Lucarux. Lil Ghost also creeping around in that area. Flame and Orca have left their compound. They're trying to avoid the south because that is where Salute and Heaven were holding things down. Freaks, 3 kills so far, and they have to make their way into the south side. T1, we haven't really talked about them, but they've had a compound in the center of the circle for a long time, but now they're leaving, and they're starting to wrap around on the south.
It's not an easy time for them at all here. Focusing on the south, though, smart on them is only Deal down here towards the south that are really in a position to do a whole lot. They're 2-man pushing this as well down towards the south. Deal falls here, which he does to a nade from Type. That opens up this south side side defense for DN Freaks, so could be a Korean battle on the southern side here, while the remaining 4 teams make that fight for the north.
All right, Beamy and Lucarux have made their way across the road as CTG starting to slow things down a little bit. 17 have brought everybody up to the northwest. And T1, meanwhile, it doesn't look like they're too interested in overextending from where they are on the southwest. Freaks will just hold the line for the time being, as it looks like things will slow down for the time.
And this is the issue. There's nothing to claim in the circle center. Knowing there's control in the north and the south, you can't play in the open in the middle at all. That's why everyone's so hesitant. Come on, compounds. Leave. Come out and join the rest of us. This is no fun. We can't play the circle when you guys are hiding in the buildings.
So Lil Go's going to be the first one to try to make a run towards something in the middle. And it looks like he's at least found a ridge line to play around with.
Grenade.
As the grenade gonna fall just shy of Luca, gets him down to 56 HP. And these guys are in trouble. They're gonna work around the edges of those smokes as best they can, but that is a FAMAS in the hands of Wenbo, and he is just looking over in that direction. Remember, Wenbo absolutely popped off in the group stages. And that is a scary man to have to push.
Yes, they've been set in this building, but look at the pressure they've been applied. Wenbo has no kills, but almost 500 damage. In the meantime,
look at this. This is what they're forced to do at this point.
Once upon a time, they were known as Virtus Prone. Is that going to be the case here? Oh, they're going to be shut down immediately. 7-7 finds the first one. Lucarux seen the nade should be able to. Yes, taken down. So 7-7 might fall, but takes down Virtus Pro with him.
Hey, they lose 7-7-0 in the process, though. T1 working their way out to the north now. They're finding angles. They're going to find Lil Ghost now as well. So Xiaowu, Xiaobei, the last 2 left alive, and CTG now leaving their compound. Genji, meanwhile, creeping in. They're finding the south side of that same compound that CTG was just in.
And to line up for a perfect grand final day, look at the leaderboard. Look who's alive. It's all the teams on the hunt. They all know the importance of coming out victorious. Yes, they continue. Genji.
Who are they?
They have found it. They know what to do. Lose 2, and all of a sudden you get yourself a 10-kill game.
Who are these men's?
Also, everyone talks about Toshi. Everyone talks about Beam. Flame and Orca, they're sat next to each other, fist bumping, going, guys, it's our time to shine.
Look, Orca showed out during the Korean qualifier, indeed, along with Bean. But right now, it has been, they haven't really found that same magic so far this tournament, but they are finding it here today as they will continue their reign of terror. Change the game, though. They are looking over in this direction. That has always been a hard kind of compound to push here, so they got to be careful.
No doubt about it. As we see, change the game, trying to fend off, but they're the ones that have to push in. Do they dare to push this super duo of Genji Orca, though? Down, one more will fall in the hands of the MP5 of Jianchan. In the end, they go down, but if you talk salvage games, that might be one of the best salvage games we've ever seen.
Yes, that was something else.
Wow.
What a performance from Genji. As they'll find themselves, they're now in 9th place, and they're in the same boat as a lot of these other teams. Just one more good game out of being in contention as T1 starting to make their way up to the north. It's all down to Xiaowu, who is hiding for as long as he can within a ditch.
Yeah, they don't know where they have him. Got to use some of this utility and try and clear your way forward. I love this flank around from Heather. Try and see if he can get the off angle, but also got to care that you don't overextend too far. As one does fall, the trade comes immediately in return, and now T1 might actually want to go up and clean up issues into a compound, outside circle, fall back, hold it smart, play it smart. Let Freaks try and take that fight north if they want to. Great, not hesitation, but great decision to fall back on this one by T1.
Absolutely, Wembo going to get back on his feet as well. Change the game, not out of it just yet. Raining, still looking over in that direction. It's on Ares to try to make sure that these guys don't overstep their bounds. Salute, with grenade in hand, but opts for the better. Heather gonna spot out Tianjin though, as now the spray comes through and change the game down to just 2. The circle will pop. It's gonna favor Freaks. T1 still trying to collect a little bit more in the terms of points on this northern side.
Type goes down. Wenbo knows that he has Heather just on the other side. Fatmas up close. It's a dangerous weapon. Can Wenbo make something happen? No! Heather dodges, weaves, finds Wenbo despite the level 3 gear, despite the FAMAS, still comes out victorious.
Flying like a butterfly. as he avoids every shot coming his way. Aries now the last player left alive for change the game as Korea stepping up here in game number 2. We haven't heard a lot from them so far, but they are speaking loudly here on Miramar on the second day of Grand Finals.
3v2, Nox potentially resible, Type falling back, but not gonna get to safety. Rain in now, the next one on the chopping block. A Salute pushes on forward. Former world champion held by Heaven as the push comes through. Now it's just Heather left alive, but Aries, he snuck around. I'm completely bammed. I did not realize this at all. I thought we were down to just the 2, but Aries able to sneak around the corner, will be found in the end though.
Tried to go for the spray, tried to see if he could get a knock there to open things up, but it doesn't happen. Heather now the last one left alive for T1 in a 1v3. The Freaks just need to make sure that they don't give this man 3 1v1s. Come at him as a group and make sure you clean this up and claim your victory.
And that's the danger here, because it's so much easier said than done with the ridge lines, with how he can duck and weave. We just saw what he did against Wenbo. If you can get a perfect isolated angle here, you are good. They have 1 flash to work with, 8 smokes to slow things down, but they don't want to give him the space. Right now, they're saying, I mean, Heather, you have to come to us. The circle is going to go towards the southeast of where you currently are. You have to go out in the open. And he has 1 piece of lethal util, which is a molly. They know exactly where they have him. Heather, you need magic to make this happen.
It would all start off with a knock here. If he can get 1 knock, that's all you got to think about right here. Don't think about anything else.
They are split in his favor.
They are. And if he can, Salute though. Salute's trying to be creepy. He's coming up behind him and he's gonna get him. And DN Freaks get their first victory here in the grand final.
It's a repeat of yesterday. They weren't able to do a whole lot on the day, but on the final day of Miramar, they stood strong and they do so here again today. Issue for them is, yes, they climb up the board, but there are no Miramars left for them to try and earn more. So while this is a great game for the Freaks, they need to continue with this momentum coming into the remaining 4 matches.
The first 2 games have delivered in a big way, and nobody has been able to separate themselves completely from the pack, and the pack is only growing bigger. Now you can include DN Freaks. Now you can include T1. Even Falcons are still in there with 51 points, but they need to start finding something here soon. Once we get to the so-called wild card maps, we gotta go. You don't want to leave everything to the end. You got 4 games remaining, Toby.
And if history is anything to go by, or just over the course of this tournament too, wildcard maps, well, that's where APAC rises. And with how far down they are in the dump right now, they need to rise as high as they have ever risen in order to try and claw back in this tournament. And if we get them back in the mix as well, we have a 12-horse race with 2 Erangles to finish. Now, what would be better than that?
I don't know what it's gonna be fun, guys. It's gonna be absolutely a blast as we've got 4 games remaining, and well, it's not fun for them. They're stressing a little bit.
No smiles.
We're having a great time over here.
No smiles at all. They know what's at hand. They know what the task is to go out and play. And Tygon forced back into his seat, not allowed to get out. Not yet, at least, as we get ready for these following matches to come.
We are going over to
smile.
Hey,
A
look at
smile.
that. Matu's got a little smile going. Well, they should be smiling. They're sitting at the top of the leaderboard, but you can hear the fans chanting in the background for the Falcons. You can hear it's quite an environment in there for these guys to try to come home and bring home the trophy.
Yep, full focus among all of them as we see Cross, coach for the team, out here talking with them, trying to figure out what do you need for the game to come, what can we do to make you perform to the best of your ability. Isaki sitting, talking to his teammates as well, letting them know what needs to be done as we head on over to our 2 so-called wildcard maps in Rondo and Tego.
It's a lot of frustration on that face, and rightly so.
Yeah, for sure.
Definitely not been the tournament that they had anticipated for themselves, but you know what? At some point, if you're going to make a run for that PGC, that global championship, you know, you gotta have a little kick in the pants every now and then to remind you, like, hey, we've got to continue to take this seriously. We gotta, we have to know where we stand in terms of the rest of the world. And right now, the rest of the world is kind of passing them by.
Yeah.
So they are going to have to find that spark once again to prove that they belong here.
Green light has been lit. They are now allowed to leave the chairs to go out and not only talk to their coaches, but bring the analysts into the conversation, of course, as well. Let's now hop down to the stage and get a word in with Bella, as she has found some of the players on there.
Oh.
Hi guys, I'm standing here with DN Freaks Heaven. Oh wow, today is a good day for DN Freaks. Yesterday was a little bit of a rough situation for you guys, but today, the chicken, it's rewarding you. Well, what was the talk like when you guys came back to the hotel after day one of the grand finals? 어제 뭔가 기대했던 만큼 경기가 안 풀렸지만 오늘 준비된 모습으로 이렇게 경기에 임할 수 있었는데 와, 어떤 이야기를 나눴길래 오늘 이제 시작한 지 2매 만에 치킨을 가져오실 수 있었나요?
일단 저희가 좀 자기장 운이 좀 안 따라주기도 했고 저희가 생각했던 대로 게임이 안 흘러가서 어제 좀 힘들었던 부분이 좀 있었던 것 같고 그냥 오늘도 저희가 원래 하던 대로 하자고만 생각하고 게임했던 것 같습니다.
Well, yesterday the games didn't go our way. We didn't have any lucks with the circles, and I think that's what actually got in the way for every map yesterday. But today was a new day, so we said, hey, let's just do what we were doing because we're a good team, and I think that's how we managed to get a chicken first 2 maps. Well, you guys were able to stay very calm despite the pressure that is on you. I wanted to ask you, who's the one that's been keeping the calm of the group? Who's the vibes guy, keeping you motivated? 이제 힘든 상황에서도 좀 차분하게 경기를 계속 풀어나가실 수 있었던 것 같은데 팀 안에서 그 분위기를 계속 이끌어줬던 분위기 메이커가 누굴까요?
분위기 메이커라기보다는 저희가 어제 마지막에 치킨을 먹고 끝내가지고 선수들 전부 좀 기분 좋게 있었어가지고 좀 분위기 메이커가 전부 다 치킨을 먹어서 좀 잘했던 것 같아요.
We don't really have a vibes guy, but we vibe with a chicken win, and I think we ended that map, and I think we might be going on. We might be able to carry that momentum over. All right, thank you, Heaven. Best of luck to you for the rest of the day, and now we're gonna go to a short break.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
This land is calling.
라인 서클 좀 칠게.
우리 오른쪽 나 피킹 안 할게 이거. 나한테 계속 빼꼼 중 얘들아.
하긴.
2번 그대로야.
채싸움 안 해줄게.
2번 그대로였어.
보였다.
머리 안 돼, 머리 안 돼. 2번 머리 안 돼요.
하긴 나 안 붙는다 이거.
내가 우측으로 팔게.
얘 경박사일 수도 있겠다.
기남친다고.
개피야. 개피야. 트위트.
하긴.
이거 나 빨리 생각해야 돼. 나 아웃이야 살짝. 나이스. 야 우재야 미친 새끼 존나 잘했다.
좋았다.
몇 킬이야?
지현아 그 까비다 까비. 야 어쩔 수 없어. 나 4킬.
나 4킬 없어.
나 4킬.
까비 까비.
Even Heather alone riding a Tyrannosaurus Rex wasn't going to be enough for him to save himself from the true South Korean overlords. DN Freaks take themselves the victory here after really it was wall-to-wall South Korea doing well towards that very end. CTG had some luck in, but it was all about South Korea.
It was, whether it was Genji holding the house or it was, you know, like you said, Heather being hunted into extinction. They were out there, they were putting in good fights, and it was nice to see some of these teams that we thought, especially Genji, in group stages looked so good coming out here. And as you know, Toby pitched, maybe they deserve a flaming whale shrine because that hold was sexy.
Yeah, the hold from Genji again, Orca and Flame just doing work, mainly Orca, but then also T1 sweeping the west side, you know, getting rid of 17, and then DNF just super clean, Martin. Just very clean, very effective. Nothing flashy. They cleared out their south, and then they got the 8-kill win. So great game from them.
No laundry needed today. They were clean already, and I'll say this though. This is such a difficult circle to play, right? You have so much water in play through and throughout. Like the Western shift on the second one, they keep the water in, and then only when the circle has to move away from water, it moved away, right? So there's not a lot to play. I like the way we saw the teams were like realizing, okay, we're not going to win this game, but let's try to get some kills and let's try to farm. Let's try to third party. Twisted got locked out. You know, the third party onto Falcons got locked out. All the teams realize that if we get the top dogs out, we might have a chance.
Well, let's take a look at the match ranking. See the points coming in. 18 for DN Freaks. They'll be rocketing up that board here, trying to join that top pack. Genji with the 13, 10 kills to their name. Oftentimes when we see Genji in some of the middle of those, you know, mid-game moments, they do flub, but this was a spectacular conversion for them. It's just, as I said, South Korea wall-to-wall, T1 in third.
Hey, also, a big shout-out, you know, I think Freaks very happy that Genji held so strongly against the Falcons. I think both VP and Freaks benefited off of Genji's lockdown.
Oh, this is it. Still in the lead, but look at that. Freaks jumping into third after that insane game. Now they only having 1 point in that game keeps them in it, but it's 10 points from first to fifth still. Everything is still in play.
Shows how quickly from that mid-pack you can jump straight on up onto podium.
That's what happens when it is this tight. So that max jump right up there, it was big news that the entire top of the leaderboard was dead by the time we got into, I think it was 5th or 6th circle. And from there, I think the teams who were even in game still were like, this is it. This is our moment to make that big move. You could tell Freaks immediately picked up their aggression, saw a chance to coordinate some points, and now it really is anybody's race.
Yeah, and it was Freaks and VP that kind of sandwiched Falcons, right? But that was great to see, like, Salute recognize, hey, there's some kills over here. Technically, they did save the Falcons at first, but then, you know, they helped kind of sandwich and get rid of them. So again, just lights out play from Freaks to recognize that opportunity.
You can see as all the teams are consulting with their analysts here, understandable considering the emergency that is on the point here with all of these games that are going down. Let's take a look actually and check in with how our top contenders are dealing with all of that pressure when it comes to the numbers. Fantastico still at number 1 here, but we're having a little bit of a change around to some of these names.
It's still like 35 or 3,600 damage, 1,000 damage more than Tickleton. It's 1,400 more damage than Perfectix, 1,400 more than Nixie. That's insane. But the kill, nobody's not really running away with it in terms of kills. Good to see Hagatar in there as well, my custom fantasy draft pick.
But also, you got Fantastico's survival time is going to be incredibly high, right? And this is a symptom of their style of play. They go to a safe spot, they sit in the middle, they pepper everyone who drives by, and they will last to the end game. So Fantastico was built to try to take this MVP home.
Yeah, and then seeing Perfectus up, normally we see, I mean, Perfectus is a great player. We normally see example up there, right? Especially when it comes to Twisted Minds, where Perfectus is having a very good tournament. He's stolen so many kills for them. You can see with the damage numbers, definitely more kills and the least amount of damage compared to everyone else. So they've been able to sweep their circles, or their edges, I should say, and find the kills.
That's always what has made Twisted Twisted Minds, though, the stable that they are, right? At any given moment, any single one of those 4 members, including Batulins, who is, of course, the IGL, can pop off. So that is why they're still holding on to that top spot.
Well, because anytime that they struggle, people will say, like, well, what's the solution? And generally the conversation we have is like, well, maybe there's a player change or something like that. Twisted Mind's solution is never a roster change currently. It's like they're going to stay together. They're just going to figure it out. Maybe someone's just having a bad day. They are not having a bad day. They feel very, very strong right now. The problem is, Martin, it is so close up here at the top that there's no, like, you can't use your end day strategy. You have to still be playing this thing because there's 7 teams chasing the same amount of points.
No matter how good you are of a team, if you get held on the edge and third-partied by, while you're fighting a team that's actually putting a lot of pressure on you, and you then get third-partied, there's nothing much to do. Like, you can't really do anything about it because you're going to get held out, you're going to get shot down, you're just going to have to salvage as much as you can.
Well, gentlemen, time for our last Tago. Let's head over to the commentators here. We have 4 more games in the book. It's time to Tago.
4 matches, yes, that is correct, for these teams to try and claim the first place spot. And honestly, I think looking at the end of yesterday, coming into that Game 6, seeing DN Freaks way down the bottom of the leaderboard. 3 games later, now they're in the top 3. Wow. That goes to show how incredibly close and how open this tournament still is.
It truly is. It shows you how far we've come as an esport, to where we're in a grand final and it's still so up for grabs with 4 games remaining. And obviously Twisted Mind's still looking strong, and if you had to put all your chips in one pile, they're a pretty good pile to put it in, as they have been there before. They have the experience. They know what it takes to become champions, but it's still a long way to go here before we see who gets to lift that trophy.
Anything can happen in a game of PUBG. Some things never change, and one thing is for sure here as well, that it always goes right down to the wire. Tago is on the cards for the final time here at Esports World Cup. So let's get on over to the peninsula, where chaos has happened time and time again. Early game shenanigans has unfolded all over. Can they avoid it? Can they dodge it? And to add to it, which you guys will see in just a second out there watching, this lane path is, I don't want to call it anything different, horrendous for the vast majority of these teams.
Yeah, if you loot anywhere south of the river,
which almost everyone does. What is this plane? You can't even stretch Buksansa.
That's tough. That is going to be real tough. All right, let's keep our eyes peeled, guys, because there's going to be a lot of teams dropping close to each other right off the bat. You can see 2 up there by Shipyard changed the game, and I believe that is Toyo. Yeah, they're pretty close to each other. Looks like Toyo will get a vehicle and try to escape. 2Y going to take some shots in the rear. And meanwhile, Donawa Freaks also close to Theradon 5. The terminal, nobody goes near terminal. That's where 17 and Twisted Minds live. Nobody wants to mess around with that.
Yep, now they get that area for free. They get to skirmish should they want to. As everyone, of course, going to take a little longer for parachutes, for players to hit the ground, because they are stretching, trying to fly as far as they can to get some of those safe vehicles. Circle will be somewhat kind, but a lot of space towards the south. I'm looking at Rock already. A wide rotator. I wouldn't be surprised, even though they're technically directly west of the entry to the circle, wrap all the way south around. Go Hosan Present, come in from that southern side, because they want to be in the quiet side of the circle. They want to play it safe, and if you look towards the northeast, that's where all the teams are bunched up. So stay as far away as you can from that area of the map.
I tell you what, in terms of circles, this is probably the kindest circle that anyone could have asked for. Just imagine.
And that's something.
I mean, just imagine had it gone north across the river. I mean, every bridge is going to be occupied. There's no way to do any long wraps. This time, at least, you can do that long, as you said, the long wraps to the south from either the east or the west. You don't have to worry about trying to and hoping you can find an e-pickup to get you across the river or anything like that. So this is about as good as anybody could have hoped for.
But Poro, since you've now said that sentence 3 times,
of course,
and it's grand finals, and it's the last Tago, it's going to hard shift to Paradise.
Probably.
Oh, Palace, I should say.
Palace, yeah.
Yeah, we could see a little curveball to finish off.
Go north, young man.
Takeo. You know what? If that's going to happen, I'm sure Genji would be happy. They have themselves a win. They're the only team on the bottom side of the leaderboard right now with a win under the belt. Haven't, unfortunately, been able to convert it into a top placement, but I don't really fault them because look at how close it is. At 15 points, which would be a win with 5 kills, very reasonable, you're in second place. It is incredibly close.
I tell you what, man, that's we said it at the beginning of the tournament. That's one of the things that I love the most about international play and all these amazing tournaments that we do throughout the year is that regardless of who wins, who loses, how the teams do, there's always those moments, those PUBG moments where you see somebody like Orca pulling off the impossible guarding of the tower defense. Just all these highlight reel plays from all of these players to just remind us of how good these guys are at the game and how much fun it is to watch this esport.
And to continue tooting the PUBG esports horn for a little bit, we are blessed with the fact that in the top echelon of play, there is no weak region. No. The entire world is represented at the top of these competitions. Right now, APAC, yes, they're struggling, but I mean, in before back-to-back experience,
5 months ago, yeah.
Back-to-back Therodon 15 kill wins, and all of a sudden they're in first. It could happen. That is how good the world is at PUBG.
And that's how difficult this game is to play and how tough it is to be consistent in any way, shape, or form here. As you see, So said, just sending shots down range, and okay, Lil Ghost. How did he? Was he in the car? Lil
And it
Ghost.
was then he remembered that he had a level 1 helmet.
Jeez.
A 4x bit of distance with the mini there. Gonna think twice about repeating that. The thing is, for Na'Vi, I mean, they're not in a favorable position, so to say, because we are gonna shift away from water later and all that, so they're probably not gonna get pulled up on.
Oh, T1
But you only want to be playing like this for so long, and as you're saying, here comes Virtus Pro. The Frogmen,
I think, yeah.
Frogmen swimming across the water. Now here with Heather and Rainin. They're running away, not driving, so that's saying something.
But that makes me feel like that. Well, Raining's still looking across the water, and Heather just moved the vehicle and then got out again. So I don't think they have any idea of what is waiting for them in their midst.
They're definitely scouting, and they're playing on the backside of the roof now. I mean, I think they fell back to this part of the building because they heard somebody nearby.
They've got Type on the north side of the river that's looking over in that direction.
Yeah.
They really need Type to be able to spot something out here, maybe spot out Beamy, but nothing happening. So, okay, something happened here. Heather's looking over in that direction. I think Type saw something.
Yeah, now Corexi spotting them rotate as well. I mean, for VP, they just wanted to cross the water. I think that was their main goal with this. So even if they don't get to take the fight to T1, they're very satisfied with just claiming this compound. Because again, there is still a chance that this shifts northwest, and that's part of the reason why they leave Lukarooks on the northwestern island. So playing it slow. But Heather not feeling the urge to leave just yet, not realizing he's in a 1v3.
It's like watching a horror movie. When
Don't go in that door.
Exactly.
Don't go down the basement.
Like he keeps looking over there.
Yep.
But nothing's showing itself, and I still don't. Maybe Type didn't see something. I don't think they know.
Just your eyes, my man. 20/20 vision. I think he caught them running. The silhouettes in the woods up high. I think he caught them running up there.
Oh, they see Heather.
They're trying to outflank one another. They're playing like each other don't know what each other are doing.
You see the coach's corner there.
Full focus. It's a pretty important moment,
just
this
like
one.
We are. This is huge.
VP in second place. Don't want to take casualties here.
Well, in 2VP's credit, they're not just taking this fight without full information. They're playing it slow. They're playing it careful. They've got a great position. This is a great compound for them to play. And if they can avoid getting involved in a full-on fight right here, and again, what goes along with that, which is usually getting a third or fourth party coming to you, they would love to be able to avoid this.
The only danger is they're both sat with bridge control too, so they don't know when a third team is going to come up from behind and potentially cause chaos. So they're playing against the clock here. In the meantime, towards the southeast, Falcons trying to find themselves an easy approach again with the northern plane, with the southern circle. You want to wrap down towards the southern side, and Falcons has done just that, but they find themselves in the middle of a Petrichor 2-1-1 split.
That's a weird split from Petrichor. They've left 2 on a revive station, and then Non and Chewy are just, as you said, split way off to the south. And given how rough Petrichor's road has been so far this final, you would think maybe they would be more opting towards sticking together, but no, sticking with the game plan
exactly
is what they're going to do here.
They're doing the smart thing of going down towards the quiet side of the circle. Not only that, but spreading friend, not with the idea of taking individual fights, but to get as much info as possible.
Yes.
Do we have one team coming in from behind? Do we have 2 teams playing this southeastern side alongside us? They know, I think they heard the vehicles from Falcons. Now Nan is being shot at as well, so they're definitely aware that there's one team here, but even that is not too scary, as long as we've talked about in the previous game as well. As long as you have a disengage opportunity, as long as you can get away. Issue is, Toyo is coming in on the northeast of them just now as well, and if that becomes a 3-way fight, that could be dangerous.
And this looks like the horror movie has finally ended as Heather will try to run, and he's going to go down. Toby, I got to tell you, I was watching this on the map stream. Heather got in that vehicle about 4 times and hopped out every single time. He could have easily escaped that, but he just had no idea that it was a full-on 4-man squad here waiting for him.
But isn't that always how they die in the horror movies? No, don't go back! Don't go back! Stay away! Don't open the door! We can yell at him as much as we want, tell him what to do, but in the end...
Well, look at T1. It looks like they might be...
There is nothing to come for, please. I mean, they
go for the chip, maybe, but...
You know what? You're hoping that they get a west shift, northwest, and then you can get the chip, because if this goes... Oh, I don't know. This
is tough.
They know they have no one sat on the east side. I think that's the most important thing right now. I mean, from T1's perspective, they don't really have anything to lose by being here at least till Circle Pop. But if this goes anywhere but where they are, I feel like you got to kind of count your losses and play as 3.
Well, they still have Type on the north side, over just south of Yongshang. Looking over in that direction. He's already taken a few shots over towards VP. VP going to hop in their vehicles, and it looks like they'll reposition. And meanwhile, now you've got Fluky from Third on 5 starting to creep over in this direction, and he might spot this out, and T1 may be able to get his chip back.
Yeah,
now VP on the move. And there you go. That circle's still going to have a pretty decent chunk north of the river still in it.
Yeah, looking towards Twisted Minds, looking towards Na'Vi as well.
Look at that, VP immediately go back.
They go back. It was a bait. It was a bait all along. Raining running for his fallen teammate, not happening. Issue for T5 is, as you were saying before as well, Paul Rowe, for T1, Third on 5 is coming in on the northern side now too. Type has to get out of there.
Yeah, and fortunately for him, Fluky was in the air, and that whirlybird going to give him a little bit of a preemptive notice, so he's going to make his way across. And now, you see Raining looking over in that direction. T1, they got to make a decision quickly. They cannot stick around here, and why not do it in the midst of a red zone as well?
To make matters even worse,
just get out of there. Get out of there. It's cursed at this point, guys. Go.
If you were considering sticking around, the game is literally telling you to get out of there.
Well, they are sticking around.
They are.
This is...
How many of them do you think will have to die to this red zone before they realize they should leave?
I don't know. They are definitely out overstaying their welcome.
You see Sonic, he said they're leaning forward now going, boys.
We'd really love to get Heather back, but it's just not looking like it's in the cards here, as Type will extend a little bit. He's going to take some shots from Fluky from the air, but I think he'll be okay. But Raining, he's right there. And
what are you? Are they going for his loot?
I think.
Are they stealing his blue chip?
I mean, if nothing else, yeah. So
maybe, you know what? VP, they like to play slow in the beginning of the game. They don't need to take these fights.
Oh no, they took a knock.
Guys, what are we fighting over?
Beamy just got knocked.
I saw it. What are we fighting over in the northeast? Fortunately, it's inside building, so unless if Nixa gets taken out by the red zone before making his way inside, this is dangerous.
Yeah, this is some wild stuff going on the northeastern side. I know that, look, there's fortunately, guys, there's nothing else going on the rest of the map. Everybody's kind of making their way in. No real fights to speak of, but this is some interesting stuff going on the northeastern side. It's Third on 5. They're actually going to abandon that bridge altogether.
Smart.
Yeah, I don't blame them. And make their way off to the north and come over in a different way.
Yep. T1, if they weren't reminded before, it's as if the red zones are attracted to the red logos of theirs, and it will stay on them for a little while longer. Rain is out in the middle of, in the previous days as well. T1 has been in the middle of all of them.
I swear.
Yep.
They've just been magnets.
Lokaruks now from the east side of the river. Of course, they heard the vehicles from Game Start Win pulling up behind them, and they realized we have to go towards the east. Next circle is going to be a crucial one, though, because as we said, there hasn't really been any fighting. Only one player down. Very unusual for a Takeo's start, but it also goes to show that down towards the south, they can't really be sat any tighter than they already are. Half of Rock ain't in yet. Toyo has still yet to make their way on in, and Falcons are looking to potentially take a fight with Change the Game.
Well, this goes all back to what we were saying earlier when we said this was a friendly circle.
Yes.
This is what we meant. These guys are able to stay up and get all the way into 13 minutes into the game here waiting for this next circle to pop.
Important shift coming with it as well. Na'Vi still maintaining their split. Twisted doing the same. Will they be able to continue?
Oh my God.
As we go north! Oh no! Against the odds, Genji wins yet another circle! There's no way.
I didn't think they had it like that, man.
T5, they just did the quickest 180 I have ever seen. VP knows they have a space to go to. Over on the other side, T1, they're going to be right on their tails.
And T1, I think they see VP leaving. Do they send Type to go pick up the chip? I think they are. So T1, they're going to send one across the bridge already. Third on 5, immediately turning into reverse. That coastline on the south side is about to be absolutely brutal. The luckiest team in the server right now, other than Genji, other than GSW, the Expendables, they had an emergency pickup that they have just popped in Hosan.
But even with that, you just fly straight into Palace hoping for the best. I mean, this is dangerous. Rock saying we will have no part in this. They're going wide out into the blue to try and wrap around. And of course, now we see the commotion on the other side of the circle. Twisted Minds, as quickly as they could, hopped in the water, but 17 were ready for it. Able to take down 2. They're caught in the water, of course. You can swim while you're knocked, so not down just yet. But for example, in Batulans to somehow get rest in this, it is incredibly unlikely.
That was really hoping for a lot. They had a boat too. Like they immediately they came, they got in the boat and they tried to get across, but there were so many teams that were right there. And they were just not able to get across in time, despite the fact, look how short this river is. It just wasn't enough.
That's the issue, right? Opposed to Smile's boat makes sounds, and there's not a whole lot you can do when you're caught by 17 like that.
I guess not. I guess not. And now, if the Expendables were hoping to drop on Palace, that is
chaos.
It is not going to be easy because the Freaks are already there. Genji obviously were already there. Game Start Win are hovering around in the cliffs on the north side. T1, they do get the chip, and they also get a spot on the north side. Rock coming in from the west. Falcons coming in late as well in the green, blue zone.
There's so many teams up here.
This is the most brutal circle I think I have ever seen on Takeover.
This is horrendous. Well, I mean, for them. For everyone else, I'm sure 90% of chat is clapping their hands, spamming lol emotes right now, because this is going to be an crazy finish. The fact that we still have only lost 3 players, now it's wild. But it just goes to show everyone is playing so patient. We have 4 or 5 teams outside the circle still, as we have red zones popping, I guess, fortunately, on the southeast side of the water right now. Perfectix falling as well. Twisted Minds just cannot catch a break in their crossing. If it somehow shifts south again, if it somehow goes back across the water.
I don't think it's possible.
No, but there's going to be water in no matter what. Imagine. Sure. Falcons taking the fight to T1. We knew it was going to happen eventually. Rain in standing strong, anticipating the push from Kick, and Tickles on circle, as expected, comes up towards the north. Strimsy now down as well. Falcons looking towards a potential 1-point game here.
Oh, this is not what anybody needed, but again, the most brutal circle that we've ever seen on a Tego, and Falcons now going to be the worst recipient of it, as Rock now running into T1 as well. They get Ian very low, but not before losing RBN.
Trying to play it slow, but there ain't no space to do so on this side of the circle. Have to push your way forward, have to try and make space for yourself. Heather has just been rested with no weapons at all. Guys, there's a crate over here. Come loot and come to it quickly. Heather, I need you on the ground, says Raiding as he stood here alone, trying to fend off against the entirety of Rock. Good thing for him is that Rock has, T1 has help on the eastern side. Freaks applying pressure to Rock as well.
They may have thrown some supplies in the trunk of the car there for Heather, and it looks like he might pick up something, but you can see he's dipping into the blue zone just a little bit. Rock able to get their man back on his feet, full strength once again, as they continue to hold on to this western side of the palace. The circle did pop. It does go back to the north, so everybody on that south side going to have to make their way in. So all gamers could be sniffing around in this location very, very shortly.
Definitely could. H-Win now prone, or not prone, lying low at least, trying to figure how in the world do I get placement points out of this. Just
Lou doing the same for Twisted
chill and
Minds.
hope that everything goes your way. Exactly. Twisted still sat in first place, wanting to keep it that way, but I don't see how with so many of the top teams in a position to fight for a win here.
And you can see what we're looking at. Virtus Pro have lost one. They're not in Palace itself. They are playing on the hills just off to the east, so that might be a good spot for them for the time being. RBN and the rest of the boys from Rock going to continue to wrap around on that north side. The further they go, the closer they get to Theraton 5, as Twisted Minds will be the first team eliminated here.
First team out. It's been the case through this tournament, for the finals so far. Excuse me, that the team in first place have been the first one out. Twisted can't change that curse, at least not here on Tago's H-Win. Well, his name is green, his logo is green. Maybe there's a little bit of a camouflage buff added to him. We'll see if anyone's going to spot him or not. This could be one of those random run-overs where you don't even know that you're running a guy over and all of a sudden, there he is.
Honestly, hoping for the best. Changing the game, do manage to make their way across the bridge. But they are in the blue right now after getting sprayed down from AG on that southern coast. AG continuing to work on the coast. They might run into Navi. Rock, meanwhile, they found a Rock to play around, and they are looking off to the east, but they do have CTG slowly making their way in. You can see them just healing up before they come in because they know that they are going to come in and they're going to have to start fighting almost immediately.
Souls parked his card right next to Hangyi, but Hangyi is not able to hit the shots, and once again it's Freaks helping out the teams on the outskirts. Here comes the rest of Change the Game, though, as Sol is able to find one. Santastical from afar gets a second and gets the third as well. Santastical, when there's a guy... It's him over and over again.
He's just dropping presents all over this lobby. Unfortunately, the presents are kills, as he has now 243 damage, 3 more kills to add to his impressive total, as the Latin American, we'll call it now, the Latin American superstar continues to add to his resume of destruction. All gamers now having to make their way into the south side of Palace, but they've got Freaks just on their western side.
Got a BRDM to fall back to as well if need be. They have Expendables right in front of them too. What better than APAC teams fighting each other down towards the bottom of the leaderboard. But as you're saying, Poro, DN Freaks, they're coming in from behind, and I think All Gamers Global is starting to realize this now as well.
And they've got the Expendables just on the other side as well. Navi also looking in that direction as Heaven just checking the walls, checking the edge of the smokes, seeing what he can see. If there's I don't know if there's a team that loves BRDMs more than the Expendables or AG, as they continue to try to make it down a little bit further on the wall. They'll go ahead and bring it with them, leave Haizaki behind. They listen for footsteps. Navi, meanwhile, still playing from the coast, but they've got to make their way in, and you can see where they're at now is outside of the zone, as H-Win will stay alive, as the rotating Rock will not. They will not run through his bush, fortunately enough.
For now, H-Win is up, but he's outside circle. He's going to find a new bush inside if he wants to stay put in this one. Navi coming across now as well, running towards the building on the southern side of the circle. But All Gamers Global are collapsing on this position as well. Here comes the BRDM. Around the corner they go. They're all stuck inside. It's a 2v BRDM. Can they get it down to low enough HP that they have to jump out? There's 3 players inside. Jumps out. Zozet finds one. Himas instantly runs him over.
And Ferris will go down, as All Gamers, they're down to just him ass. They're down to a BRDM. Hakatori's got the bullet hose, and that'll be enough to do it. He takes down All Gamers and will be able to get the res onto his fallen teammate.
Given the chaos that just ensued, the fact that Navi only lose 1 in this, I think is the best case scenario for them. In the meantime, towards the east side, Virtus Pro trying to fend off against 17 Gaming. It's just Xiao Wu left alive. They've done the majority of the work already, and now let's listen into Virtus Pro and hear how they get out of this situation alive.
See them. I don't see them peeking. I think they went west. I think south went west. I can kill it. I can resurrect him.
Yeah, you should.
I'm running full openings. You might need to peek.
I can't. He's full.
Where is he?
He's on the rock.
Top of broken block.
Can you pick Bangkok?
Yeah. Still on Drog, he's gonna rest now.
He can't rest.
I mean,
Yeah, the knock hold.
He's resting now, Drog.
He's resting?
Yes.
Yeah.
He can peek though. He can peek
Yellow.
left side.
Is resting the rock?
Just behind it, like.
Exactly on yellow,
East
so
side.
some shit.
He's
Left.
He's gonna peek north for it. The rest.
We can go middle and Pronix.
Let's kill them dark breakers. Both in the rock. Both in the rock.
Oh, the decisions you have to make, Nixie. Do I go for the rest of my teammates? Do I make the push happen? He stayed indecisive for a bit because, as you could hear, they didn't have all the info to work with. Now committing to the push, but they have made the rest happen already. It's a 1v2, doable for a player like Nixie, but he has to go about it quickly if he wants to get his teammates back up alive.
And as you mentioned, he had no utility in the bag. There was nothing he could really do. And Xiao Wu going to try to make the run, and now it's turned it into a 1v1. Xiao Bei has that high rock. Secure that point, young lad. VP needs it. 3 points in the bag so far, but he will go down in the end. But look at the damage he put on a Xiao Bei. He did not go down without a fight.
17, despite being down to 6 kills in this game already. They too are starting to climb up this leaderboard, getting scarier game by game as Expendables here. Still no points on the board for them, but importantly, all 4 players alive as finally the fight for T1 comes to an end. Freaks the ones to take them out.
And the Freaks starting to get that ball rolling. They've got control in the Palace, and they are working their way through. They've got Petrichor Road off to the north. Genji still have their spot in the middle. Rock was 4 strong, but they lose Bielcalmo. H-Win coming alive at the end. He's going to spot out Ike's left as he takes the shots from the bush. Chewy has spotted him out, though. He's got to get on the move.
Where do you retreat to from here? No more lethal use left remaining for him. Good thing for him is he has opponents. Well, I mean, in this case, teammates helping him out, but it's not going to happen. Ming able to find him. H-Win will fall just short of placement points.
And that is bad news for Falcons, as you can see on that left side, the leaderboard. The leaders are starting to put some distance in between themselves and the middle of the pack. 17 down to just 1 player. Na'Vi has 3 alive. If Rock can get Biel back up, they might have a shot, but he is out in no man's land.
So much lies on whether this next shift goes inside Palace or if it shifts up to the mountain, because if it does, 17 and Na'Vi and T5 are just going to lay low. They're going to wait this one out, get themselves that top 4 guaranteed, and then play for the win. On the flip side, if it goes inside of Palace, all the teams that are currently set inside are going to sit, wait, and get more placement points coming their way. So it's a split down the middle. In or out could be very decisive.
And not only that, third on 5 on the outside, they had a full care package drop on top of them. They are geared out of their minds. Na'Vi as well. They'll spot out Xiao Bei. They'll finish off 17. As the circle will still contain a little bit of Palace, but it's going to be Genji on the clock. They've got to defend their territory.
They sure do. They sure do, and everyone is coming their way. Yeah, they do. Petrichor, PN Freaks, and TE, or Expendables down on the southern side. Forced to push further forward. Bean falls early. That's not what you want to see happen if you're a Genji fan. That, Nate, you know what? Throw one more, and that has a triple kill written all over it.
Oh, Petrichor Road trying to make their way in here. Rock, they've been lying prone here. They're playing a little bit of tower defense, turtling up on the edge. They hear Petrichor Road coming. They've got to get on the move now. But look at that Petrichor Road. They have the BRDM. That is going to allow them to try to reposition here. But you see third on 5. They've got so much util on that northern side. They are giving pause to Petrichor's plans.
You know what? Smoke wall the whole thing and just sent the BRDM through. Hope that there's not a Panzerfaust waiting on the other end, because those deployable shields, they don't really defend you against the BRDM, but I think Petrichor thinks better. But Nate's what's going to do it for them instead. They're going farther. One shot, Nate. They're prone on top of each other.
There it is.
Joey with the initial double. Souls there as well, though. Can he do something? Hell's the BRDM. There's 2 guys in it. Does he go up? Goes for the shot. Peeks right. Finds the double. Sees them on the left-hand side. But can't find it. Ming alongside Petrichor stays alive.
The damage might have been done, though. Nan is going to bleed out. Chewy's going to bleed out. Ike's left, and Ming pinned down from on high by Theraton 5. Rock trying to go down with... You thought they were going to go down without a fight. That is not to be. Look at that AWM in the hands of Ranger X. Meanwhile, Genji, they lose 1 player. Freaks are still starting to make their way in. They are laying down the smoke wall and starting to be aggressive.
And while everyone is fighting up close, T5 Theraton 5 are doing exactly what they did in their previous Takeover game. Get the high ground, sit tight, make sure we clear our backs, and then just take kills from afar. Salute trying to open up here, able to do some damage, but not enough to find the knock. They have to continue moving, and the circle is closing in.
Oh, good knock from Flame will take down Salute, and that will slow down the push from the Freaks as they have made their way into the circle. But that is about it. 4 kills already for Salute. Still have the high ground covered here by Heaven, doing a good job of laying down the smokes. And these are offensive smokes from Freaks that are forcing Genji to peek in the areas that they want them to peek.
Theo has to try and make the run across. He has now prone on the other side. Human is stuck on the wall though, so he can give audible feedback on what's happening inside the building, but not a whole lot he can do to try and hold up close. Now Heaven is here though, now Deal is here. They know they have the numbers advantage. They have to push these buildings.
See, Tosi has the shotgun in hand. He is waiting for somebody to show themselves. The flashbangs to lead things off. Panzerfaust in hand for Deal. Run. Not seeing anything just yet. If you're going to push, you got to do it now. There you go. He'll find Tosi, and that shotgun will be taken off the table.
Shotgun versus Panzer. It's a dangerous battle to go into, but luckily for DM Freaks, they come out victorious at least initially.
Flames on fire.
It's a whole other side of trouble as he is in fact on fire. Petrichor forced to make the committed play, but it's Orca again. This duo completely and utterly unstoppable.
The Groza singing for Orca right now as they come around the side. They spot out Ixlef. They take out Petrichor Road, and now they can stay alive. They've got Freaks as their unhealthy neighbors, but it's down to Flame and Orca once again. We've seen what they can do as Duck Shoes will spot out Extends, and the C4 car will take out 2.
From last place to first over the course of 4 games, Freaks are looking completely unbeatable right now. 6 kills, still 3 alive, inside the circle now as well, and split in between the Expendables and Genji. But while the battles have ensued down here, space have been taken by Theraton 5. Now, Hagatori is still here at the loss of a teammate, but for now, it's Theraton 5 that really gets to dictate the pacing of this, because they can do so much to suppress the teams inside of Palace.
And the Expendables are so lucky that they were not right on top of each other when that C4 car came in. Extends almost gets away with it, but the Expendables now back up to full strength. Theraton 5, though, still have that high ground as the Freaks try to move in and take out Genji, the dynamic duo.
Oh,
One's going to go down. Clory's going to take the shots from on the side. Orca makes his way through, and just like that, Freaks gets eliminated.
1-2, thank you. I'll take the double, able to lean back. Now get the rest up as well, and Genji somehow finds themselves in top 4 territory. This is the final circle, though. It's going to continue to move. Flame will be able to get up, but move. Get out of the way. The circle is coming. Rosicet knows exactly where he has Hagatori, but he cannot commit to him. He has to help his teammates down below.
Tanvu will spot out Orca, and now it's on to Flame to support his teammate. Hagatori staying alive. Flame will go down to the Molotov. So poetic, as Duck Juice will get credit for that one. Theraton 5, though, they still have this high ground. They can't fully commit to taking out Hagatori, though.
Exactly. Hagatori is up high. They need to pay respect to him. The thing is, he's helping them right now with the MG3 in hand. Takes down Delvin. Now try to flip back towards the southern side, down towards Expendables. But he's going to slow down once more. Let the circle work for you. Let the opposing teams fight one another. You know you're in the top of the leaderboard. You know you have a chance to take first if you can stay alive for just a little bit longer. He continues trying to push forward towards Expendables.
Oh, the Expendables are just sitting ducks here between Theraton 5 and Hagatori. Gain a couple more points, young man, as they continue to climb. Look at the leaderboard, Toby. 66, 65, 65, 63. Can he add another one as Theraton 5 try to clutch this final win here?
They can't find him. He's just over the other side of the bush. 18 points will finally be taken down, but we said it will. APAC rise to the occasion on the wildcard maps, and yes, indeed they have. It's Theraton 5 versus Expendables. It's Duck Juice versus the entirety of T5, and he will fall back-to-back takeover winners for T5.
It has not been the grand final that they had hoped for, but Theraton 5 show that they still have passion left in the tank, and they will still clutch out a win if you give them a little bit of room. And what a performance from them. What a performance once again from the Freaks, from Genji, from Hackatory. The solo player has now put himself right in the mix. We have 5 teams, Toby, 5 teams within 4 points of each other with 3 games left to play.
It's a good day when it's the final day of a PUBG esports tournament. It's been that way in the past, and this tournament does not disappoint. The fire has been lit under the feet of T5. Can they somehow get into this topside conversation as well? Time will tell with just 3 matches left to play.
And you just cannot afford to have a bad performance because there are teams right on your heels, as Twisted Minds found out just moments ago. But we are done for the day. We're going to bring in Matchroom and Paper Thin to bring you home. Let's tow it over to a break.
Winner, chicken dinner. Today's the final day. The final day of the PUBG Battlegrounds EWC 2025 Championship. They're fighting for the whole thing. They want to win the tournament, the big share of the $2 million prize pool, and of course the 1,000 club championship points. It is very few games that you have where all your favorite teams are playing at the same time. So whether you're a Falcons fan, Navi fan, Twisted Minds fan, they're all here at the same time. You don't have to watch one game today, come back tomorrow. No, they're all playing at the same time on the same server, trying to win this tournament. And you know what? The more you cheer, the better they're going to perform.
hectic game, but in the end, Therathon 5 is able to take the win down the line here. As obviously, they're yet another team that's going to try and join those top packs coming into our last 3 games. Joining me, Avenger, Godspeed, as well as Toffees to talk about this one. Godspeed, somehow, some way, Therathon 5 prevails with all these Titans at the very end.
Yeah, I mean, they were really flexing their control coming in from the northeast. I mean, coming into Phase 7, they had already accumulated 8 kills. Yeah. And then closing it out against the likes of Genji and the other teams in that compound, I mean, was just kind of crazy. Again, all it takes is one game, and the separation from like 1st to 13th, which we'll get into, is just so tight.
I don't remember a global championship or big game or Esports World Cup with crazier circles than we've had like this. Like the shifts, the curveballs, like everything is just going against these teams.
We've often talked about, like, is it time to get rid of, like, land ratio and things like that? And after this event, I kind of like, yes, because it's more chaos, more fun. These new circles have been really, really entertaining. We're seeing people use, like, the C4 attack. I think it was the Expendables had to take on there in the late game was really, really difficult to deal with. This circle in and of itself, with that shift north of the river, and I hope we get a chance to break that down more a little bit later, was insane for every team to deal with.
Here come the points. 21 for Therathon 5, as the Expendables also gets 12 on the board as well. A 10 and a 10 for Genji and Na'Vi. You know what? Genji, actually, slowly on the road here, Godspeed.
All of a sudden, I mean, consistency is kind of key. It does help that they were center of that circle. And they were the fortunate ones, the beneficiaries of that shift, right? Because they were the last ones to move from the north, or one of the last teams, and that was incredibly fortunate for them.
I'll take the punch on the chin. 2 games ago, we said I think Korea might be out of this run right now. Freaks is letting us down. Genji has dropped the ball. I said I don't think Freaks makes a comeback, and here we stand with them clearly doing that.
Well, here is that circle shift, of course, which was pivotal to this game, Martin. And once this happens, all those teams on that mainland are suddenly scrambling.
2 teams were hoping for the shift, and 14 teams had to move north. I mean, this is just the circle of doom for any of the teams playing this. This is exactly why they think the take was so difficult.
Yeah, and what it really comes down to at this point, when you are one of the, 14 other teams that are cut on the south, especially if you're further south, this just turns into a salvage game, right? Like, there's no feasible way, especially if you're not on that across the bridges early, that you're going to actually win the game unless you just get very fortunate.
What I liked about that, though, is there were 2 reactions to that, right? You saw, like, VP, Rock on the other side, the way that they had planned. They had a plan just in case this very unlikely scenario takes off. You could also see multiple teams that just got punched in the gut. You could hear the sound as they went, oh, what do we do now?
Yeah. How about that, look? Like, even though the circle went north, the 2 teams that was there didn't win the game.
Right.
It's true. So it's actually quite exciting that you have teams that are able to, turn the ship around, start sailing, driving, whatever, flying north, and you still kind of get in there. You get in there, you get tons of points. Look at that, though.
Okay, DN Freaks takes number 1. Twisted Minds is knocked off that position, but Na'Vi 65, Virtus Pro 63, Rock 62. Okay, this is just gonna
4 points between top 5. Like, what is going on?
We're gonna end with a situation of the last game, if this is anything to go by, where we're gonna have like 10 teams in the running in the last game.
11 points in the top 8 is absolutely insane. And the problem is when this flips over to the second page as well, it's still going to be teams that are at that 50 mark. And we have 3 games left, 52, 49. I mean, they've had some buff runs. Exactly. One game away for all of these teams down to what, Godspeed? Toyo, maybe? I mean,
there's 19 points between 1st and 12.
I'd say to 12. Yeah, I'd say anywhere from 12, these teams definitely have a chance. And more importantly, I mean, Twisted finally dropped a donut. That was huge for the rest of the lobby.
There's never been a closer championship internationally by a country mile.
Nope.
It is ridiculous.
By a petrichor road.
We are, well, maybe not them. We'll see if they're able to cook. But this is going to get down to the wire to the very last game. There's no denying it.
It is, and it's something that I think a lot of our teams haven't necessarily had to wrap their heads around in the past, right? We're normally in a pretty tight race here, and you know if you're playing some sort of crazy catch-up requirement. The fact that it's only 10 off means teams have to sort of sit there and still figure out, am I playing my plan? Am I playing safely? Like, this is going to be really tricky.
And that's the really interesting thing is, like, normally we have a front runner, right? We have someone that's kind of far ahead. You have a team, like you were saying, that's trying to chase. But does this change the mentality of these teams coming into this saying, like, holy crap, we can actually still win this event? Like, we're really just one game away. Does that cause chaos in the final games of the day?
I think it makes the quality of those games all the more, well, insane, but also probably higher as well, right? Considering that everybody's going to be on it. Like, if you think about some tournaments we've had towards the end, it's like, okay, 3 or 4 teams can win this last game, sure, but that last game.
and you've got teams that are a little not mentally checked up. They're like, oh, we'll just send this one, right? Like, at the end of the day, we'll just make this move. All the way down to maybe those last 4 teams, every single team has to think about every action.
The beautiful thing about this championship, though, is going to be like, okay, the team that's winning this fought for it. They have to make their way here. It's not going to be like, oh yeah, but you guys got the circles. They're going to have to fight for it. They're going to have to get there based on merits, as we were talking about.
And you guys over at home as well, not only can you keep up with the game that's going on here, but also you can download the EWC app. So you scan the QR code down there and you can keep up with not only what's going on here, what's going on in the other titles, what's going on in the club championship, and everything in between. So make sure to keep up to date with everything going on at the Esports World Cup.
I think, especially bringing up that club championship, there's $650,000 for first place on the line for PUBG, right? So a lot of stress there. But there are brands who are up there within 10 points of taking this win there's millions of dollars for their clubs on the line.
And that's the crazy thing is, first of all, this is one of the sickest finals ever for PUBG, just because of how close it is. But then you add the implications of the club championships and how much money is at stake there. And this is crazy, man. I'm excited. I'm excited to see these last games unfold.
We already lost Liquid. Obviously, that was a huge blow. To, I would even say their lobby. Technically, the way that they should have been playing at this tournament should have added them to a final, but that did not materialize. Falcons is currently kind of middle of the pack, but really not out of reach. Virtus Pro, we already kind of spoke about where they're at right now, and they're representing in, I think, every single game.
And that was the seismic shift. It was a seismic shift in the entire event when Liquid went out, and Virtus Pro, who actually got second place at TFT, all of a sudden became a very big relevancy. And to look at this roster, remember, VP said, we're going to do what we have to get this roster up and running, and now they're in competition.
All right, well, thank you very much, guys. Time to get it going for our third last match. We're ready to rondo as we have our next casters on board, good to go.
It is time to rondo as we have ourselves a banger set of games. Desk was doing a great job talking about how close it is. Club championships, tons of money on the line. This is gonna be nutty, people.
Oh God, this is so exciting. I mean, what a last 3 games we have set up for ourselves. This should be one of the closest finishes you would think. I mean, so many teams still in this, so much room on that leaderboard to make some moves. If you can get a win here on Rondo, if you're in the middle towards, even the middle bottom of that pack, you put yourself right back into contention.
Every time we think, okay, there's gonna be some distance that starts to happen on this leaderboard, curveball happens. Guys in first, second, third drop out, and then we get to see third, fourth, fifth, sixth just start trying to creep back in, and it's just back and forth all over the place. And this map is known for being a little bit crazy in and of itself sometimes. We get that centered situation going on. Most teams seem like they go, okay, play around center meta, what we're looking at with circles, but then all of a sudden it just jukes a different direction and everybody's just chasing after it.
Well, this has been one of my favorite maps at this event just because of the way teams are now approaching this map. I know, I can't imagine myself saying that until like this event where, because of the way that teams have now started to understand this map, where it's like, if there's compounds in the circle, especially if they're center circle that you're talking about, you either have to crash them or try to avoid them and then crash other dips or other spots. So that's what has made it exciting, is teams have to make moves, they have to make gambles, and I think it shouldn't change too much here today, given the situation on the leaderboard, given what we're looking at. If we get something like that, there are parts of the map that are definitely a little more, we'll call it fair, in terms of playing a little bit more traditional style, but I think teams are really starting to make use of some of this extra utility that's come into the game, like the BRDM, like the C4s, and that can open up some space on this map.
This has got to be a stretch. No, it is not a stretch. We've got a stack of people all right inside of Yulin right off the go. Genji even looks like they're turning around a bit, seeing the fact that they might be able to jump in. It's going to be Petrichor Road, T1 on top of each other. Ian already found one. Another member down for Petrichor Road. T1 knowing the fact that they've got to get the steamroll going early, and they are finding it. Petrichor Road in a ton of trouble and already out.
That's huge. T1, one of those teams that could have a big game, and all of a sudden their destiny could be changed here at EWC, and they win a clean fight against Petrichor Road for Yulin.
And get center for it too. That is big.
Somebody go show me Sonic right now. I want to see if he's happy or if he's just normal kind of pouty face Sonic. Like
Sonic has more than one emotion?
Typically, no. But I was talking to him earlier today, and I'm like, man, you look kind of angry. He's like, I'm not angry. I'm like, you look like it.
Yeah,
anyway.
We were sitting around with him. I mean, I've never met a man that gives off disappointed dad vibes as much as he's just like,
he's still going to be like, you could have done that better.
Could have done that. But did you see how much damage you took off that? Oh, nice couple of peeks around coming from Bean. Rock in some interesting situation. Ooh, look at this. We got ourselves some friends here.
Oh my God. I mean, just insane starts. I mean, Genji has been fragging today. Every time somebody's taken a fight to them, they've at least given better than they've taken. So that's quite impressive for them. I mean, a team that's been relatively quiet, that a lot of people were looking at as kind of a team that's just looking to try to play safe and deep into games. And when people have taken it to them, they've fought back. They fight back so well, and that's a huge disappointment for Rock.
Yeah, Rock, it felt like they had everything under their control, and then it's just gotten a bit dicey, and they're not out of it. I mean, it's just 4 points, really back up into first, but now they have to watch this game a lot more passive, and that's not been their play style so far. So, well, this event anyway, and now it's going to be, I don't know, this is where the test of the mental comes in. We've had the test of better play, increasing the meta, getting their gun under control. Now the mental test for Rock begins.
No doubt. I'm being told that Lando Norris is in the audience today.
Oh, hey, buddy.
That's I think they told me who that was. I'm not going to lie. I am not an F1 fan.
Oh, I am.
So that's all. And I know a lot of you guys are, like Poro and the Toffees. Like, you guys always talk about this stuff. I don't watch it. So
I love me some Drive to Survive. Let's
sick.
go.
Cool.
Just
I'm happy for you.
I mean, it's interesting because whenever we look at the earlier sections of PUBG, we did use like F1 and NASCAR, and the way that the ruling systems work in that, using the laps and the point systems for that for their power rankings,
right,
to try to establish how we handle dealing with 16 teams up and active at a time. So kind of fun to see it all come full circle.
It is. I mean, I've always thought about PUBG more as like a race. Like,
yeah, exactly.
Like a motorsport or like golf or something like that, where it's more about consistency over time, playing through many rounds of whatever it is that you're doing. And so I think that's a great analogy. Love to see the support as GSW just kind of checking out.
That's not Lando.
No. Sad.
Just making jokes.
Yeah. But GSW just chilling. Twisted Mind sending out a couple players early. Navi as well out of test track, making their rotations in towards the center of this circle. Genji going with essentially a 2-2 split, more of a 2-1-1 now, whereas T1's just going to try to lock down the edges of Yulin and hope that they can keep a team out of there until they get a better read on where the next circle's going to go, or where the next couple of circles are going to go, to be honest.
I'm just making a quick joke. It's interesting that we do get Lando on the map that has test track.
Lando on Rondo.
Yeah. Okay, so let's focus in on what we've got going on right now. Falcons, they're going to be crossing over the fields with some open territory that's going to be in front of them. T1, after that fight in Yulin, going to be centered up. Genji just to the south of them. Rock on that damage control is going to have VP very close to them. That's going to make it a bit scarier. VP on a nice kind of 2-2, but it's a bit separated out. They've got high ground, low ground control on multiple places. Rock, are you going to be taking some shots at VP in rotate just so that way they can kind of secure a bit safer in position? They want to make sure that nobody comes after them. Since they're already so weak, they need to get territory in control, but VP isn't relenting.
The problem for Rock is if somebody figures out that this is Rock and there's only 2 players, they might try to be a little bit more aggressive on them, try to make that extra angle wrap onto them or something like that. And especially with, the way VP likes to play this map with the glider up in the air early, you might get some pretty good info. You have to be so careful now as Rock. I mean, it is so precarious at the top of this leaderboard. A 0-point game here, and all of a sudden you're probably looking at 1, 2, maybe 3 teams bypassing you in the standings, and that would just be heartbreaking.
This is harsh. Okay, so Corexi is up. He's got the glider. He's looking down into Rock's position. Remember, they are weakened. So if he spots out more and more information, VP can get more aggressive in this, realizing the fact that, okay, I've only seen 2. This could be Rock. So a lot of information having to be gathered. Up in the north, pretty quiet so far, as we do have the Expendables, T5, 17, and Toyo all need to make pathing inside the circle, but it's all quiet pretty much everywhere else. It's just control every other section of the map right now except for right here. And can Rock maintain it? Because more and more is being lost as VP, using that information, starting to come in a bit hotter and a bit heavier.
Yeah, love this from VP. They're starting to get a read. Like, at worst, this is a 2-2 split, right? Like, and that's what you're seeing right now. So you can be quite a bit more aggressive towards Rock. Get some more safety for yourselves in case there's another team coming behind you or something like that, even though you do have the safety of that glider to watch your flanks. But they're
charging, dude. Look at Rux and Beamy.
Yep.
They've got the momentum, and they are just chasing after it. BL is a bit isolated right now. Can't see too much support coming up from the other side of it from Solds. There could be a crossfire situation depending on how the lines come in. Can Solds get there in time to provide some type of cover? Because remember, these are the oil derricks. They're entirely round. There's not a lot of cover to be had here. Correxy's still just trying to survey the horizon, see what he can get over for his teammates, and feeding it over. Lucarux, Beamy still on the charge. BL, can you hold this?
Oh, he's got Nixie coming from behind as well. This is so well thought out here by VP. The real concern is Solds' angle. Here come the grenades, though, right towards BL. That's going to force the rotation right into Nixie's open arms.
Easy pickup, and Rock in more trouble. If anything, losing that point over to VP is massive. The charge comes out. They know where the last one's up. Soul's going to be running for the hillside. VP on the chase. Let's listen in.
So, blow it up, blow it up. We fucking kill him. Don't close the glider, Corex, you just fuck.
Both bars. I need to go down.
Yeah. Okay. I don't see him. Do you want me to take the chip next?
He's gonna blow up on blue. Can you shoot?
No, I don't see. I can take him in behind and go. Help Corexi, please.
That's not on me. I should be fine.
I don't see him. I mean, I'm sprinting. I see him now on green. I'm fucking shooting his W too. We can get third party, boys. Where is he? He's in green compound. That's fine. Where's all?
He's gonna explode.
Still driving. Still driving.
I'll pick me up.
Still driving. He's in 4 compounds. He's still driving. We can kill him. Just mark it and then go. Can you take off with the glider? He's on orange. Wait. He's on orange. Still driving. Take off with the glider. Still driving. I'm shooting his car. He exploded on exactly orange. He's full up and running. He's like running towards Hungshan. You guys can you kill him? Orange rock. I'm gonna work towards the zone. You guys kill him as stray. Orange rock running in Hungshan. I don't think we can. I mean, we could. I need just do it if you can. If you can't, no, we don't do it. He was on orange. He's running south. Beamy.
Might be too late. I can spot him somewhere. He's still running. He's close to Hungsang now.
Yeah, he made it in. Can we get in from green?
Let's go back. I have 0 bullets on both guns.
Do you want to swap? I can drive.
Yeah.
Just did you take the chip? No, I didn't. Did you take my car? No. I'm gonna take chip. I need the bullets as well. Land again, Kirk.
Yeah. There is like 1 minute.
12.
Sold barely sneaking away from that one, and VP wanted it so bad. That one kill is going to be enough to get some distance, but I don't think that Soul's managed to pick up any of the blue chips. He's in a position that has a tower here. Maybe he did get at least one, but no, he's not even really eyeing the tower. A circle pops, and it does favor Falcons, the Expendables, and AGAL's positioning.
Wow. Very hard shifted to the west already. So a lot of those teams that took those early center positions are going to be looking to make new homes. As you can see, T1 still going to hold down Yulin, just a little bit more western focus. TE aggressive towards the center. Falcons already over here. AGL already over here. VP making an early rotate ahead of CTG. Falcons going to have that glider up, a new little kind of twist that they want to throw into this map that we're seeing more and more often with a lot of teams that want to be info heavy here in the early part of the game to make sure that these rotations are safe. And he ended in trouble.
Quick, easy point coming up for Navi right now. That creeps them up. We're just going to keep seeing that leaderboard shift back and forth every single time a kill pops over. So 68, 66, 65, 64, 62, and then finally a break point where we have 17 and Genji presently tied.
Yeah, that's a rough spot to be in there as a solo. You don't have any help because of the tree cover from the rest of your team down in Yulin. So Navi there getting a good read on the situation. Now the real question is how much more aggressive do they want to be down this hill? Maybe they feel like they can just kind of gatekeep T1 a little bit now, just kind of expand their zone of control here to make sure that T1 isn't going to push up to try to go and grab this chip and get the res, because there is a res station in Yulin proper. So that could be a thought that's going through T1's minds for sure. DNF on the northern edge here had to make a bit of a wrap, but there wasn't too many teams up in their vicinity. So they're going to be able to find a little bit of extra real estate up here somewhere, just kind of driving to see exactly how far they can go.
Yeah, below them is going to be AGAL running a 2-2 split, so not applying too much pressure. Salutes very close, but nothing scary yet. There is EMPs on both sides of the Freaks, so they're kind of contained over here for now. T5 also going to be rotating, but there's going to be a hillside in between them. So Freaks pretty much just focused on position inside of the circle. Long wraps coming up from 17 way down to the south. Twisted also does need to get into the circle, and they're going to be pretty close to Genji and maybe T1, but remember T1 has friends with Na'Vi right now, so Salute spots out Tycon and just makes it look easy.
Dude, he has been
the push, look at that, instantly.
Oh, tough situation here for Destroy. Guman has the Panzer, makes quick work of that, even though he got a knock on to heaven. DNF has Salute up on the high ground to cover him with that Mark 12. And this res looks doable to me. I don't see anybody angling towards this fight. T5 could have been in the direction, but they keep going towards the Falcons, so this is all well for the Freaks.
Freaks feeling good that Toyo is the closest team. They don't want to get involved in anything right now. Just got to get the res up. Twisted has themselves a toy. This is going to be interesting to see how they navigate it. Luckily, they do have this moving into the field hill side that's going to be a bit further into the west, but Genji could have to deal with a very aggressive Twisted Minds rolling right up in their face.
Yeah, Silu there just trying to edge up over the hill. Doesn't want to take too much damage in the BRDM, as he wants to make sure that he gets the safe amount of information, knows that Genji is there, and just drives right back underneath the safety of that hill. As we take a look at our next circle, where are we going to go? Still a little bit of water down in the south. Is that going to get removed now or not? Yeah, mostly. Just going to center up right on top of the expendables there, still keeping a good chunk of Yulin in. Falcons sitting pretty if they can hold their flanks.
There's a no man's land right in the middle of this circle that is going to be very hard for these teams to deal with. VP, TE feeling pretty good about it for the time being. Toyo still needs to get inside the circle. GSW going to be back behind them. T5 over into the west. You can see Fluky way down to the south as well, trying to dance around where we've got changed the game. 17 Gaming also still roaming around the circle, cannot find an easy path. And remember, this is way more open than a lot of these teams are feeling comfortable with. That's why we haven't seen Twisted really make an approach yet either.
Yeah. I think, not sure if GSW went for the res there or not.
That is a sick paint.
That is really good. Wow, wow. Holy cow, it's the Ninja Turtles as well. Wowzers, that is very impressive. All right, so a little bit of cover here for Na'Vi. The Expendables. This is a tough compound to kind of lock down. You can see they're having to spread out a little bit. There isn't a ton of cover to work with in some ways inside of there. Look at GSW's coach.
It's interesting that they called the Doritos at this phase. I mean, yeah, they are pretty centered, so it looks like they're trying to set up, build themselves a nest. Freaks are going to have to deal with Toyo pretty close to them now as they were rotating away. Crossfire could be set up. Binya is very far to the north, but Binya could have his own problems in just a second with GSWCC. Falcons also encroached in a bit closer to AGAL, so that could be a distraction. This is a very quiet circle for really how many teams are stacked up right next to each other.
I think T1's going for a res as well. Here comes some mortars out from the Expendables. Na'Vi, so dangerous in this spot. You know, if a team comes up over that hill, up to your north, you're potentially in trouble. They know it because they were the ones who originally knocked E-End out of there. And that's going to be damage done to those people. Oh, my God.
Oh, extends.
I thought that one was maybe going to be good.
Woo. That was super close. So, Salute. He found a bit of an angle to work with there. Scared him a bit, but not enough to get the knock. T5 roaming down in the south right now. Na'Vi, yes, being centered up feels good, but also feels bad. Double-edged sword as there is nowhere to go. Toyo feeling pretty similar up into the north. They can't really find a path to get in. Freaks aware of the fact that they've got momentum. There is a chance that they could walk away with the top and get everything from the CWC prize pool, but it is going to be a problem. They've got a ton of teams next to him trying to get out. Salute is going to get knocked. It is going to be Himas that gets the knock onto him. AJAL holding the line for now, but Falcons hear it. Looks like they might be maneuvering to get a bit closer.
Yeah, that was a hell of a crossfire that Salute had to drive through. Not having that tire as well makes it a lot harder to pick up speed, so that's going to be Himas claiming that point, getting a little bit of revenge onto the Freaks. They've got to worry about Toyo on their flanks. Benya out in the blue, trying to get shot at. Freaks are hemorrhaging players. Heaven going to go down to Emmy. Things starting to crumble here for the team at the top of the leaderboard.
It's just been the how everything is working around that right now. You get to the top of the leaderboard, and then everybody comes gunning after you. Toyo wants more. Back behind it, New Circle pops, stays pretty centered just a bit to the south. That does mean the death funnel is up in the north, where we're going to have Falcons, AGAL, Freaks, Toyo, T1, Twisted, and GSW all on top of each other having to go. And Freaks, can you defend? Mortars even raining down now.
Oh, raining here from T1 getting involved, bailing out potentially Human. He's down to 5 HP though. Needs to try to find a way, cannot. It's actually going to be H-Win from Falcons. They're going to be very happy there to take out the top team in the lobby. 4 kills though for the Freaks in this one, despite kind of a rough situation. Able to get something out of this game at the very least, and now the Falcons have kind of positioned themselves to try to set up a little bit of a barrier potentially, but looks like they're going to peel off. They don't like what they see. There's still a ton of teams up here in the north.
They need points right now. There's a ton to be had there, but at the same time, this is a really open circle, so there's no real options. Falcons were stretching out a bit more. Up around Ulind, you can see the firefight's still going to be continuing. GSW on the chase right after Twisted. But Tulans has turned back around to see if maybe he can defend in, keep Perfectix up, but Perfectix is in a bit of an odd spot. Going to be hard to hit the nade. You're going to have to cook that one perfectly, and CC does.
Oh, yeah. A wily veteran there. CC knows the timing on those grenades to a T. Nails that. Now some work here to do for GSW, though. Twisted starting to really clamp down on this fight. Trying to see if they can ruin GSW's round, give themselves some kill points, get even closer to the Freaks in that leaderboard. Navi's going to be chilling right now at the bottom of that hill still. Not really much room for them to move. Able to avoid much damage from the Expendables mortar other than losing a little bit of vehicles, but Twisted now going to leave just Example here on his own, and they're going to set up for some long-range cover.
Tong walks right into the wrong sight line. Example picks it up easy. Can he pick up more using this opportunity? Leapfrog ahead. Toyo's just going to be sending it down. They're going to be pretty close to Navi. You can see that pop off in a second. Yep. Ferris is going to spot out. Falcons also making send of their own. Death Funnel up into the north has to make moves, and there is nowhere to go. Falcons use the opportunity that Toyo's provided, and that was pretty much just a meat shield right next to him. Rolls in and do manage to find a hillside that they can stop at.
This is not bad for the Falcons for now. It just depends on what VP does to their south. The Expendables aren't moving a muscle, and everybody knows it. Toyo is going to go down there. Combination between Navi and AGAL. AGAL on the edge of the new circle, trying to make a maneuver. Yeah, T1 driving right in towards Twisted. They're going to look to try to punish this position that they've taken, but losing the BRDM. So just got to light it up with some bullets, try to get it into that exploded state so they can then deal with it, but they just don't have any extra guns to bear. EN was the only one, everybody else trying to get their vehicles into safety.
That's also made them a target. T1 taking those shots at the BRDM now means the fact that the Expendables are looking back up at them. Just rolling down. Batulin's going to be being chased by T1 right now. They want this point. They know that they need anything that they can get. Airtime popping off for Batulins. Isn't he coming to be at? No, Heather gets him, drops him out. So now it just means the BRDM caught up in between two different groups of T1 as they just roll right by.
Yeah, T1's going to lose a couple players here. It's 17 who's got angles into this little shack that they found. The hay bales aren't going to do much, and they're going to lose a couple players. There's nothing. They're done. They're cut apart. I don't think Type can survive much longer.
And Lou comes back in for some vengeance. He's like, fine, I'll take it. I'll use all your vehicles for cover. The way that this circle shift has happened, it's finally left the hillside that's been into the west now. There is near on nobody inside this circle. It is wide open, clear. 34 people alive, and really only Lou comfortably inside this circle, and 17 down to the south in it.
Yeah, there's some mortars. I believe that's maybe T5 that's shooting those. My eyes don't deceive me on that angle. Yeah, T5 definitely revealing their presence. Sold still in position to maybe backstab 17, who looking like they had a good position in this next circle to do some damage to some teams. I mean, here comes T5. They're going to be slamming in.
So many fights. Navi up into the north, pushing into T at the rough same time that T5 is going to be rolling right in next to 17 Gaming. Navi needs to pick up some more points. They're tied up with Twisted right now, but still not quite up in that first place position. TE, though, is just entrenched in. Finally, a couple of angles open up. Can they get some more Expendables? Calori's down below everything. Trying to see if he can drop some nades underneath. Sneaky little angle for him, but he isn't getting the knocks he wants. Instead, it's going to be Ferris that gets the better of that trade.
Oh, but then two grenades came in from the Expendables that got two big knocks. And there you go. The Expendables hold the line, and they're going to lose Delwyn looking for the res on the Clories. I think it's safe Just depends on what other teams are doing. Meanwhile, Tiggleton, H-Win, getting it done with some util.
Gotta find some kills now. You can't let the rest of this slip away. It is messy everywhere as Falcons continuing to try to run in. Nixie clinging to life. He's had himself one hell of an ECW, but this is a ton of Falcons chasing after him. Beanie, you're gonna use the hillside back behind this. He's still alive. Can he get an open angle to provide some support? Can he get anything out to help Nixie in this position? No, Tiggleton reads it.
Oh, Tiggleton has to get his feet moving. He had a grenade right close to him. Was able to dodge it for now. Meanwhile, 17 having some trouble dealing with T5 cleanly. Looks like they're hemorrhaging players a little bit. Trimsy, good for the angle, good on the Nixie. And the Falcons continue their march forward.
New contender is going to be change the game in front of him. Beamy tries to run into a compound, but he gets spotted out. Expendables moving at roughly the same time. Change the game now focuses back into Falcons. There's nowhere to go. Nades landing all around them, just trying to run right in front of the blue zone. Tickleton's already down. It's a ton of damage onto the Falcons. Change the game. Doing a great job on holding the line. Wimbo picking up a ton. Kickstart, the only one that's managed to make it into the safe zone, but it does not feel good.
No, he had to stop in the smokes, but going any further forward could be tricky unless they don't realize where he's at. He has an opportunity, makes the most of it. 24 HP left.
Gotta be careful. Tiantian's just on the other side of this. The Expendables know this firefight's going on. They want a piece of it. They want to get control over the western section of this circle. Tiantian does find out kickstart, so that's gonna be the Falcons now out. Change the game, trying to get more. Mortars also starting to rain down right on top of 17, but still managing to stay alive.
Oh man, they have been under fire from those artillery barrages for quite some time, and they still are. Here goes Genji making their move now right towards Lou. I think is just sitting inside of this BRDM. Not sure how he survived that, but
knock, knock.
Oh, there's a molly there, and Orca walked right into it.
Oh no! Lou is buying more and more. He jumps out. Twisted Minds gets eliminated. Flame still alive over here. Got Bean coming in for reinforcements. We still also have T5 that's trying to creep in down to the southeast and up into the north. We still have Moss alive.
This is crazy though. Some room now for teams like 17, Genji to make some big moves. The Expendables as well. Very much, I mean, even T5 for God's sake. It's 54 points to 70. It's 16 points from 12th to 1st. Anything is possible.
What you got, you have an opportunity. Everybody in the side of this lobby needs to make it happen. 17 Gaming trying to use this trench the best that they can. They're getting a ton of information. They roughly know where everybody is inside the circle. Change the game's Tian. Still alive. Could backstab into the Expendables right now, as the Expendables are the strongest team with just 3.
Well, the Expendables could get some big points. Xiao Wu doing a bunch of damage there on Rossita Jr., letting loose with the frags now to see if he can finish what he started. But the first one going to go a little bit too far. Second as well. Yeah, they're aiming for that vehicle, but Rossita had moved to the rock. So 17, they're not able to correctly judge their distance.
This is under pressure. So many different angles. The 7-7 does go down, but really T5 can't chase after it. It's just crossfires. This is so open. Anywhere you go to look at is just going to get instantly punished. Just footpaths providing some cover and some dips, and that's really not a lot to work with. It's the Expendables, I think, are starting to get aware that they still have Tian behind them. Remember, they know off the kill feeds, but 17 still holding to life right now. A lot of smoke's coming down for T5. They want to move forward. They want to get this dip. Xiao Wu, can you defend up? He's got the nades ready. He wants to try to finish this fast so he can go for the res. He knows he's in trouble. Does connect. That could slow down T5 enough for him to get 7-7.
How does he get the read on that position? Rossita Jr. has to be going, man, how do you just throw a perfect nade right in the heat of the moment there? But Xiao Wu, one of the best you have in the world, especially when he's under pressure. The guy just is so calm, so cool, and he's getting shot by Genji. He has to use the triangles there, give himself a little bit of protection. Has plenty of first aids in the backpack though, but he's out of util, has to get it all done with the guns. And Rossita Jr. will very much be res there. That is going to be Tian going down. Bean finds a knock onto the Expendables. They're outside of this new circle looking in. Genji has an opportunity here, maybe do some serious damage.
The Expendables have now touched 60 points. Genji 17 tied up 65. Placement points going to continue to push this apart as we are now in our top 4. The Expendables want to get inside the circle. T5 as well, but it's going to be Genji's angles. So hard to deal with for the time being.
God.
Oh, T5. Are you gonna do it to 17 like this? Path and Pong, are you gonna take it for the team? Are you gonna ride it all the way in? Or are you just gonna try to push it over? Does slide it in. Xiaowu's gotta be careful. Runs around, realizing the threat. Does get knocked. Path and Pong only gets one though.
That's big. That's big. That should open the door here for them. They're going to have to make a push. Pat and Pong just smiling a little bit there after the C4 explosion. They got to make something out of this. They can't really give them the time for this res. They're trying to figure out exactly where it was, trying to follow the car. Finally get spotted, but now they're taking damage from across the way. Genji playing a little bit of safety here for 17.
That is also massive. Genji looked down at what was happening with T5. That gave Expendables a little bit of a reprieve. They hopped in vehicles. They rotated over on foot very quickly into this firefight. They know if they want to challenge the top of this leaderboard, they need to get kills. So then instead, they're going to come chasing down in the southern section where more of the teams are going to be playing from.
Love this from the Expendables, reading this kill feed really nicely there. Know there was a knock onto 17. Start making your way in that direction, anticipating that T5 is going to have to make a push, potentially trying to cut that off. But now things just kind of take a bit of a breather. Everybody's found some level of safety, and now we just potentially wait for the next circle.
Team that has the most cover right now is Genji, not due to their shack, but because there's so many exploded vehicles around it. So they get a bit more cover to work around inside this circle. We're still in phase number 7, Paper, so we could see a couple of shifts come into play here, or at least one. So T5 lined up, 17 looking down into T5, T5 looking at the Expendables just trying to look any direction, and Genji just focused into the south.
Just a little bit of a breather here. One of the interesting things for Genji is those 6 frag grenades still in their bag for the endgame. Could be a difference maker. You never know with that. Also 5 stuns. Meanwhile, the Expendables, I would expect that they're going to run through most of their frags here in this fight, depending on how it all shakes out with T5 and 17, but they would love to just claim all of this. The real issue is that Genji has free reign over anything that comes up and over these hills.
Yeah, that's the thing. So that dip that 17 is playing, you can see it kind of drops down into that defilade. T5 and TE, if they want to try to assault that position, they're instantly revealed to Genji, who is holding just a bit further away. So everything's locked down. We could see a couple of counter moves. If somebody could be enough of a distraction for Genji, that's when you've got to make your move. You have to jump, pounce whatever you can get as fast as possible as T5 starts dropping down the bellies. They're creeping a bit more into the west. They might have decided that they're going to instead assault the TE position, knowing the fact that TE has to make a bit of a push this direction. They know that TE doesn't want to push up to the north. Instead, T5 could cut them out, deny out the pathing, but look, beautifully read by Duck Juice.
Yeah, he's got a sense that maybe T5 isn't going to be able to push up and over that hill, so they're going to have to come his way anyway. Better safe than sorry, but the blue is oh so close. They're starting to tickle the T5 players, and I'm a bit worried that they're going to get exposed to 17.
They've got an angle with 17, but they play it perfectly. Doritos kind of blocking out. Tandu does spot it. Rosnit goes down near instantly. Are we going to see 17 try to pounce under this? No, instead it's Genji. They leave their cover. They're pushing out, thinking maybe they can get some more. They're spotting out this firefight. They were expecting pounce on it. They want to assault the Expendables location, realizing multiple members up, but they don't find what they're looking for and instantly retreat.
Yeah, they went for a timing there to see if they could catch the Expendables, do some damage to them. Didn't quite work out. There is a knock there from Duck Juice. What phenomenal flank hold from him. Doing a great job here, keeping everything in check on this southern side.
Expendables at 10 kills right now with the potential for a ton more. Now at 62, just 8 points out of the top. Tons of points still to be had. Duck Juice, the guy that's got to hold back 17, while the other 2 members looking in after Genji, and that's going to be a big pickup. Flame has been on absolute fire. He gets dropped out. Now Genji's Bean has to figure out how he wants to handle this. All momentum switched over right into the Expendables' favor.
Yeah, all it relies on here is just Duck Juice winning that fight against 17. And then it should be the Expendables game, but he's stuck behind the rock. He doesn't have much he can do. Still might have some juice in that blue zone bag. Doesn't matter. He's taking damage from Genji. Can't get there in time to do anything to 17. All right, the equation changes a little bit.
This bit of cover that the Expendables have does keep them in position just a bit longer than Bean. Remember, this blue zone is going to chunk. Everybody being forced in. This tree putting in a ton of work for the Expendables right now. Does look like 17 is eyeing more into Bean's position instead of focusing on TE. So Bean's trying to defend that angle. It's going to take a lot of damage onto him. Down to 1 HP. Blue zone on top of him. Near on no cover, but does manage to find some safety. Does move. Does get the knock. Bean is now out. 7-7 down. There's nowhere to go. 17 realizes the threat. They run out. They go down. And it is going to be the Expendables that take an absolutely explosive round.
Your 2024 PGC champions have shown up here in the grand finals of EWC. Oh my goodness, they have.
That's not a smiling duck juice. There we go. We finally get it. That was just a. Finally we got it.
Oh, dude, it was very dicey there. What a maneuver there to find that timing. As soon as there were some knocks on that southern edge of the circle, the Expendables are like, oh, yo, we need to go there now because there's nothing else to play in this circle. If we try to crash Genji, we'll probably lose more players. Instead, we could just use this little hill to gatekeep those other couple teams. Really well thought out.
We didn't get less teams cut out of the hunt for the top. We got more teams added. This is just staying neck and neck for everybody. This is absolutely nuts. We still have 2 games on Erangel to look at, and that's going to be back into the old school where everybody knows exactly how they want to play it out. And with the way that we've been seeing Erangel play early, this is going to be absolutely nuts.
I agree. I'm really looking forward to Erangel, man. It is anybody's game, it feels like. There are so many teams in the hunt. This is going to be one of the best finishes we have ever had in PUBG Esports.
It's going to be, can you surpass yourself at this stage? Everybody around you, the playing field is so equalized. We're seeing such hero plays come out from player upon player. You're going to have to rise, be the absolute best that you've ever played. With this much money on the table, your whole life can change if you can just play it right.
Exactly, and you can see the stress of that on Theraton 5's faces. They know how important that fight was to win against 17. Could have been a very different situation for them had they gotten that push to work after the C4, but TE was too quick to stop that, and that completely smothered that round away from them.
There was so much at stake right now, so we're going to get a quick listen in and talk to what's going on with the mindset of Rock.
Welcome back to the Gadea Esports Arena. I have got RBN joining me here on the main stage. Tell you what, the start of the day, we were in second. We've dipped down a little bit. We're in 7th right now. Talk to me, what's going through your heads? How are you guys approaching today? How are you keeping calm?
Vocês começaram muito bem hoje. O que está passando na mente de vocês agora? Chegando nesses últimos jogos, qual plano que vocês têm?
Cara, eu acho que a gente começou o dia em segundo, né? Agora a gente caiu um pouquinho, mas nada mudou. Estamos bem confiantes ainda. Tivemos alguns jogos difíceis que meio que não foram culpa nossa. Assim, o PUBG às vezes é duro. Então, cabeça erguida que a gente tem 2 Erangels aí pra buscar.
For me, nothing changed really. We started in 2nd place and we're playing really confident. We still have like 2 Erangels to go and we're pretty confident and find that we can make through and we're gonna score some points.
Yeah, I think that's on the cards because let's think about it, right? Even though you slipped down the table from 2nd to 7th, sorry, the difference between 1st and 7th place is still 1 good game. You have 2 games left for the rest of the competition before we crown a champion. I want a temperature check. Can you do it?
Então...
Go on, in English, go on.
No, it's okay.
Oh, no.
Então, a diferença entre o primeiro colocado e pro 7º é muito pequena ali. E vocês ainda têm 2 mapas para jogar. E o que você acha? Você acha que vocês vão conseguir ganhar esse título?
Com certeza, a gente tem que se manter confiante, assim, dá muito para ganhar esse campeonato ainda. Então, são 2 jogos, acredito que quem ganhar os próximos 2 jogos aí do pessoal que tá brigando vai levar esse campeonato para casa. Então, assim, estamos muito confiantes.
So yeah, this card is really, really tight, and we're gonna play really well. We are super confident, and for me, like those 2 last matches, who win one of those matches, they're gonna win the tournament. So yeah, we're really, really focused for those next ones.
Quietly confident over here on the main stage. I love it, RBN. Thanks so much for joining me in this interview. We've literally got 2 maps to go, so do not go anywhere. We'll be crowning a champion after the next 2 maps. Quick break, and we'll be back here for more PUBG. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Gadia Esports Arena, where I've got a very familiar face alongside me, especially if you know your Formula One, Lando Norris. How's it going, man?
Hello, mate. All good, thanks.
No, it's amazing to see you here. I want to just ask you quickly about what's your experience been like so far at the Esports World Cup? What brings you here?
It's just a new experience for me, and I'm also a massive gamer. So, you know, I've loved to be part of the gaming community for many, many years. Still am. Maybe not quite as much now as what I used to be, just because my job doesn't give me a lot of time to be part of it. But I got an opportunity to come here and see everything, see behind the scenes, come speak to you guys. And yeah, like I said, I was part of this growing up. So for me to come and see some of the pros and see some of the finals and things is pretty sick.
I mean, speaking about your history in gaming as well, you actually used to stream a bit of PUBG, used to play it quite a lot with your friends. We're here at the PUBG Battlegrounds stage right now. It's getting heated. We're in the final day. How's it been so far seeing like this top tier gameplay on the screens?
For me, it's unbelievable because, you know, I've been lucky enough to see different sports at the very top level. You know, and when someone asks me like, how do you do this when you're driving? For me, it feels very normal. So, but when I get to play these games and you go against some of these pro players, you realize how unbelievably talented and special and good they are at whatever they do. So it's cool. Like, I love coming to watch this. I'm a competitive guy. I grew up like that. So you know, I like cheering. I like seeing competitive sides of people come out a little bit. But to see, you know, especially PUBG. PUBG was one of the first FPS games I ever played, or was allowed to play when I was younger. So yeah, I enjoyed it. I still play every now and then with some of my friends. I love like team events. So for me, this is a perfect opportunity.
And speaking about that competitive mindset, you know, we've got the best players in the world right here, okay? They're locked in. They've only got a few maps left until we crown a champion. What's the kind of competitive mindset that you have to instill in yourself? How do you get locked in? How do you block out all the noise? Go on, give us some tips.
I mean, I honestly think for me, it's easier than here because for me, it's putting my helmet on. Like, as soon as I put my helmet on, you know, I can't hear people. I can only speak to one person. Like, it's very automatically locked in. Here, you know, you're on a bit more of a public stage. You see people looking at you. There's just that pressure. You know, you got to perform. You got teammates who are wanting you to perform as well. You don't want to let them down. So, like, these are tense moments, and these are the ones that I relate to really well, and I get excited for. So, it's also, yeah, a pleasure to kind of see other people in that nature. But what would you be thinking? I mean, you're thinking of what you did in practice. Like, that's what has to give you the confidence, is what you've practiced, what you've rehearsed, and just kind of then, I guess, believing in yourself in those moments that you can help your team try and win. So that's what I would do. But for me, I think it's easier than this. Like, this, for me, I find it pretty crazy, so it's cool.
It's that rinse and repeat mentality, isn't it? Of like, you can't get overexcited and let the energy get the better of you. Exactly. I think something to touch on as well before I let you go is Quadrant. We've got to know a little bit more about that. Like, how's it going with the team? What's going on?
It's good. We've taken a little bit of a turn. We obviously started. We started it in COVID, which was like prime gaming time. Because my dream is still to have teams or a team or teams and have the name in esports. Whether this is PUBG, Rocket League, FC, whatever it is, COD. I want to be part of all of these things. I want like a team that I can really cheer for and support, and I want it to be my team. So I still have that as a dream. With Quadrant, it's not happening at the minute, but there's always opportunity for it to happen in the future. So something I'm looking forward to.
I love that, and I love the competitor coming out of you. I want to cheer for my team. Lando, thank you so much for joining me in this interview, and congratulations on all your success so far. Back to you guys.
Thằng trái ao trước nha. Không phải hai thằng. Phải một thằng, phải một thằng. Phải một thằng thôi. Trái hai anh gì? Trái hai. Đủ rồi. Đừng nấp nha Hảo. Đừng quá Hảo ơi. Ok, bữa đã ngay cho bữa thằng trái nào trước nha. Ơi, bắn thằng trái luôn, thằng 17 cây kìa. 17 cây trái cho anh em kìa, bắn trái luôn đi. Bắn trái là sắp bọc rồi. Vũ không mình cường cũng được Vũ ơi. Mình mua rồi đi. Hay, vậy trái cuối. Trái còn phải về cuối. Chiêu nào bò. Nhìn cho em Hảo, nhìn cho em phải được Hảo ơi. Làm sao? Nhiều kêu up, anh 7 kêu, em 6 kêu. Hai anh em làm được nha. Tin được.
A huge win for the PGC champions, and of course, Lando Norris joining us here, second in the Drivers' Championship at the moment here, enjoying some good old PUBG. Great to hear that it was also one of his first games here, Toffees.
Stings a little when he says it was one of the first FPSs I was allowed to play as a kid. And I'm like, I've been here since the beginning. Very cool, though, that is his pedigree. He loves gaming, and he's here to kind of be involved, take a little break from the simulator just for a little while to come check out some action.
Yeah, especially because of, I'm sure, how grueling that whole regiment is in racing. So the fact that he's here, again, it's super cool to see that crossover, and the fact that he does love games, he wants to be involved in esports is wonderful.
They're basically superhumans.
They really are.
Yeah, it's crazy. These guys, you can see like the neck strength of some of these guys is unparalleled, right? Like that's the amount of G-force you have to sustain in some of those corners, driving more than 300 kilometers an hour. It's crazy. It's good. It's cool to see. It's also awesome to see him here supporting. Obviously, awesome to hear.
They have neck muscles. We have neck beards.
It's awesome.
All great.
Yeah, houghly he'll have time to get someone in there with Quadrant and
bring him on the desk,
leveled up the teams and get some more teams representing. Wouldn't that be sick, though? Like have a team in here in the club championship. That's basically Lennon Norris.
Of course. Would be. All right. Well, let's check in with the highlights then from what was going on for this game, because we have plenty to talk about. This match was kind of banging, then towards the end, obviously, a very grueling circle for these teams to deal with here, Toffees.
I mean, it was an absolutely grueling circle. Again, this is one of those games where the top teams all went out early, and so everyone who's left is in there going, okay, this is our moment, right? Genji, Expendables, both being affected, I think, in their choices by if we can push this out and be second or first on this, we are now in competition to win this thing. And I think that makes these end circles even more difficult because of the additional stress ahead.
Yeah, and you're talking about the end circles. I mean, even looking back to the beginning of the game, you saw T1 take 2 members from Rock early. Petrichor got completely decimated by Genji, right? And they needed those points. AGL, once again, got punished by Freaks. So it's just been trouble for a lot of the teams who, once again, have rotation issues, continuing to have those early game rotational macro issues.
What do you think about the T1 Petrichor drop right out of the gate? It just, Petrichor got, they were erased so quickly, but it just seemed like a really risky play with 2 games left.
It's just not worth it, right? Like, I don't see the point. Sure, even if you win the hot drop, like the 4 extra points, but look at that, 24 points for Expendables in this game.
A huge game coming in from the PGC champions here. This now means that they will join that very top pack. We can see a look at the overalls a little later on. 17 Gaming, though, with 12 points as well. Very important points for them here, Godspeed.
Yeah, they desperately have needed some points. Granted, they've been fighting themselves, towards the late game, but they haven't actually been able to convert on points. This time, they actually were, 6 kills, 12 total points. Getting second place, huge for them.
Genji and T5 both also grind up some big points on this one. When we get that overall leaderboard, I think we're going to be staring at possibly 11 teams within 10 points of the lead. That is the I mean, I don't even know how to analyze that.
It's another double-digit game for Genji, which is all important. That's like 3 back-to-back here at a moment and time where they absolutely need them. But we can also take a look at little T5 doing some interesting C4 mechanics, because they can be scary sometimes. This one wasn't as pivotal or impactful as some of the other ones.
I mean, again, like they know that 17 is there. They didn't have the exact spot. They still got a knock on it, so I like it, but imagine if they drove it onto TE here, like to Expendables. If he got a little bit further right, it would have been T5 that would have died to Expendables rather than it being 17, you know what I mean? So, yeah, it was a rough one.
They only got
some
one
impact here, sure.
Yeah, but it's not the impact they would have wanted. It's C4, and there it is. You know what's crazy? We've had 3 swaps in first place on the day.
There's no way.
There's 9 points between first and 8th.
It's not even 3 swaps. It's 3 swaps by teams who are sub-10th at some point today that have taken over the first place spot, and that's what's crazy.
So obviously, those swaps continue here. The Expendables takes away #1 spot. But we came in today with Virtus Pro being at #1 Avenger. They have fallen all the way down to 7th, even though the margin's quite small.
Even though they're still 5 points away, so like it's still close. But yeah, nobody is still running away. Even GameStart win 3rd on 5.
It's ridiculous.
Falcons even on 56 there. We're talking 15 points only up to first place. Like, it's doable.
And that was a big opportunity for the Falcons, right? But changed the game, kind of ruined that for them. Either way, it
changed their game.
It really did change their game, but all the way down to 12th, it still blows my mind that the door is very much wide open for any of these teams. Again, we keep harping on it, but we have not had a tournament like this, I think, ever, that this many teams are still in the running.
No, I mean, in the words of the great Hypoc, anything can happen, and it really can in this game. Was it 26 points for the Expendables? So that means
24.
24. Any of those teams could hit 24 and take over the lead.
The crazy thing is that if you think about it, obviously we have been at almost every single international LAN, is that even after 2 days, it's not been this close.
No.
We can't. It's not easy to compare it to a best of 18, but the best of 12, it's never been this close when 12 games have occurred.
And here's the craziest thing. I think if we had a third day of play, it would be just as close going into the 18 because of the way that these lobbies have played out.
All right, time for actually the grassy pastures now. The penultimate game. Only 2 more remain. It's never been closer in PUBG history.
So close. This is going to be absolutely insane, paper thin. It is neck and neck all the way down to what, T1? Still having an opportunity. We've seen just a constant changing of the guard up at the top, and it is still so many teams game.
2 big games, and you could be hoisting that trophy. You could be putting your key into that trophy and lifting it for yourselves. It is unbelievable how close this is.
This is a nail biter, and I know that we often sometimes do some hyperbole here and there, to get you guys a bit excited. This is a ridiculously life-changing amount of money on the line for these teams. This is so much at stake. Pride for yourself, coming in, winning at the Esports World Cup, and right now, everybody wants it.
No doubt, this is going to be a good one. Erangel is where we go for our final 2 games here at EWC 2025 for PUBG Battlegrounds. And it is so wide open. I'm just here for the ride now. This is going to be one of the best finishes, it seems like, that we have ever had.
I mean, Toffee's hit it. I mean, how do you break this down? Everybody's still in the hunt pretty much, and it's just going to be, what do you take? Do you play proactive? That's going to be the big factor. We saw that. Several teams trying to be a bit more aggressive in the earlier stages, trying to see if maybe they could change their fate. Some situations it worked, some it didn't. Now can you really just, as we go back to the tried, the true Erangel, this is everything that you know. This is everything that you've worked for years. You have the opportunity, but can you seize it when it presents itself?
That's the big question. Focus in on yourself. Make this about you. Make this your moment is really what you're looking for.
Superstars are born right here, right now.
Exactly.
What you got. I mean, it was almost at the stage where we were looking at the Expendables and it was like they just couldn't find it. Boy, they found it in that last game. It's still just one big game. Can you find it for yourself? This playing path, pretty much centered, still has some Amelie in it, pretty much has everything on the table. Long drops coming up for a couple of squads, but really should be able to secure whatever you want. So no excuses for this one right now. You should be able to get your loot, get your positioning, get your vehicles, and get ready to go as we are headed up into the north.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be really interesting. The Expendables are likely going to have an okay rotation path into this circle. I'm starting to get that vibe like we did at PGC last year, Matt, where the Expendables just kind of turn it on and all of a sudden they just start winning games and taking things over. But who knows? It's so close now that I don't even want to think about it. But
I know I've said it a couple of times, but it feels like they are the most opportunistic team.
Yeah.
If you give them just a little bit to work with, they will find a way to steal it, sneak into something, and just amass a ton of points. And we know that they can be a momentum team.
Exactly.
And after that last game, oh my God.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's the thing. They do tend to snowball. And if they can maybe find an early pick or something like that, that's when sometimes it just feels like they get that confidence, they get that momentum. I mean, they're cool as cucumbers. This team is so full of players who are just unfazed by the moment, unfazed by the pressure. They just kind of keep plodding along, and you think all of a sudden that maybe they're potentially out of the running for the championship here. Nope, forget it. One big game, and they're right in the hunt.
Last game kind of sucked for Rock. They couldn't really do anything. They are going to also have the longest drive into the circle, so they've got to get their loot situation together as fast as possible. VP, Freaks, T5, and Twisted right on the edge of the zone, already in good positions to maybe pounce, find something. The Expendables don't have to go too far either. GSW, been a bit quiet, but we've been finding them in those late games over and over again.
I think a really important team to watch. Rock, I expect an emergency pickup if they find one from this position in Novo. They would love to avoid. They would love to avoid having to drive if possible. The other team I'm curious about is Twisted Minds. So for this event, they have opted to move away from that fight with Petrichor Road for the school. So now one of their alt drops, Stalber up there, they're going to have a good position in this circle potentially early. Let's see how they're going to be able to work with a different methodology, a different path into their rotations from what they would normally do.
They're starting on high ground. That's got to be a twisted buff, right?
You would think so.
Additionally, they also have pathing in this circle right along the coastline, so they've got plenty of space to work with. Don't have to worry about anybody just coming up trying to backstab them. VP pretty much centered up right now, has the position to pick whatever they want early. See the Freaks already trying to rotate in. Red zone does pop around the Severny shooting range area. That might slow down some of the rotation because we know that whenever we see the circle, shooting range hillside, really whenever we see the bunkers, that area tends to be pretty popular. So instead, we might see a couple stop-offs. Of course, the team that's trying to rotate has a red zone pop in front of them. Who is it? T1.
Yeah, they've been a little unlucko with some of those red zones. They've been kind of tracking them. I don't know if it's just because their team color is red and, you know, the red zone just wants to be with its friends. Yeah.
Not happening to the Expendables, though. I guess they're the wrong color of red.
Yeah, exactly. The T1's closer to the red zone red, maybe.
Wait a minute. We also have Petrichor Road that's rolling in pretty close to this. This is getting pretty dicey. The Expendables rolling right up next to VP, holding this line right now. Looks like the Expendables do read, okay, this is going to be a bit too dangerous to roll right into the crash plane path. So instead, they're going to cut more to the west. They've got to be really, really cautious over it. VP is going to get some vision and just choose them away.
Oh, boy.
That's going to push him down into T5. Rosted, though, he's about to have a ton of friends. Doesn't really have the defensive angle that he wants. And Calores walks in and just takes that one.
Huge, huge. T5 could do nothing about this. They were trying to set up for a defense on the other side of this compound, not expecting that somebody was going to drive right along that hillside, right into Rossiter Jr. at T5. So close to being able to shoot up in the leaderboard in that previous game. You could see how stressed out they were about it, and now they're going to have to deal with even more problems.
New red zone lands right on top of VP. Remember, they are playing the crash plane, so there is some cover there, but that could be a bit dicey and scary for them to be playing from. Petrichor Road did manage to path by what we saw going on with T1. Genji is holding down a bridge camp. Actually could be quite impactful as it is going to have changed the game on the other side of it, but change the game does look like they're scouting that pretty far away. We do also have the potential of a bridge camp over into the east, where it's going to be AGAL. Himas is pretty close to the bridge. It's going to be RBN for Rock. Doesn't look like they managed to find that emergency pickup yet. Instead, eyes the bridge line.
That's brutal for Rock. If you can't get across that bridge easily, it is going to potentially just ruin your chances of winning this event after looking so strong for themselves coming into this. CTG now going to make their move. Genji, I think, is hidden this. I don't think CTG is going to know this until they get there.
This is the wrong neighborhood to roll through. Petrichor Road is eliminated. T1 gets some of that, as well as the Freaks. That's very impactful for our leaderboard, as now the Freaks going to be sitting at 71, just 1 point behind the Expendables. Genji, right in that 66-point position, could find themselves some free points being delivered right to their doorstep.
CTG took a moment to stop. Maybe they realize something might be amiss, or they're just being extra careful, hoping that somebody would pull the trigger a little too soon or make a move, give a peek, give a head away.
Oh no, RBN.
RBN's in trouble. I don't see how he gets out of this.
The other members are so far behind, it feels like he's kind of the sacrificial lamb being sent into the circle to see if anything's going to be going on. He's rolling right up next to Himas, gets some shots out. That's going to be a popped tire, and RBN is out.
Nothing he could do.
Other side of it does look like Change the Game is starting to path right next to Genji. Couple of shots are going to stop them. That's another pickup, and these bridges are popping off.
All right, Genji here. I don't mind this decision from them on the bad side of the circle, trying to get some points to keep themselves in contention and then play edge from there. But Bean takes a little bit of damage from afar. Wenbo has an angle from the other side of the bridge to try to keep Genji pinned down. Maybe open up some space for CTG to either make an escape or make a move. But Tosi actually going to find Ares, and that's a quick cleanup for Bean.
Change the game. Really wishing that they could change this game, as there is no path. They just have to retreat. Jianqian does have some smokes down, now going to roam away. But even if they go over into the east, due to that dust up that happened right outside of Milta, Rock is stopped off next to the bridge. So there is another defended bridge camp potential for Change the Game.
Precisely, Matt. This is out of the frying pan into the fire for CTG potentially. Same with Rock, who might be getting an unwelcome surprise from the other side of the island. Probably not anticipating this at all. We'll just have to see if the timing is okay for both of these squads to get out of their without taking any more damage? That's the big question, as AGAL has pulled off of their bridge camp, so that's opened up enough space for Rock to make the move. Santastico trailing there, and he is, it's going to be really close.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, boy.
Nail biter. You can see everybody leaning in right now. This is going to be scary. NBL so far back behind this one right now. Is he going to spot this? No, he's actually just hopped into his vehicle. I don't know if we saw anybody from Change the Game due to the way these hillsides are kind of set up. I don't know if they saw these vehicles. This could just put Change the Game right in between two members of Rock to the north, one down to the south. Actually, BL is going to be coming in at right the wrong time. He's going to cross right in front of him. Maybe it's a good time, maybe it's a bad time, but he does get away, sends himself over that bridge, but that means that Change the Game now realizes, damn it, there's somebody on the other side most likely.
Oh, yeah, BL, if he was maybe a second or two later, he might have been in a world of trouble, but CTG gonna have to go for plan C. Plan A didn't work, plan B's not working. Gonna have to try something different. Genji has realized that their bridge is no longer traversable by CTG, so they're gonna head back up towards the north. AGAL already in on the other side of the Bermuda Triangle Island towards the boatyard. Let's see what Genji can do here.
This is just absolutely crazy. The circle itself has been pretty quiet for a while. AGAL with that rotate and Genji like you're talking about. Rock's gonna be back behind them. Everything else pretty chill. Change the Game does have an open path. They just have to sit there and eat a bit more blue zone, which is going to put them really far behind the pacing to come into the circle, especially after having lost members. This is going to be really hard to deal with. New circle pops does go north. You can see 17 already had called an emergency pickup, so they should have an easy path. We got Batulins kind of scouting the north, got himself the glider, making sure that his boys are protected.
Yeah, I like this from Twisted Minds. You can see a lot from that coast area up in a glider towards what's going on, because the hills don't really start to get tall and steep until you get past the shooting range. So you're going to be able to see quite a bit of the area around Severny and kind of set yourselves up accordingly. You can see T5 making their rotation on that northern edge. The Expendables as well, looking for somewhere to go. And this is going to be a long road ahead for Rock. It feels like Genji just ahead of them towards Razak. It's just about who kind of gets to that bridge by the boatyard first.
I can almost call it a rocky road ahead of them, as Genji, I think, are going to opt into the safer, smaller bridge just north of Razak. So, see how that goes. 17 opts away from their emergency pickup. With the amount of people alive, that's not the worst of idea, but that does mean that they're going to have to be a bit longer in their wrap. Get 17, never afraid to do that. They're going to eat a little bit of blue zone damage, but probably try to wrap more into the north or eastern corridors. Freaks, I mean, that's one way to defend a stairwell, right?
There you go. Just put up the inflatable boat. Yeah. I like it. I think that's the first time we've seen an inflatable boat used this event that I can remember. So that's cheeky. Probably block a door with it too, just like you can, like sometimes you'll see people do with motorcycles and stuff like that, bicycles too. So 17 has to go way around Rock now. They're going to have to go all the way up around Yasnaya to get into this next circle, it looks like. So this is going to be a long journey through some blue. Solds isn't going to pull the trigger on this. C17, but he's pretty much on an island, so he doesn't want to give anything away.
Yeah, they're in a bad spot. They're a bit afraid to take any shots right now because they don't want to reveal themselves. But their best path is to go over the island road to the west. That's going to suck. And that puts them right along the path into GSW that's already entrenched over there. Batulins just vibing, man. Enjoying out. They've got Severny. They've got a good position in the circle. As long as it stays into the north, they got everything that they want over here, as they are presently at 68 points. Tied with Genji, tied with Na'Vi. This is, again, I'm just still dumbfounded by this leaderboard.
No doubt. Still a lot of gas in this glider for Batulins too, so must have refueled at some point, I assume. And he has plenty of time to check out the areas around Severny, making sure that if anyone comes through, that he's going to have that early warning system. 17 continuing their wide wrap. CTG making their way up through Pachinki just now. So they're going to be quite a ways away. Rock has managed to cross the bridge by the Bermuda Triangle, so they're going to be able to get into that coastline close to Genji. Orca out on a 1-3 split for Genji, so Rock might be able to punish that a little bit, actually, if they get a read on it.
Yeah, but that's the old school God compounds, and that's going to be really hard to assault. VP still playing their hillsides, got a lot of information to work with. They probably watched a lot of rotations. This is, yes, a bit slower of a game now that we're moving into this section of it, because everybody is afraid of a misstep. You're playing this as clean as you can. You want to play it as safe as you can, and really it's just the teams that have been forced a bit further out. Falcons making the send down. Do they think that they've seen some vulnerabilities in the Na'Vi defense? They're going to take the other side of Crossroads right as the circle pops. It's not inside zone, so Na'Vi is probably going to regroup, and we can see Falcons maybe regroup more to the south. Genji also trying to collapse in. Rock just sends it in. They know that there's nowhere to go. They're going to be rolling right next to AGAL. The Expendables also roaming along that hillside just to the south of shooting range. Not a lot of options for these teams to work with, so they're just going to go with it. 17 way out back behind this, so this is going to be really hard. They're coming in blind.
Yeah, there's too much going on in the center of the circle right now. 17 is going to be taking a moment to just heal up. T1 there doing some damage to the Expendables. That's a huge fight going on over by the shooting range. Geez, we really need to see that fight. T1, the Expendables, if it's still kicking off, or Falcons, Na'Vi. There's a whole lot going on right now, and 17 is not a part of it.
Rock can't find anywhere. They've sent one of their members up. 17 just kind of roaming in right now. They're going to be putting themselves pretty close to Genji. The Expendables have opted into shooting range itself. This is about all the places you can go. T1 trying to fend in. They've got 4 kills. They want more. This is a very complicated area to try to take shots into, though. So maybe the Expendables can find some way to path through this. Luckily, nobody's up on top of that hillside right now due to all the skirmishing and everybody being collapsing into that point. But 17 could stop off and look down right on top of the Expendables.
This can be a dangerous position, though. It offers a lot of teams opportunities to throw util in your direction, but there isn't really much left for 17, so it makes some sense. T1, though, looking to try to find a new angle. Here's a kill from Haisaki onto Souls as Rock is just desperately trying to find any kind of safety, and they aren't going to find any. They are done. They are cut apart. Rock, their slide continues in 8th currently. How far down will they go before our last game? The Expendables stuck here in the shooting range proper, and T1 looking to put EN on the other side to give them a little bit of information to set up Raining and Heather.
Team's not yet really in the safe zone. We're going to have some trouble coming into this one. T1 tries to see if he can drop the nade in. Is it going to be close enough? No, it's not. T1, can you spot anything from this position? It's so complicated. Look down there. Does spot out, but so much cover to be had. Heather does finally get the knock onto Duck Juice. Tanvu wants to get it back. Does get the knock onto Heather in return. Are we going to start to see it pop up a bit more? That road not being enough really to be navigated as T1 Raining, spotting out more and more. Kalori is the last one up for the Expendables. Do we continue the trade-outs as it is presently? The Freaks in first place, tied up with the Expendables.
Oh, Raining there. Great movement. Getting that flush and immediately falling back, and a great molly too. My goodness, this is so well played here by T1, and Raining in particular just doing a fantastic job. You do lose Heather though to the grenade from Clories. Now the Freaks, they've been hearing this going on, and EN is in trouble. He's out in the open. He prones down. He has no idea where he's getting shot from, really. Up on the hill, the Freaks peppering the teams down in the shooting range.
Clories hears those shots up on the hillside and is like, nope, got to drop to my belly as well. So this is just an awkward standoff. T1, how much more utility are you going to burn on this one? You know that you need to take him out. You're just taking some blind shots. Nothing's going to connect. So now T1 has to retreat away from the angle yet again. And it's going to be Kalori's buying more time for himself. We're still at 14 teams alive. Placement points, if he's going to survive here, are a long, long ways away.
No, you're absolutely right. Twisted Minds now might become part of this equation as they have to make a move into the shooting range. They're trying to hold T5 at bay, but T5 seemingly going to be able to drive into this. T1 would love to get this fight finished so they can turn their attention to some other things going on. But right now, they still have not been able to displace Clories because of these smokes. Might get a view on it here in a second. Clories on the ground, and he's done. Raining there. 3 kills in the map, and T1 continues on.
They don't want to be counted out just yet. So, circle update. We've got GSW down to the southwest, kind of being kept out by AGAL. VP also holding an angle. They can regroup. Toyo's just going to go send it right down into shooting range as well. So, new contenders have approached right on top of T1's doorstep. T5 is going to be on the outside of this, looking in after Toyo, so Toyo has to be very careful. Twisted still has to approach in from the north, so they can get some vision in 1 second. T1, they're starting to string it together, finding more kills, finding more points. Don't count them out yet. EN does go down.
Yeah, here comes that backstab from Twisted Minds. Perfect timing on this, right as EN was looking to rip Toyo out of this lobby. But it's Twisted Minds who have bought them an extra breath of life, and T1 has to retreat into the safety of the shooting range proper. Meanwhile, Toyo trying to see what they can do to avoid these firing lines that Twisted Minds is trying to create.
This is just, it feels like they're a toy in between everybody right now. Everybody fighting for every point that they can get. They know it's desperate, they know it's close, and whenever a point presents itself, you just have to pounce. Toyo, though, is the target for everyone, just trying to see if they can survive for long enough. And Perfectix thought he had an angle to maybe get the knock, doesn't quite secure it yet, but look at this. Twisted playing aggressive, now also eyeing T5's position.
Love this from Twisted, one of the best in terms of taking pivot positions and just finding damage, moving on, getting kills, moving on. Have always been so brilliant in these types of situations, and they have nobody at their backside, so they could take clean, fair fights against these other teams. 3 of them down to just 2 players. Looks like we have a res coming in for Na'Vi as well, as they are still trying to hold off the Falcons to their south. The Falcons are grouped up, scared to make a move, popping an emergency pickup of their own potentially. Let's see if they're going to opt to take it, or excuse me, maybe just some cover. There it is. There's the emergency. I was like, where's the balloon? And Na'Vi trying to get their player through. Falcons looking up in the air, trying to pepper up. And that's Hakatori's moment.
Oh, the distraction, perfectly timed. Nade's starting to roll in after him. Doesn't get the knocks, but Na'Vi does defend. Here is the new approach. Twisted doesn't like it over in the west. With the way that the circles pop, it's going to be the Freaks right in the middle of it. Fairest, no options, just trying to juke around, but maybe he can be enough to allow some movements for the teams down below to get some more. He's going to be rolling in right up next to the Freaks. Where do you even go, man?
Yeah, he's just trying to survive somewhere now. I'm not sure he can really even regroup with this team based on that parachute. Genji's rolling in now to the southeastern edge. The Freaks still maintaining a massive split. I don't know how much longer they're going to be able to get away with that. I'm a bit concerned that they're still trying to hold on to it here in phase 5, and here comes Perfectix and Twisted Minds.
Right as soon as that knock happens, it looks like the Falcons trying to counter move in, see if they can jump on the other side of Na'Vi and pinch between them. Na'Vi weak and Sosa taking lots of damage. He goes down, and it's going to be Kickstart that spots him out. This is a problem for Na'Vi, but Twisted want some Falcons if they want a dream of the three-peat between Gamers 8 and the last ECW. They need to string a big game together right now. They've got to steal every single one of these kills. They have to fight everybody they come across.
Oh man, the Falcons now fighting on a couple different fronts. Shrimzy actually gets a knock onto Flame for Genji. That's going to send Bean around there to try to go for that res. That's offered a little bit of breathing room, and now 17 starting to barrel in towards this direction. They've got angles down on top of Genji. Falcons might have an opportunity here. The third party, T5, does get eliminated, trying to leave the shooting range.
This is getting dicier and dicier. The southeast is where everything's going to be going on. Orca's getting closer to 17, but on the other side of it, it is also going to be Salute and Heaven trying to pounce into 17's position. Everybody realizes the strength of this point and trying to play around it. Fairest is still alive. He did manage to make landfall, but he's going to be right on top of all of this. Falcons also spotting out the vulnerability in approach, and they are getting closer. 17 just firmly surrounded. Every single angle, nothing to say.
Wow, 10 kills now. Type grabbed the P90, put it to use. 7-7 crashing. Going to be a tree right there. 7-7 actually dodging that. CTG around the other side. 7-7 had no idea what he was getting into.
Nowhere to go, instantly punished. Change the game, finds the safe zone finally, and they're going to find Genji in just one moment. Falcons still roaming over here. Freaks in this 2-2 split, so much control. Twisted, now content with what's happened over in the east, shifts back over into the due north, and it's going to be lined up against T1, who's been trying to get as many points as they can. That's going to be one knock already.
Yeah, rating there weak. Type had that P90. You'd love to have that in this fight, but doesn't look like he's going to get a chance to really use it. This grenade from Perfectix, if it is on, it is the end of T1's round. It looks good to me. Yeah, there you go. Well thrown, well handled here. Twisted Minds, they are absolutely smothering out the north side of the circle.
Oh, the Expendables are out at 73 points. Then behind that, Genji, 72, tied. Twisted Minds, Freaks, tied. VP 1 point behind that. Na'Vi just 3 points behind that. Okay, circle pops. It does shift. Freaks and Falcons favor. Tickleton sitting on a mortar. I think some information might be fed over. Where do they want to try to send this? It might be sent over into the Freaks positioning.
AGAL just crashed towards DL for the Freaks. They had sent Human out to go for the res on to Salute. He's in trouble. Has an escape valve, maybe. Some of those mortars.
He had like no loot. That's
poor guy. Poor guy.
Oh, what you gonna do?
I mean, DL has to win an outrageously good fight here or get some help. Now the Freaks have come back to bail him out. This was looking tough. Here comes some grenades, but the roof has already been abandoned by DL as he gets into the safety of the building proper, but some of these vehicles are taking damage for the Freaks.
This is really big. Ooh. Freaks had to send back over all of their support into this angle to defend Din. Tian is back behind AGAL right now, so most of the circle's now been handed over. Freaks have been holding a very cheeky angle, but it doesn't matter. And Moss gets the knock. Salute gets the counter knock back in. Tian pops off back behind Salute. Now the Freaks down to just one. They had the circle, but there is nowhere for them to go. Dancing around the outside. Destroy knows exactly where DL is, but he pops it off. He gets the knock, he gets the flush, but then he goes down.
Went down to his own C4 in the end, just wanted to end the fight. The Freaks there not thinking that another team was going to be wrapping behind them like that. Were completely disjointed throughout the middle of this game. They were trying to take different fights, couldn't find their opportunities, couldn't find their moments, and now they find themselves in third place with Genji top of the lobby, tied with Twisted Minds, tied with the Freaks at 74.
Okay, this is going to be big. We've got VP pushing in right next to Twisted. Big firefight for the top of the leaderboard. Let's listen into the plans.
Dead. He's on orange. I missed everything.
Can we go down there?
Close.
Yeah, Chelsea.
Do we have to fight them or can we chill? They're stuck. They're just stuck.
I mean, I'm gonna come up with a card to you guys.
I'm gonna go to orange.
Taking down left. Edge of saw.
We can.
Guys, just play close on the edge. We fucking kill them.
That's forcing down south.
Can we nade down left together?
I'm healing.
I'm just nading down left.
I'm gonna go in front, boys.
Yeah.
He's peeking. There's big 3 man on the left.
I have C4. I can see C4.
Yeah, C4. Choose C4.
I'm sending it.
I'm posting next.
Yeah.
They're playing aggro, by the way.
I'm gonna send it down.
Send it.
I'm gonna reload with 3 man.
Don't put me in front of me.
Guys, we need to look at the zone.
Yeah.
Go in front. We can go in front.
Low edge zone. Green. Nade.
We're getting hold from the top.
Guys, we need to fight them.
I'm fucking dead. Go.
Let's go pick them then. Or what?
I'm picking.
Okay, let's go.
I'm throwing stuns. Slow smokes in front of us.
By the way.
They have 2 guys far. I'm not dead. I'm safe on me. Take my triangle.
Nothing to blame.
Is there anyone in this dip? Anyone?
Dead.
The Doritos of Destruction being a problem for Virtus Pro. Lucarux now the last one up for his squad. Twisted just on the hunt for everything that moves around them. With the way the circle popped, it did lean into Falcons. So now Twisted gets to continue their rampage in the north, almost entirely clear now as we have our top 4. It is Twisted, Falcons, AGAL, and Genji.
Man, Twisted got that P90 off of T1's corpses. And they put it to good use. You could hear them talking about wanting to send a C4 down that hill, wanting to try to find a way to break that fight open against Twisted, but Twisted had such a good angle on that hill line. When VP had to take the fight, they could just hold the line, pepper them down. Yeah, it doesn't help that the emergency cover comes through and lands right on Beamy's dome, but it is what it is. AGAL still a role maybe to play in this game. Genji as well with 2 each between those 2 teams. Falcons with 4, Twisted with 4. The Falcons a chance here to get into that equation, to get into that 70-point threshold that some of the top teams are sitting at and give themselves a shot going into that last game.
They've got the circle. They've got 4 members up. This is the opportunity. If you want it, Falcons, you got to fight for it. AGAL, little bit too late, but good to see you finally picking up some kills. How are you going to push your way into this one? Falcons, everything hinges on you. Are you going to spot out this push coming after? The way Twisted, slowly, steadily, methodically coming in from the north.
Yeah, this is going to come down to what Genji and AGAL end up opting to do. Now, this next circle has plenty of space for everybody to make their way in. Twisted, I think, has just enough room to get in on their side of the hill up there that they won't expose themselves to AGL's current angle. And now you're just seeing a little bit of fire. H-Win trying to get some info on what's going on the southern side.
Here's the problem for the Falcons. They do have the high ground, so they have a lot of information, but that also makes them the focal point for everybody that wants to win this game. Twisted, they're starting their assault. They've got themselves within pretty close. I'd say like, what, 30, 40 meters of where we can see Falcons playing from right now. They have left Batulins very far behind to protect any angle of anybody that's trying to wrap along the edge of the zone. AGAL not even going to be close to it. Genji finally now having to leave their cover. That means that they're going to be pushing up a pretty steep slope And that's going to be a very hard task because AGL is going to have vision on one side of it, Falcons on the other. With Falcons having to constantly look down to the south with this new circle pop, it's going to be them and Twisted. Falcons starting to realize, hey, there's probably somebody coming over here. We have to step out of the safe zone to start eyeing what's going to be going on to the south.
Good news here for the Falcons is that Twisted Minds is out of frags, out of mollies. Not sure if they have any blue zones. They have some smokes though, so Twisted has some ability to set up some kind of soft cover for themselves going forward. The Falcons though, if they could get Twisted a little bit pinned, find some of those knocks, might be able to deal with them because Twisted is in a great position to win this game. Like you were talking about, a lot of these teams on the south might get funneled into the Falcons, and if they don't handle it cleanly, you know Twisted is going to pounce. But Trimzy going to get that opener onto Orca as he tries to leave. Tosi already out, already snuffed out. Goodbye, the Falcons take 2 of Genji.
That's massive for them. That Genji now out. Breathing room for Twisted Minds up at the top. How much more can they get out of it? AGAL not yet inside the circle. Falcons, which direction are you going to pounce? It looks like it's going to be up to the north. TIG has gotten right up next to Perfectix. They're going to be eyeing lines against each other. Example is going to have to be holding the line up against AGAL. So Falcons stepping away from the circle means the fact that Twisted Minds stepped in, took that position, but that puts them in the pinched position as well. The shot's coming up from Kickstart, trying to hold back AGL's position. Vehicles now starting to come in. Example spots out Trimzy, gets the knock onto him. That's a big problem.
Tiggleton takes some damage from the P90, but he was already getting out of there. Good on him to trade that onto Example. This could be the fight that may well determine EWC 2025 right here, right now. Rez is being stuck by the Falcons. Twisted Minds as well, just getting on top of theirs. A bit of a pause, a bit of a moment to breathe. Tiggleton has to keep AGAL at bay. He's going to get a spot onto Tycon, but Tycon quick to crouch back down behind the UAZ. Time now ticking.
Reses have gone off for both Falcons and Twisted Minds. Falcons finally touching 70 points. They want more, but Twisted wants to secure distance away from everybody. Finally get some breathing room up on top. Get themselves in a secure position to maybe take this one. Falcons realize, okay, it's probably the 2. They got information. They were taking shots at AGAL a second ago, so they know the strong sides into the north. They've committed all of their offensive line on this angle. Hwin has himself a way to open up the door for competing at the top of EWC. Can they line in the shots when they need to? It's getting dicey, but Tulin takes a lot. But Perfectix gets a knock on to Shrimzy. Kickstart gets a counter knock, but Lou spots out Kickstart. It's going to be Twisted Minds holding up the defensive line. Juke back between. Tiggleton can't hold the angle. Hwin can't find anything.
All right, the Panzer, he's thinking about sticking the res, but he's got to be so careful. They're going to be able to see him up and over that hill. The shot missed with the Panzer, but Tulins punishes it. Tiggleton down.
Just 1 up for the Falcons, and it's feasting time for Twisted. They've got the hillside. AGL coming up back behind. They backstab it. They steal another one.
But it's Himas still alive, and he's got a FAMAS, a 2v3. He could really dash Twisted Minds' hopes of running away with this. Tycon gonna flank out. There is no 2 other players you'd want to have for All Gamers Global in this situation right now against 3 of the best on the planet.
This is a scary, scary setup as they've got Tycon down to the south. Emas, that's going to be over into the northeast. Twisted, not even really that close to the circle just yet, but Example shuts it down. No fear, more opportunities. Twisted, this could be your day. You've just got to secure this one out. Get some more points. Tycon holds it. We know this man can clutch. Can he do it now of all times?
He's got a chance. He wants to get the point at the very least. He's done that. Twisted job now, just securing the win. Tycon gets another knock. 8 HP left, going for the first aid. He has just enough time before the blue gets there.
Or Rock, Blue's up behind him. No options, no cover. Gets the headshot. It's dicey between the 2. Peeking back and forth. Finally goes down, but Twisted takes the round.
That has given them quite the lead here at EWC 2025. And that's got the IGL for Twisted Minds on his feet.
Finally, a break point has happened. We still have one more game. This isn't done, but as neck and neck as this has been, this is big for Twisted.
What a brilliant game from start to finish. The way that they controlled and maneuvered themselves at the north side of that circle is just classic Twisted. Nobody does it better than them, just bouncing between fight to fight, making sure that they were getting kills, they were clearing angles, they were third partying. That is what has made them one of the most consistent teams in PUBG esports history.
Money on the line, club championships on the line, tons of stuff, but it doesn't matter with Twisted Minds. These guys just want to win, and they want to win for themselves. This man wants it all. His squad, they want it all. Last year, they managed to take it all the way up until the very end, but the World Championship slipped away. To be the EWC World Championships would feel amazing. Let's get a quick break.
Reach your impossible, Lenovo Legion.
Okay, who shrunk my TARDIS? How am I supposed to get home now?
Играй. Дип, ты на победу, если я играю. За деревом. 1 хп, просто играй. Он, по-моему, не хилится, дамажится.
There it is.
Amazing.
One of the best rosters to ever do it. They dominate regionals. They're able to win 3 PGSs, but they've never won the big one. They're one game away from making it happen here as Twisted Minds on home soil for the organization as well. It is a monumental move for them to take the second to last game here so far, gentlemen. Avenger, talk to me about this game.
Yeah, this is an insane game, right? You have so many implications towards the end. You have Virtus Pro on the Northwestern side, dominated by Virtus Pro. You have All Gamers Global putting a wrench in the game for DNF. And then, of course, towards the end, Falcons going up against Twisted Minds, but losing. The domination from Twisted Minds in these team fights has just been impeccable.
And the storylines just keep getting better as every game happens, right? Twisted obviously winning that last one, but you know, you have Rock going out early, the Expendables going out early. Again, the curse that Steve was talking about, you know, a team that gets in first place lose it. Will that happen to Twisted again? I'm not sure, but this game was an absolute banger. We saw that crazy fight between VP and Twisted as well on the north side. That had huge implications. Twisted obviously coming out on top, Steve.
When the back is against the wall, that's when the best teams in the world shine, right? And that's what we've seen in this event. There was a point where all of our favorites had fallen outside of that top 6 or 7, the teams that we expected to win. And over the course of the last 3 games, every single one of them has made that climb back up into the top. And that's because guys like Batulin, you see that hype, you don't see it often, know how to win, know when to win, and know when to make those moves.
It's because they know they're this close. All right, 19 points coming in for Twisted Minds. This will solidify them at number 1 going into that last game. All Gamers, they're just fighting kind of pride right now in terms of how far they can get up this leaderboard. That is not a number I want to focus on.
They're fighting to get out of last.
Team Falcons, 15 points in that game. Genji, another double-digit game for them, but I want to come to you guys in Americas. 15 points coming in from Falcons. They've got one more game to try and claim the 3-peat here, this roster.
I still believe. I 100% still believe.
Pressure is a privilege, and they have the privilege of feeling the pressure in the final game to make a push to take that championship. Because Twisted Minds gets this incredible play at the end, and they get sandwiched, it will be a very tall order for the Falcons to pull off against the Twisted Minds that is singing right now and feeling outrageously in control.
Okay, bizarrely, this is the biggest lead we have had all tournament long, and it is only a 11-point position here for Twisted Minds. It could quite easily be made up by a multitude of these teams Avenger going into the last game.
Yeah, and even, you know, one decent game here for any of these teams that's in the chase, they would take first, but the target, the bullseye on the backs of Twisted Minds for everyone else, they know if they win this, it's $650,000. But there's going to be 15 other teams that's going to be aware we have a shot. Like, if we have a big game here, we could do it. Of course, not bottoms, but sure. It's going to be huge.
But that is the caveat, Steve, is if Twisted goes out early. If they don't, then... And we know Twisted understands how to play this meta. At this point in this lobby, after winning 6 games here is crazy.
Here's the next question, though. Have we seen Twisted Minds drop the ball in this position before?
Yes.
Yes, we have.
I remember multiple times.
Exactly.
Where they were second going into the last... Or where they were first going into the last game, you know, PGC Dubai. Like, there are so many tournaments throughout the years where they were just this close. And I will argue this is the biggest lead they've had so far in any big tournament in PGC, in Esports World Cup's history before coming into this year. It's also going to be the slimmest win that we're going to have here in Riyadh ever. Remember, it's 113 points win last year for Sonics that is now Falcons.
It is. It's going to be a very tight race. Falcons are obviously somehow back into this one. Genji just barely fell out of first place there. And I think that this is one of those situations where Twisted Minds in the past, in this moment, has played it a little quieter. They've gone to a safe drop. They've slowed their rotations down. But I think that they've learned from that lesson. Batulin has told me we are never playing that defensive way again. We're going to stick to our system, and I hope it pans out.
But I guarantee you this game, they're not looting home turf. They are leaving. They're going Sarki, they're going Stalber, they're going Kameshki. They're going to go somewhere where the plane dictates was, okay, the plane is empty. We're not going to stretch to go somewhere. We're going to make sure we're going to have every single player left alive to make sure sure we can play the full game as a full squad.
For a moment before we continue on with that, let's check in with the club championship coming into this game, or this week, I should say, because of course, for Team Liquid, obviously they fell out. For Falcons, this is an unbelievably important last game. For Twisted Minds, this is an unbelievably important last game. For Virtus Pro, an unbelievably important last game. They are chasing big points here, Godspeed.
The fact that not only is our finals just so absolutely close, but again, the club championship being this close and this contested, again, we're talking about the implications of millions and millions of dollars.
But also, like, Genji as well, like teams that I think didn't really chalk this up to potentially being a 1,000-point game for them are looking it in the face. And that is, I think, what's blowing me away and maybe even motivating these players to play above what they have in the past, because not only is it the hopes and dreams of these 4 young men on the line, it's the hopes and dreams of the brand, their future together, and so much more.
I've been here for weeks. I have not been on the edge like this. This is something special coming into this last game, guys, because it has been so close throughout the entirety of these 12 games. And now somehow Twisted, who has not won the big one, they have not won the big one. It has eluded them for years. It's on the potential, and there's so many. There's a litany of stories. Whoever could win this at that very top position, it's phenomenal.
I mean, we've had some pretty fun and crazy green rooms, right? But I mean, for this one specifically, if you guys could only hear us,
I'll be honest, that last game was TM Falcons, so it was a very aggressive green room.
There was a lot going on, but you know, even for a team like Twisted, if they do happen to win, I'm very happy for them, right? They have been chasing this for so long, Martin.
Sure, I mean, if for this game here, it would have been a perfect story if Falcons won that game. It would be close and ever, but again, last year, this was the tournament that they were supposed to win. You know, they went on to go and win 3 PGSs. They were supposed to win a big one. They got knocked out in the group stage last year. Here, they are now here. They're the first team. They're 11 points lead. Everything is just there for them. And again, there's going to be the biggest bullseye and target on their back throughout this entire game. They're going to be playing extremely passive, extremely slow. I do not see them dropping anywhere centered on the map.
And I think this is one of those moments where there has been a discussion, and I think most people would agree, but Tulin is the best IGL perhaps in PUBG history. But the fact that we have to tap that perhaps on there, I think that bothers him, right? If they lock this up, if they walk away with this win and set that trajectory for PGC, he becomes a member of that quote-unquote PUBG Mount Rushmore.
Yeah, for sure.
I was going to say, kind of to bounce off of your point, though, Martin, if they do happen to, you know, not drop center, which, again, we've seen them do, that has backfired on them, right? Like, again, if they don't play their game, if they're not able to play like they did in that game, rotate over to the north, find those fights, the timing, then I do still somewhat worry about them, even though they have the lead.
Depending on the playing pad here, like, if I'm Twisted Minds, I'm dropping 2 guys Sarki, I'm dropping 2 guys Kameski, I'm looting until I get a flare gun, I'm getting a BRDM, and I'm driving straight towards the center of the circle, in 5th circle, and just shoot someone, you know what I mean?
But like, isn't that a recipe for disaster if one of the other 4 teams within 10 manage to start picking up point, right? Because while you're doing that, one of these other teams is getting a crappy circle, and they're having to fight the edge, and they win that, and they fight the next edge, and they win that, and now you're in the middle going, we have a secure spot, boss, but I think they just picked up 12 in the kill feed. What do we do now? And you don't want to be in that position going to the late game where you now have to go out and find 5 more kills.
But then also think about the AGLs of the world, right? Who know that they are in a much less tenable position, right? They're on the bottom leaderboard. They could just cause chaos. You know what? We are going to push a team like Twisted if they're in the vicinity. I don't think they're going to go out and hunt that team. But if Twisted is playing like this, as you're saying, there's a lot of other teams that can sponge up points, which makes that race even tighter, which puts even more pressure on as we go throughout the game.
I will say this though, like once they cannot afford to get knocked just once. Like everyone will know kill feed tracking 100%. Is insane.
Yes.
They cannot afford it. We're not going to see them.
Well, they can't even shoot.
No. Yeah, sure. I mean, that could happen. Or should get in, get a point, get out, get away. That could probably happen. But yeah, it's going to be a passive game. It's going to be a slow one.
Crazy,
and they're going to be very, very selective of where they go into their fights.
I'll be honest, even this desk, it's just kind of devolved, because the point is that we've never been in this situation. It's never happened in 8 years of our discipline that it is this close and there's this much on the line with it being this close, Toffees.
And that's, I think, the big part of it is when we talk about coming to EWC, it's to make history. And this is going to be a historical win for whoever manages to take it away. And I think that is what you guys at home have to understand. Whatever happens here, however this plays out, every one of these teams has gone to war over the course of these 12 games and has put themselves in a position to earn it. Twisted Minds, over the course of the last year, has been grinding back into showing us, as you guys have yelled multiple times, we're back. We still are the best, and I love to see this.
I've got to address the elephant in the room here a little bit. Genji, every single game. Double-digit points, double-digit points, double-digit points. This is not a roster we expected to be up here. It's not the most glorious roster we would think to try and get this win, because I think a lot of us assume that this roster is just a little bit of a peg underneath some of these, but...
I am going to put asterisks on it, though. Most of the games they've done well, they've gotten Circle. So if it is Genji to not get Circle this game, I think that's going to pose a lot more issues for them as it would for maybe a Twisted who's going to be able to navigate that much more efficiently.
All right, well, gentlemen, I am getting word. We are almost good to go into this last game. So that's it from us at the desk. We have set the scene for the moment. Over to the stage before this last game.
Ladies and gentlemen, coming to you live from the Qiddiya Esports Arena in the heart of Riyadh. We are one map away from crowning our 2025 champion of PUBG at the Esports World Cup. I am going to do a temperature check in the room, but first and foremost, know that the point differential between first place and 8th place right now is 19 points. One great game will do it, okay? Quick temperature check in the room. Left side, are you ready? Right side of the room, are you ready? Let's crown a champion. Casters, over to you.
It is time! We've got our last round of EWC, and this one has been absolutely phenomenal! Last round, Twisted finally gets some space, but boy, it is still tons of teams game.
A team that we talked about last year as being inevitable. Are they going to be able to claim that vision once again? A team that we saw just storm through lobbies last year, just win time and time again. And they have found 2 chicken dinners here on the final day of EWC to put themselves in the driver's seat, to put themselves in position to finally get that big one.
But the EWC curse has been big game, go out early. This is a team we know whenever we look at Twisted Minds, they play smart, they play safe. I'm not expecting it, but we've had some absolutely wild circles that might make it hard.
No, you're exactly right, Matt. It has been kind of a weird situation that teams will find themselves in sometimes, but I think if there's any team in the world who can hold on, who can keep that pole position, it is Twisted Minds for sure. But we still have one more map, one more Erangel to go to find out who are going to be our EWC 2025 PUBG champions.
This is a smart lobby, and now Twisted Minds has a target on their back. If they get a kill, if they get a knock, everybody's going to spin that direction, realizing they could be the ones that take down Twisted and give themselves a chance to win this whole thing. Plane is up and in the air. Destiny is in your hands. Who can manage to take it? Genji drops early. Goes Zarky. Plane path very far to the north.
All right. Are we going to see another northern shifted circle here? As this time, though, Twisted Minds isn't getting out towards that Komeshki-Stalbert area. The plane path doesn't lend itself to it, so it's to their other drop spot of Lipovka they go. But there is still a lot that can happen here. There are still teams who, if Twisted Minds don't put up many points, or if they do the unthinkable and get 0, that all of a sudden the door is wide open, and there is going to be a bunch of people trying to get through it, trying to claim that top prize.
And who's the team that's going to be closest to them? Falcons. The squad that has managed to win Gamers 8, has managed to win the Esports World Cup here before. Riyadh has been where they found their biggest successes. A circle pops, stays center, keeps them a military base island, but most teams are going to be expecting it to stay on the main island itself.
All right. I'm pretty curious about the Falcons here, actually, with this wide 2-2 drop that they go for around the shelter, around Mansion, avoiding any kind of situations early where maybe somebody gets caught on their own. It's going to be very, very key for them in this as the circle center. It's fair. It's about as average as you can get for now. God forbid we have another situation like we did on Tego where there's a whole bunch of hard shifts down to the island. I doubt that's going to happen. This one feels like it's going to be normal, but we do have an interview with Fancy from Twisted Minds. Let's see how he's feeling.
Hi guys, I'm standing with Fancy, Managing Director of Twisted Minds, and your team in PUBG has just topped the leaderboard. How excited are you for the team?
I mean, we are in Rocket League stage right now, and I keep looking at the screen, checking the PUBG score, but we're very close to get the whole thing, and with what happened last year, it's the best way to end this year's PUBG.
Right, and it took them a little while to warm up, but the Twisted that we know is back. Did you get a chance to talk with the team before they had started the day? Like, what did you say to them?
No, I haven't gotten a chance to see them today, but a few days ago, they were calm and confident, and they said that this year we're going to make it up, and we're going to take that trophy, and it seems like they are actually doing it.
Yeah, we are just one map away from finding the EWC champion. Well, good luck to Twisted Minds. Thank you, Fancy.
Thank you so much.
Club championships on the line, and if there is one squad that knows how to win on the big stages, it's going to be Twisted Minds. Opposing side of that, the underdog story, the guys that have been fighting tooth and nail, Santastico, who's been in the hunt for MVP. Everything has been slipping slowly and steadily from them, but they've still put on an absolutely crazy show this event.
No, you have to be so impressed with Rock. I mean, it's just heartbreaking to see them all the way down in 10th, considering how well they played yesterday. But it just goes to show you how unbelievably competitive this lobby has been. A team that is going to be on people's radars going forward for the rest of the year for PUBG Esports, because they have proven that they can get it done in the biggest moments on the biggest stages.
I feel so bad for Rock because they stepped up in the biggest way for the first time, really starting to find their own. And then the whole lobby was like, nah. I've got something left in the bag too, and just really started the chase. Genji, the closest to Twisted right now. Back behind them, VP, the Freaks, tied up 1 point behind them is the Expendables. Falcons, after a big game, still wants to see it, but it is such a big jump from these other guys. You got to feel like if Twisted falters at all, is the only opportunity, except for maybe Genji, VP, Freaks, the Expendables.
Hard to say for sure. It just
could go anyway. I don't know.
So much of it depends on what Twisted Minds does in the early part of this game. Like, if they're able to find any points at all, it just starts to cut teams down that have any hope of getting a big, let's say, 15 kill chicken dinner or something like that. That's 25 points, but that's not going to be enough for a lot of these teams now, because you go all the way down to, let's say, T1, where you're 23 points out. So every point they get just continues to set themselves further and further apart, give fewer and fewer teams an opportunity, a chance in this lobby. So I don't know, dude. So much of this is just predicated on what our leaders are going to do.
I mean, I'm with Avenger right now. Is you got to find yourself a BRDM, maybe find yourself some safety and a rotate. Nothing else is going to feel good, because this is just going to be scary. I mean, really, with all the changes that we've seen come into this event, whenever it's been the BRDM that really has, I guess, significantly changed some of the meta.
We call it the Battle Royale Destiny machine. That thing just sends you in and gets you that win.
Battle Royale driving meta.
I like that. I like that one too. Yeah.
Destiny machine's pretty good too, though. Although, in fairness, AGL's been getting it a lot, and it hasn't been working out. If one squad, I would think, could use it, all you gotta do is just stack up, jump out, and shoot stuff, right?
It's easier said than done, for sure. I mean, so many teams understand that there's that delay when you get out of vehicles that is so punishable.
Yeah.
And so, you just the thing about the BRDM is it's a little more flimsy than you probably think. Getting in it, you feel like you're invincible, you're driving around, but a couple players that, God forbid, somebody has like a machine gun, an MG3 is even worse. Like, those will just chew through a BRDM quickly. But it's more about just, positioning. Obviously, the Panzers, everybody knows about that. We've seen it time and time again, but there's a lot else that can kind of come into play with those.
The Tulin's often called the smartest man in PUBG. He's making a path. He's got an idea. They're going to be running up right next to Lumberyard. Rock's already entrenched here. Santastico gonna be the guy that spots Twisted first. Right in, Batulin's gonna take some damage, and he does go down early. That's a quick flush. Santastico realizes who it is. Shots come out, and everybody in the lobby just saw one member of Twisted go down early. Bell finds another one. Does the curse continue? 2 members down for Twisted.
Well, for Rock, this was their only hope of maybe winning this event. They still have a chance, and to knock Twisted out early, that's it. But the thing is, this is on the edge of the circle, and there's still going to be chances for Twisted to regroup and maybe, just maybe, get those blue chips or something like that. But for now, it is disaster early. It is everything that could have gone wrong for Twisted has. This lead no longer comfortable. That last win, all of a sudden, a distant memory as you have to get things settled here in the final game.
Rest of the circle, dead silent. Nobody is even shooting at each other. There's no real need to control space right now. Genji wrapping very far over to the west around that GAC sharpened position. T5, the other team that's not yet in the zone. VP up into the northwest, just now crossing over the river island. So everybody else centered up, and now it's going to be Twisted, the odd team out, very far over into the east.
Now, teams that still are very much in the hunt, like Genji, become a point of interest. VP, the Freaks, the Expendables, the Falcons, all close enough that they can do damage, that they can get there. It is still a journey. It is still looking like it has to be a chicken dinner or just one of the biggest kill games you've ever seen. And Genji is going to be coming in late. Western edge, south towards the ferry pier. No one within about a kilometer of them, so they have time, they have space, but they are unlikely to be anywhere near the next couple of circles.
Well, Loris has been talking about it. Yeah, I mean, we've seen some big plays come out from Flame, from Orca, but this has been a very consistent team today, finding big points time and time again, double digits over and over. He's been harping on it, making sure that everybody knows because they're presently in second. 2 members out for Twisted. Genji has some momentum that they can work with over here, but they have no clear path into the circle, and this is going to be a bloody one. Everybody is starting to rise up, realize if somebody gets close to you, that is a point, and 1 point matters big.
Precisely, Matt. You are in a rough situation potentially as Genji, but with how consistent they've been, who knows? Maybe this is their moment. Maybe it's time to get, finally, after such a long drought for the organization, another win in PUBG Esports. It hasn't been since PGIS that they have found a win in a big event. Now, it was only one of those weeks that they won. They didn't win the whole event. That was the now Falcons team, but there is still hope.
That's the first shots at Genji from a very tail-ended duck juice that was looking, gets a bit of damage, but now Genji is going to run to that hillside. They've got to be careful. All the rest of the members for the Expendables are going to be just to the north of them. New circle's going to pop. Where are we going to go? Is it going to stay centered? Is it going to be mean?
Wow.
It's pretty mean. It keeps that bridge down to the southwest.
That is madness. Another hard shifted circle that's keeping a ton of water in it here today. Everybody gonna have to be scrambling that was on that eastern edge.
Look at the north, my God.
Oh, it's gonna get wild.
Stacks of vehicles all up on top of each other. Genji's got themselves a little cubby hole that actually feels pretty good in the circle for right now. I mean, we've got what? Freaks, Petrichor Road, T1, I can't even see them all. VP, everybody's just running right up on top of each other. It's just drive-by fiesta. People being picked off. Nothing really big happening just yet, but everybody's having to stop, realizing this has got a bit heavy over into the north. Rock has a path back behind it. Falcons are even looking like they might be pathing into this exact same location. 17, the Expendables in good point already. GSW with another beautiful read on the circle, going to be in a great spot. And AGAL, they have nowhere to go. They just have to run right down in front of Genji.
Oh boy. This is a committed position, but Xiao Wu is hitting bolts from afar. That could be dangerous for Genji. The good news for them is there's no real way for AGAL to punish this initially. They have to go way uphill. I'm not sure if they could even get a grenade that far. They're trying to think about it, Bean trying to keep them pinned down momentarily. Destroy's got an angle on it. There go those grenades, but they can't quite get there. They're just short.
I mean, AGAL is literal fish in a barrel right now down at the bottom of this cubby, but Genji can't do anything with it. They're afraid every time they go for a peek, boy, they just get popped right in the face. Nades raining down. Don't hit where they're going to want to. Mask going to slowly creep over. Destroyer's just going to pick him up, try to run for the cover of the hillside itself to see if maybe they can get some break points. Lines away, 17, watching a lot of this. A lot of teams are coming in. Tosi spots out Isaki, trying to see if he could get an angle to get some type of defense back in, but Genji spots it out easy.
You got to be so careful here as Genji. You know that there's that bolt from Xiao Wu, and he's got the distance dialed in. Decent damage on that grenade. They're looking for the flush onto Hisaki. Can't quite get it just yet, but Tosi's got a bolt of his own, and he's looking to try to keep 17 pinned so the rest of Genji could finish off AGAL.
Do note the Freaks managed to pick up 2 kills just a second ago, so that puts them tied up with Genji right now. AGAL doing a great job on surviving, so that means that Genji can't really focus in on a lot of what the other stuff that's going on. Luckily, they don't have anybody really near them at the time being. The nades just not really connecting the way that Genji wants. This is a lot of utility, a lot of economy being burnt right now for the squad that's in the hunt for first.
Exactly, dude. I am worried about Genji in the later stages of this game, because even trying to get out of this spot, if more and more teams start to cluster around this southwestern edge, then they're going to have a harder and harder time getting out of this position, because there's going to be a lot of angles onto them. Yes, they've got cars there, but it's going to be tricky. There's plenty of open space for teams to punish them.
Quick update, Perfectix and Example are actually moving to the military base island. The only squad that's opting to do it. They've run to try to get away from everybody else, realizing that this could be a really dicey circle. Maybe there's a world where they can wrap in from the south using that bridge. Maybe the RNG gods will bless them and shift down to the south, stay along that bridge line. It could give them something to work with. Red zone right in the middle of the circle. Genji, AGL in a bit of trouble if it decides to be focused in and Twisted. The dream may stay alive.
I'm very curious if Twisted was able to pick up those blue chips or not. They could angle for one of the res stations. Maybe the one in Sosnovka military base is what they're considering. That is very much on my mind, but the middle of this circle is getting absolutely chaotic. More and more teams have to make drives. Toyo, the Freaks, driving through the center right now. Up in the air is Na'Vi in an emergency pickup.
Freaks on the hunt right back behind Toyo. We have VP, Petrichor Road, Falcons, T1, Rock, change the game. They all have to move. AGAL still just trapped along this hillside, but there are a lot of different moving factors as the Freaks look like they're going to be trying to find some kills of their own. It's going to be Toyo very close. Genji, you got to finish this up. It's got to happen fast. You know that you need to focus in. Instead, they're just going to go ahead, try to see if maybe they can get a bit higher ground on them to look down. Bean also has dropped down. They realize this is taking too long, but Taikon at least manages to get the drop onto Tosi, but finally Genji gets it done.
He's not safe there. If there's somebody still in that compound, we know that actually 17 left it and went for the 6-pack. So they're center circle, they're safe. Red zone doesn't cause any casualties to Genji. That was a big concern for me. The Freaks, meanwhile, have settled up at the gas station crossroads. They got just ahead of Na'Vi, trying to drop in from their helicopter. T5 settled up in the compound that's to the north of the Skinny Tree Forest, but now it's defense. It's all eyes towards Na'Vi here for the Freaks. They want to lock this down, and they should be able to, as long as they don't make any mistakes, no slip-ups. This is a team that very much still in the hunt. They are only 13 points out of it, or excuse me, 11.
Emergency pickup has been called. Falcons are up in the air right now, soaring over everybody. They're going to be just dropping into a circle that's got a ton of water, a ton of fields up into the north, and just the hillsides that people are trying to hunker down into. The 6-packs right along the coastline, east of where we see the Freaks playing from, and where 17 have now got their new position from, and they're going to have a lot of vision in. I don't know where the Falcons are going to drop in, but it looks like they might be eyeing the far southwest. That's going to be up on top of Na'Vi and the Freaks both. Roughly the same time, it looks like Twisted is going to be crossing the bridge. This could be perfect timing. If Falcons could be the distraction to allow Twisted to get into the circle, that would be nuts.
Yeah, they're going to have to take a moment to heal up, though, and they're just dropping right on top of the Freaks. This is a huge battle on the roofs, and it's Shremzy who's got DL down and out quick.
Oh my God, Falcons make landfall in the biggest of ways. This is a great point to be playing from. Up into the northeast, we've got Rock, we've got VP. They're getting into a big dust up over there, but this is a big one for points right now. It's slow, it's steady, but if Falcons can secure in, Freaks are now in a troubled position.
The Freaks are going to have to tighten up the ship, and like you said, the Twisted Minds players might still have a role in this circle. Going to hard shift up to the northeast. We are losing a lot of that water. as you kind of expect, but for the Freaks, for the Falcons, this opens the door for Na'Vi, who looked like they were going to be in such a troubled position trying to get into a new circle, and they at least have opened a little bit of space to make some rotates or at least camp on top of these two teams.
If you're a Twisted fan, it just feels like the circle is going the opposite direction of everywhere they go. Hard shift down to the southwest. Now it's a hard shift up to the northeast. Every single time you think that people are going to get settled, it just pops a different direction, and everybody is just having to stay on their feet. We've got a death funnel brewing between the Falcons, Freaks, Twisted, Na'Vi, T5. All big teams whenever we look at the capabilities of what they can pump out. Now, Virtus Pro looking into where Rock's going to be at. This is our northeastern firefight that could be brewing. Petrichor Road's going to be right back behind this. So Rock has to be very careful, as well as what we can see this push coming up from VP.
This is scary town for Rock. They've got a bunch of teams around them. CTG just passing on by. VP only down to 2 players, though. Their hopes of getting through this game with big kills, big points, all but lost as Petrichor Road sneaking up on the backside. And you've lost a player here as Rock. Virtus Pro gone.
Oh, Salute got a knock on to H-Win as well. Nades starting to come out both sides. Just look at the curves coming out. It's a ton of throwables coming out from the Falcons to try to stop everything off. Salute handles it, though. That mini red zone not going to be enough to stop the Freaks just yet, as Guman has snuck up right on top of the Falcons.
Couldn't get the grenade to go because Shrimsy was on the outside. Tiggleton trying to hold the line. They're throwing a bunch of util his way. But the Molly's in front of the door, and 17 has an angle into this fight. I'm pretty sure they stole the knock there from the Freaks. That's denying them that point. Tiggleton trying to do what he can. Guman's got a Saiga in hand.
Knock, knock. I've got some goals of my own. Kickstart so far away right now. It's just Tiggleton trying to hold this back behind. He's caught up in the middle of everyone from the Freaks. Panzer coming out at the start. Little ghost spotted. I'll take. He's got no cover to go with. But Tiggleton does get the knock. But in return, Guman instantly pops him with the shotty.
Problem is, Phase 4 Blue is right here, right now. So you're going to have to find a way to maybe try to get Guman back up and running if you can. Not sure if it's possible. Twisted Minds eating more and more blue. Example stuck while Perfectix is trying to find his way through. He knows Little Ghost is up on that rock. Little Ghost has been shooting a ton from up there. Rock is gone off screen. They're done. They're out.
Okay, Twisted running, using the distraction of the firefight. Falcons still looking back at the Freaks right now. Genji has hopped in vehicles. They've sent it across. They're going to be lined up. Same compound with 17 Gaming now. Twisted, there's not a lot of good ways to go through this because they're going to be on the other side of 17. Everything hinging down here into the southeast right now. This is absolutely nuts. Perfectix can't really step in.
This is huge. They just got a kill. Example found one as the Freaks were trying to get out of here. This is all but disaster for the Freaks. Their hopes of winning this event dashed, gone, because the Falcons dropped on top of them and completely stymied their ability to fight and leave this location. And Twisted Minds now all eyes onto Guman. They want to claim this last point, give themselves some breathing room.
Oh man, realizing everything that's at stake. Freaks are a heady team. They know that if it's Twisted taking shots, this is the squad that they also have to take out. Falcons down to 2 in a very bad spot. They've got Toyo just over to the north. T5 also with some vision. The Expendables are also trying to gatekeep out multiple teams into the northeast. Potential for a ton of kills for them, but it's just become an unlikely alliance between Genji as well as 17 Gaming right on top of each other. Picks between the two, and it's going to be Guman that gets the knock onto Example. There is no Perfectix to be had around them to try to get any res. It's all onto Perfectix now. Crash comes out. Toyo gets instantly dropped by T5.
It's a quick look back at what happened to Rock as they just get shredded by Akesleft from Petrichor Road. Has been a quiet finals for Pero, but Akesleft being the heartbreaker for the Americas region. And Perfectix has gotten towards the edge. He's trying to sneak underneath 17's hillside, hoping he can find a way through. Kickstart getting some big kills for the Falcons, but it's going to take so much more for them to get into contention again. Xiao Wu continuing to just be an absolute monster with the M24, but Kickstart trying to do more damage.
Let's see, not a lot of cover. Kind of juke through. Luckily, Capitan is on the other side of this. He's looking a different direction. Falcons trying to see if they can secure another point to get something going. 17 Gaming runs, they charge in. They don't want Genji next to him. Orca, Fiend, both down right now. They're Marathon 5 is eliminated. Falcons manage to take them down, but Genji trying to cling to life right now, knows the push coming out. Petrichor Road, I think, also spotted this. Chewy, look at this. T1 also looking back down. Perfectix is in the circle as well.
Oh, that might just be enough here, especially if 17 can deal with, oh, that grenade bounced off the top of the window. But if 17 can deal with Genji, it should all but be assured. The Freaks are gone. No more chance for them to win this event. The hopes of Korea, the hopes now lie onto Genji, who are trying to hold on. Some stuns coming in as T1 showed up to the party. Tosi showing up as well, but Lil Ghost responds.
Everybody wants it. They know who they need to take out. T1 right back behind this one has cut off so many lines of approach. Genji down to just one. Looks off into the distance, spots it out. Heather knows where he is. Nate comes out. Flame in some trouble. Oh man,
boy.
oh man.
This is taking a bit of a pause here for Flame, but he is unlikely, I think, to get Bean at this point. T1 has shown up to the party, and they dashed 17's hopes as well, but for Genji, tons of kills again. They're going to put up what looks like another double-digit game, but it's probably not going to be enough. Perfectix has found his way through. Only a couple more teams before he starts getting into placement points to further cement that lead that they have created for themselves. What unbelievable scenes for Twisted.
Genji's Flame has T1, 17 Gaming, Petrichor Road, and Twisted all next to him right now. We've got solos fighting for the top of the leaderboard between Twisted and Genji, and it is absolutely nerve-wracking. Heather does spot out Chewy, so that opens up something, but this circle is going to be pretty open. We haven't had a chance to talk about it, as it's going to be changing the game's window right in the middle.
One thing to consider right now is there is still a world where the Expendables win this. They could come up with a chicken dinner and huge kills, and they can actually close the gap. Falcons have hope, but they also need to basically find a way to get into that win. But my eyes are on the Expendables with 4 players up still, a decent position in this circle.
We're just now getting into placement points with 8 teams alive, 17, all that's left. Just 17 players. There's not a lot more kill points to be had in this one. Flame trying to see if he can get some type of cover to work around. Perfectix spots out Little Ghost, manages to take him down. It looks like Little Ghost was trying to sneak in. He gets caught out of this one. So Genji's Flame still just trying to cling to life, but Perfectix and Twisted find another point.
Flame has no idea where Type went. Thinking maybe he's still inside of this yellow, but around the corner, Type's holding the angle. A good peek from Flame. He's just running at him, wants to run him down, and he holds the trigger through the flash. It's actually the blue that gets the kill, so it is not a point going over to Genji, but Twisted Minds is in the placement. Twisted Minds is in the driver's seat.
Looking at the circle, the Expendables have some friends right next to him. It's going to be GSW playing off the hillside in front of them. Expendables Delwyn has crept down. Falcons are already inside the circle as well as Toyo, but Perfectix in his shack, still alive. Imagine having to cling to life as a solo, fighting for the survival of your squad, holding the top of the leaderboard, but now you have 11 points of breathing room. Just 5 teams, 12 alive. Can he do it? Can he stay alive for long enough?
Both the teams that are still in contention here, the Falcons and the Expendables, need Perfectix eliminated now. That is a big knock from Xiaotong, though. Duck Juice in trouble. Tanbu spotted behind the triangle. Ming not able to find what he wanted, but Tanbu re-peeks, gets the knock.
Expendables not going quietly into the night just yet. There's still a ton outside of just first place. A lot of points, a lot of money, everything that all these teams hunt for at every big international. Still, you want to get it. You want to secure as high as you can. Thinking around, though, Kickstart does get the knock on the Ming, but Trimsy down, getting quickly flushed out by Capitan.
Still, though, the Falcons able to make something out of nothing here in this game, giving them what looks like maybe a third place finish. Circle over towards the west, over towards Toyo. We're just going to lock things down. That is going to remove Perfectix from his shack. He has pushed out to the hillside, wants to look and do more damage.
He's nowhere near the safe zone right now. It's going to be Toyo, Kickstart, the Expendables as well holding it. But we have Game, start, win. Multiple members still alive. They've got the momentum. They're holding out the Expendables, but that's a problem for Perfectix. The Expendables want to get inside the safe zone, but they're being corralled more down into the south. Game, start, win. Can't find angles. Finally spotted out. Gets some damage on the Tanbu. Peeks back up into Duck Juice. Doesn't get a knock onto either one. CC really wanted that, but it's going to be Xiao Tong that does manage to get the knock onto Duck Juice. Can they get control over the circle now? Can we see somebody fight it back? Perfectix spots out Delwyn. He's got to stay alive. He's trying to cling through it. He finally goes down. Is it enough?
I don't know if there's enough points left in the lobby here for the Expendables. Oh my goodness. What an absolute run. It is going to be Tanbu getting knocked here after he took down Ming. Game, start, win, maybe taking the final chicken dinner. The last breath of life for anybody to catch Twisted Minds seems to be fading. Delwyn stuck behind a tree. Toyo trying to make something happen here.
Game, start, win with so much control. Delwyn, so few options. It's just shoot your way in. That's the only thing that you can do right now. Spots out Rebo in his position. Doesn't manage to get anything else onto him right now. Full retreat coming out from Toyo. That hillside and that smoke providing just enough. Gonna drop down some utility to see if he can get the stun. Peeks back around. Doesn't quite get the knock. Has to retreat back into the smoke, but that's gonna put him right in the line. Game, start, win. Running down the hillside. Here's the firefight. Capitan takes down Delwyn, and that's gonna close up everything up at the top.
We know who's winning this event now. It is unavoidable as GSW beginning their march towards victory. Ribo gone, one left here. Capitan in trouble.
Game, start, win. Runs down the hillside. They spot it all out. They know where Capitan is. They're just throwing everything they've got at him. Capitan can't quite manage to get more. He's gonna go down. Game, start, win. Take the round.
But they are unavoidable. They are inescapable. Your 2025 EWC PUBG champions are Twisted Minds.
They fought their hearts out. That was not an easy game in the slightest to secure points from. Massive second to last game, but then it was damage control the whole way, clutching up, finding a safe path into the circle, sneaking his way, stealing kills. That is Twisted Mind. Never give up, never surrendering it.
Absolutely brilliant play from what looked like a disastrous start for Twisted Minds, and in front of the hometown crowd. They get it done here in Riyadh. Unbelievable.
Riyadh has been the home of the Falcons for years, taking victory upon victory here. And look at Twisted. They know exactly how this all went down. Picking them up, cheers, smiles all around. These guys fought their hearts out to get there. Big respect to Twisted Minds for performing in one of the hardest grand finals I have ever seen.
You can see what it means to the fans, what it means to the org. To get this big win, finally, the big one for Twisted Minds comes. You knew that they were just going to get there. And this roster has proved themselves time and time again.
Look at the disappointment on so many faces. It was so close for so many teams. Coming down to a nail biter at the end. Back and forth. So much between everything, but it's just a set of Erangels that decided it all. That is so heartbreaking for so many.
Yeah, it is. It was so close, and so many things could have changed there in that last game. You think back to Rock and the way that they had that trap set up at the lumber yard, and if Twisted Minds makes a different decision, if they go a different direction, maybe they don't get a player through that long and get around that bridge and get into safety and get those extra points. But still, so many teams up there at the top fighting for it at the end. The Expendables, what a run they made here today to make us believe that maybe they were going to find another championship. And Delwyn just stressed. What a tough game for them.
So much heart in this lobby. Everybody fighting for every point that they can get. But look, the adulation, the smiles, finally feeling like they managed to get it on the big stage. Walking out. These guys deserved it. This is an absolutely nuts finish for Twisted Minds. Every step mattering. They had to do some crazy rotations. They had to fight their way in a big game in the last one, and it all comes down to this. Twisted Minds sitting down with Barney at the stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, in one of the closest finals we've ever had at an international LAN event, we have found our most dominant team here at the Esports World Cup. It is, of course, Twisted Minds. I can see that the emotion on your faces, the relief as well. So let's just make this fun, shall we? Batulins, Perfectix, Lou, an example. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to invite our Keymaster onto the stage. Dominic. Dominic, can you come on out, please? He's going to hand you your key. This is your key right here. Show it to the camera. Look how sparkly it is. Look how amazing it is. There you go. That's the part that says your name. Of course, of course. Right. Like I said, this is the fun bit, okay? Perfectix. How you doing, man? You good? I'm not good. No words, no words. So we'll just get cracking, shall we? Perfectix, the first thing I'm going to get you to do, my friend, is I'm going to get you to turn on the engine of the Crusher. Just twist the key, my friend. Just twist it right now to the right. Twist that key. All of you together. Okay. Of course, you'll feel the engines turning on underneath your feet. You'll feel the rumblings. Okay. You get to crush 15 keys, guys. This is pretty cool. Example. I'm going to get you to lift that, and I'm going to get you to flick the switch. Lift it up. Flick that switch. Flick the switch. Push it. There you go. That's going to open up the iris and show all those menacing teeth that's going to chomp up those keys. Okay. Batulins, I think it's only fair that I get you to press that button. Okay, hold on, hold on, hold on. In 3, 2, 1. Crush those keys! That right there has got to have felt good. Example, did that feel good?
So good.
So good! The emotions going through example, I love it. Right, now that all of your opponent's keys have been destroyed and only yours is left intact, you have one more job to do. I need you to walk over there. I need you to be raised onto the platform, place that key in the middle of the trophy, and cement your legacy as champions by lifting it up and showing everyone, and just soak in the moment. Congratulations, Twisted Minds. Over you go. Follow that road. Ladies and gentlemen, your PUBG champions at the 2025 Esports World Cup, Twisted Minds! I'll jump in this picture as well. Hey guys. I bet you thought you got rid of me, but I'm back. I know, example, you're so happy to see me. First, I'd just like to just quickly ask you, try to put how you're feeling into words. How are you feeling right now?
I don't know how to describe this, but I'm feeling so amazing. No worse.
Good. I love that. That's the perfect answer. Because you must be overwhelmed. Batulins! We had a quick chat earlier this week, didn't we? We spoke about how you guys were performing throughout this year. It hasn't necessarily been the kind of results that you would have hoped for as a team. And now look at you. You're back, baby. How you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I feel like I'm just thankful to my team, thankful to my family, thankful to my girlfriend, to like our whole Twisted Minds family, for all the fans who came here. It was the most amazing tournament because this crowd was cheering on us like for the whole event, and like we are finally world champions. Yeah.
You can swear you're the champions. It's fine. Thank you, Batulins. Lou, I haven't had a chance to chat with you. How are you doing?
I'm fine.
Yeah, fine. Just casually champions of the Esports World Cup.
You want to say in Russian, I will say it in English.
That's cool. You can say in Russian if you like. Lou, I just want to ask you, it was such a close race. It really came down to that last map, and it kind of fell apart, didn't it? Talk us through those final moments.
Я знаю. Yeah, I'm this one.
Oh, sorry. The question was, so it was such a close race going into that final map. Obviously, it kind of fell apart at the beginning. Only 2 of you were up for the majority of that game. Talk us through the final moments of that map for you guys.
Перед последней игрой, во время последней игры, когда нас двоих убили, я думаю, что еще год ждать, опять ждать, чтобы поиграть на этой классной арене.
When we died in the beginning, he was started to feel like one more year to wait to like finally win the world championship. But yeah.
But that was it. No more waiting. Finally, I'm coming over to you, Perfectix. I have something written down here. Twisted Minds, you have decided to have Team Falcons, Petrichor Road, and Na'Vi's Crushed Keys in the base of your trophy. Talk us through those decisions.
It's just random.
It's just random. It's random. Well, they'll be forever cemented in resin at the base of your trophy. I'll take a high five from you, buddy. Congratulations. Right. Twisted Minds, it is now your final turn. This one's for the fans, by the way, guys. I'm going to get you to lift that trophy one more time, cement your legacy in Esports World Cup history, and just bask in this moment one more time. So I'm going to make my way over here. I'm going to shuffle so I don't fall over. Okay. Gentlemen, well, ladies and gentlemen, in the Gadia Esports Arena, please make some noise one more time for your 2025 PUBG champions at the Esports World Cup. Lift that trophy, boys. It is Twisted Minds!
The uncrowned kings ascend the throne. When the world doubted, the great struck back. Twisted Minds is your champion here, live from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. What a moment for them. At the beginning of 2025, everyone was saying they wouldn't be able to do it again. The entire lobby had caught up. They were able to put Twisted Minds in their place, but Twisted Minds strikes back. What a moment here. What a phenomenal victory from Twisted Minds.
We questioned, could they adapt when the game changes? And one of the greatest minds in PUBG history answered that with a resounding yes, we can, as that team rose above everyone else, even when it was stacked against them in the end. Salvage on mastery. Incredible to watch.
Yeah, nothing is given, everything is earned, and they absolutely earned that victory. I mean, we were just cheering in the back. There were so many emotions, but to see Batulins, to see that whole team finally get that big win that they have just eluded. It's been eluding them for years. Martin, I'm sure you're also very happy for the boys.
Yeah, I'm ecstatic for these guys, obviously. Like, they did it in the most challenging, the most difficult lobby to have played PUBG, and here you see him lift the trophy. Sure, it wasn't as many points as we were hoping for, but they made it one of the most exciting exciting games, the most exciting finals to watch at a major championship.
That's the crazy thing, right? As you say, because it wasn't just this was done by the normal way Twisted Minds does things. Because you cast your mind back to those PGS wins, you think to yourself, that's a dominant victory, that's a dominant victory. This time around, I said it before, the lobby thought they had Twisted Minds in their place, and Twisted Minds had to dig deep to bring this championship.
They dug deep to catch up. Then in the final game, when they were caught on the rotation, when everyone thought they were out of it, they doubled back into the blue. They traveled across Military Island with stacked up meds. They found a way in when there was no way to make it in, and they found the points needed to hold that line, and that line was held in a beautiful way.
It's just the sheer will to win, right? From the last two members, Perfectix, an example. Example even got one from DNF before he went down, and then Perfectus finding that window, getting to the shack, the plays from here, still getting kills, not just sitting in the shack, not just playing passively. It was just, man, what a victory, and what will they had, as we can see here, the final leaderboard.
Here it is, 93 points. Twisted Minds is the champion here at the Esports World Cup. They walk away with $650,000, 1,000 club championship points, 430 PGS points as well, Martin, which has huge ramifications moving forward towards PGC.
340, but yes, it was 3 wins as well in a 12 best of 12. That is dominant. That is the way to do it.
It was that fight in the second to last game on the Rock, the 1v1. Lou, headshot to headshot, pulled that out and secured the points required for them to be able to play that salvage in the last game. That 1v1 may be the greatest 1v1 of his entire career.
All right, well, not only, of course, do we have our winners here, but let's take a look at our Sony MVP as well and see who that's going to be. Still Sentastico!
Good for you, buddy.
Oh, congratulations to Sentastico. Rock obviously had an amazing performance here. Let's head over to an interview with Sentastico himself with Bella.
I'm so happy.
Hi guys, I'm standing with Rock Esports' Sentastico. You are the Sony MVP of EWC 2025 here at PUBG. Tell me, how are you feeling?
Você ganhou MVP agora daqui da EWC. E o que você tem a dizer sobre isso?
Ah, mano, eu fico até sem palavra. Isso daqui é um grande marco pra mim. A gente começou muito bem o Group Stage, a gente tava jogando muito bem. Chegou o primeiro dia, a gente tava amassando também. Mas no segundo dia, infelizmente, as coisas não aconteceram como a gente queria. Mas eu tô muito feliz, pelo menos um prêmiozinho individual aí pra mim. E é isso.
I'm lost for words right now, and I'm super happy and super proud of this award that I won. On the first day, we managed to go pretty well on the group stage, but the second day, we underperformed a little bit. But I'm still super happy for this award, individual award. Yeah.
Yeah, you told me you were very happy before we got the interview going. And well, you will be taking home $10,000. Yeah, $10,000, right? Well, what are you going to use for it?
Você tá muito feliz sobre isso, né? E o que você vai fazer com esse dinheiro?
Eu não faço ideia do que eu vou fazer com esse dinheiro, velho. Provavelmente vou esconder. Não, mas falando a verdade aqui, provavelmente vou investir meu dinheiro e mimar meu irmãozinho de 13 anos, e é isso.
I have no idea, or I will hide my money, or I will spoil my little brother. He's 13 years old, and I will invest a little bit of it too.
All right, thank you, Sentastico, and we're going to go back to the studio.
A career-making performance for that man in Sentastico, but all focus is, of course, on Twisted Minds as they make their walk over to the totem to etch their names in gold here for the Esports World Cup 2025.
Yeah, this is just history in the making. I cannot believe that they're able to do it after last year, getting knocked out in the group stage, but now they're able to close out one of the big ones.
They walk past posters of champions past, legends on the wall, legends in the hall as they make their way to that totem. Example, the only international major champion with his PGC now solidifies it with EWC, but the rest of the team joins him with the most valuable pedigree in PUBG.
And also finally the first team to break the streak, that was the Falcons. That roster now been defeated and a new champion crown, but again, so happy for Sentastico as well. Man, what a performance.
When passion meets performance, Twisted Minds is the result. The skill, the intellect, and the ability have met at a crucial point to lead them out of the arena to the totem where their championship was earned every single step of the way.
And with this, you cannot argue that on that Mount Rushmore, example has to be there.
Yes.
A PGC win, an Esports World Cup win, 3 PGS wins. This man is made of legends.
I think really that team should be on the Mount Rushmore at this point. They've accomplished so much. This was really one of the last things.
Of course, and we have Prince Faisal here joining us to present the frame of the key for Twisted Minds. This is now back-to-back BR wins here for Twisted Minds as well here at the Esports World Cup, as they will be ascending the totem in just a few moments. The congratulations being handed out, of course. Batulins nowhere near the position to be able to claim this in 2024, but they will be ascending very soon, Toffees.
It's fun to see a fan, Faisal, so excited to be there with the guys. But the guys, with this moment, they get to set their place in history forever as they ascend that stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, it has been a long time coming. The uncrowned king is now finally crowned. Live here from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, we have our new 2025 Esports World Cup champions, as Batulins will place the key in, and we have ourselves Twisted Minds. What a moment here for those 4 boys, considered the greatest of all time roster by some, and now they put another golden star against their game. Their names etched on their back in gold. Twisted Minds knew they had the chops to be able to make it happen. Congratulations to Twisted Minds!
Only getting started when it's midnight, keeping it tight. If on a good to war, it can get dark, but we stay bright. Coming like a night, it's on sight. If it touch my sleeve, around there wanna disagree when it's clear that I'm speaking facts. Man like me, you know I'm proactive. Never gonna stop till I see the big man's on flats.
Hop on the front door, it's like midnight. Don't lose your grip, cause you might fall out again. Off-white whip, need for speed. I'm not switching the lane. Pick up the pace. Bro like that, and we're back to the base.
Back to the base. Back to the base. How I could never act. Been trying to stack up racks on racks. Boys in the back wearing all black, staying on track. Better show you gun, and that's on me. Out here getting this beat. If you work for the devil, better retreat. Coming too icy, coming too clean. Could never move shady, ain't no feed.
Shotgun, London, what's the outcome? You know, I'm a madman, just can't stick to the program. Raise up the heat, keeping the tension, shifting the gear to a different dimension. Red light, speed up, take off, slide up. Hop on the front door, it's like midnight. Don't lose your grip, cause you might fall out again. Off-white whip, need for speed. I'm not switching the lane. Pick up the pace. What? Bro like that, and we're back to the base.
Back to the base. Back to the base.
Back to the base. Back to the base.
Back to the base.
Back to the base.
Back to the base.
Back to the base.